love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Song of the summer, baby. No politics here. Song of the fucking summer. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is Thirsty Thursday, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is a beautiful day. It's a fantastic day. It's a joyous day. It is Juneteenth. That's right, June 19th, 2025. Very important day in American history that the wokes made a national holiday. I don't know if you guys have a federal holiday. I don't know if you guys also have taken some time off from work for Juneteenth. But for those of you who don't know the importance of this day, it is yet another historical example of white people's tendency to continue holding on to owning human beings long after the point where there was a hard fought, long, very bloody battle that rendered it illegal to do so. Very woke holiday where slave owners basically went to Texas and were like, no, I want to keep having slaves. Actually, I'm just going to go to this big ass state and hopefully continue literally owning humans. I observe Juneteenth every day because I'm unemployed. Hell yeah. Anyway, but yeah, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, so help me God. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it $1.50. There isn't much going on. I'm actually early for one reason. I was supposed to be on the BBC. The BBC today, BBC. And they had to cancel it because the correspondent that I was supposed to be on is what the producer told me was en route to the Middle East due to the increased tensions. And he was very apologetic for having to cancel last second because we weren't supposed to be talking about the Middle East. We were talking about, like, you know, MAGA youth, that type of thing. But yeah, last night I ended the broadcast, and I'll cop to it. I'll admit to what I did. I think a lot of you already know what I did. I watched Nephew pretty much right after I was done. I mean, first I had one monitor screening the Iranian strikes on Israel, and then on the other monitor I was watching Jakara, which is of course Kaide's sister Sakura and Jason the Ween, my nephew, going to prom night. And on the one hand, I was trying to figure out what was going on because morning had come up, the sun had come up in Israel.
and they were literally striking. The Iranian missiles were basically striking inside of Tel Aviv. It seemed like the air defenses had depleted. You were tweeting all the time, and that's more humiliating than watching corny ship content. And then also on the other front, I was watching nephew have his heart get ripped out. Basically. From what I understand, there's also Jason's comment, we're begging you. Yeah, I saw this. This is a crazy tweet. Actually a crazy tweet. Timeline is lit up with Israel defenders finally speaking out about a hospital being bombed after spending the last 20 months defending the bombing of every hospital in Gaza. Gang, the worst just happened. You got to watch Jason and Sakura stream. Shit is worse than 9/11. And I personally don't feel as embarrassed because freaking Kyrie Irving was also invested in this, okay? Freaking Kyrie Irving was also invested in this. So why am I supposed to feel bad? You know what I mean? Yeah. Kyrie Irving was watching alongside Hasan and keeping up to date with what the hell was going on with Jason's date. Jason, who is, for those of you who don't know, Jason the Ween nephew, he was here a couple days ago. He brought me the Zins and played with Kaya. He is a content creator for FaZe. And he was my assistant for the day a couple days ago while Israel and Iran were duking it out. That much hasn't changed. But yeah, he had a streamer prom, I guess that was like put together by Funny Mike, who was on my team. Or no, not on my team, who was on the other team, sorry, at DreamCon. He's another content creator. He put together this streamer prom. So streamers from all around flew in and attended this prom. And Jason, who sometimes does girl content, that's what they call it. The new meta, which is the old meta, ironically enough, is like shipping content, which is pretty damaging overall, but also creates a lot of emotional investment in the audience, myself fucking included. As a, again, 33-year-old whole ass adult, I found myself watching clips and following through on the back and forth of these people that I kind of know. You know what I mean? Like the people that I know, people that I kind of know. You know, I don't really know Kaide's sister that well, but yeah, it's reality TV basically, but it's interactive reality TV. And there were 100,000 plus people watching as well. Like he went crazy. He went actually crazy mode with it. Like there were 100,000 people watching. He was like, Twitch was promoting it. And of course, predictably, as girl content goes, it went a little south, but I think Nephew handled it fairly well. I think Nephew handled it pretty good, pretty well overall. It does get completely out of control regardless, no matter what happens. Where, no, he didn't. No, I think like I'll start off with this. Okay, what do you mean girl content goes south? It goes south because like people it develop like a true investment into it. Like they don't just consume it as like whatever, right? They literally will take memes seriously. Parasocial content in general online creates an environment where like there's people that just truly cannot comprehend that like the back and forth that's taking place might not be the way you perceive it. The greatest example of this, of course, is like when Cutie and I will have like a back and forth, right? As a joke, I love Cutie. Like, she is my podcast co-host. We're friends. Like, we're really good friends, but we have banter back and forth, and people don't see that as like a joke or content. They sometimes think it's real, and then they lose their minds over it. And in many instances, like, there are literally people that watch the Fear and podcast sometimes that think like we despise one another. And that's just one aspect of it. It just happens in every circumstance. But basically, girl content, when people like Jason or any number of different like content creators, like they just go on like dates and stuff, like people develop this like very unhealthy investment, and it can go sideways, right? It can go completely out of control. So basically, I think it was slated to happen that way with Sakura and Jason. It was very cute. Jason made a song to ask her out to prom, and was like talking to Tens and Kaide, who is Kaide is Sakura's sister, and then they farmed it. They farmed it pretty hard. They got like 100,000 viewers. I mean, I was one of the viewers. Okay, and basically, at the end of the night, like, Sakura made a joke. She made a joke about it, and she said, I think it was like the jump off point was like, she made a joke that people consider to be very rude, like where they had painted their fingernails. I can't believe I'm explaining all this. This is crazy. I feel like it's better if Hasan explains it to Kyrie Irving, because that was like, that feels like less embarrassing somehow than me explaining it. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Because I feel like I'm Unk, and he's Unk too. But this is what I was invested in last night, in between talking to some of the people about whether or not the Israeli air defenses were still capable of defending against ballistic missiles, considering the attacks from the Iranian side were becoming much more successful in broad daylight. On the one hand, I was like talking to journalists and some OSINT people and trying to figure out like what the fuck is going on in Israel, like why their Iron Dome is not working. And on the other hand, I was watching Kyrie Irving talk to Hasan, watching Jason. That's what I did. That's how I spend my time when I'm not fucking on stream. But in any case, yeah, basically what happened is like they were doing some cute shit. They like painted their fingernails. Jason painted an S for Sakura on his fingernails, and then Sakura painted a J on her fingernail. And then at the end of the night, she basically made a joke where she was like, "Oh, the J is for John, I guess, who is the name of the cameraman." So she was like fake flirting with the cameraman or something, and people lost their fucking minds. And Jason got really sad. It's kind of understandable to be sad. It's like a weird predicament to put yourself in because you're like kind of farming content, and also simultaneously, it's still like kind of embarrassing, you know. But I think overall, all in all, he handled it well. Damn, you're really 40? I know, I am. I'm fucking 50, dog. I'm 55 years old. Think about that. Think about how hot I am for 55, though. But ultimately, yeah, it was a joke. He farmed it too hard, and then people got real mad because, like, the fucking incels are insane, and they behaved in the way that they normally do by, like, attacking the girl, as they always do. And yeah, that's it. And then it exploded into something not so healthy, but I think like they handled it fairly well overall, because it's like a weird situation where like even if you feel bad, you can't really do too much about it because you don't want to look crazy on camera and you don't want your fucking audience to like hate this person who's your friend. But yeah. Sakura and I are fine. Please stop sending death threats and harassment, especially towards her. Our streams are for entertainment, but things can be misinterpreted. Today didn't go as expected, but we're grateful for support. Please be kind. We're all human. Thank you. That's what he tweeted, which is crazy because people were just like fucking pumping death threats, as always. You can't have anything nice, is my point. Anyway, yeah, she was joking. Jason was trolling and playing into the sad act, which caused weird viewers to think he was serious. If Jason just broke the wall and said it was all jokes and it'd be more chill. Yeah, but of course, like, yeah, Jason is like a 25K, 20K Andy, but this time he had like 110,000 people watching. So obviously it's not all Jason's viewers themselves, but it's a lot of people that are just like basically running wild. But there's apparently patch notes on this as well. Where is it? Relationship status fixes, conflict resolved off stream, relationship status stabilized. This is the most autistic thing I've ever seen in my entire life, for the record. Okay, this is just like, this is the nature of live streaming in general, though. This is the nature of live streaming in general, where basically the content in and of itself is interactive. So I think a lot of people behave in this like incredibly unemployed manner, myself included, even though I'm fucking employed, okay? And many people who are employed also turn into unemployed motherfuckers here, or at least the cause is pushed by unemployed motherfuckers. But this is NMS. Yeah, it's Jason's community. Damn, I didn't know there were hella fucking Jason community members in the chat. Offline chat, give the subs, live event. Sakura is projected to hit 10,000 subs soon. Sakura reacted with, what is this? Eye emoji in response to viewer asking about the Japan stream. Sakura now she feels inspired to do more IRL content and is planning travel content. Sakura said Japan stream incoming soon. Sakura reacted with emoji in response to viewer asking if she would go to Atlanta with Jason. Japan live event in development. This is what I mean. It's like people think that they have a stake in this. They have like an ownership stake in this. It's kind of like a base boosted version of like thinking that you are a part owner of a franchise team. You know what I mean? When like you put the jersey on and then you fucking stand up every weekend and you freak out and you're like, come on, let's go. Let's fucking, I don't know, whatever your team is, right? But this time, imagine if you were like, LeBron, you really need to stop taking threes and drive to the paint. And LeBron hears you and says, why the fuck are you saying that to me? Or even LeBron hears you and goes, actually, that's a great idea. And then starts driving to the paint way harder than taking fucking threes. All of a sudden, you're like, I am more invested than I've ever been. That is the fucking analog here between, you know, reality TV consumption on reality TV versus reality TV consumption on Twitch, where there is an additional layer of involvement that I think breaks people's brains. Jason's fan base fucks with you. They like you. No, I know, of course. You know, that's nephew. We don't, though. I've seen so many streams altered or derailed by chat. It's so much fun. No, I know. In my realm, we also have. In my realm, we also have this. It's called trolls, like people that come in and say some dumb shit on purpose, specifically so that people that come in and say some dumb shit on purpose, specifically so that the stream gets derailed. Drama perverts, things like that. You know what I mean? Like, we have that too. It's just a different version of it. That whole side of Twitch is a different planet to me. I don't know any of those names. Yeah. Just Curious Andy's type of shit. But yeah, I think Jason's community overall is very healthy and very good. Out of all the young content creators, like, I stand by it. They are infinitely more aware of this dynamic, even if they like fall by the wayside sometimes on parasocial stuff on some parasocial shit. Like overall, I think that their community is like very, very good. I've interacted with them quite a bit. As you guys know, we've collaborated quite a bit. As you guys know, Salah Babajim. Eyvallah. And they have a very open-minded, a very like relatively progressive community overall, like very, very good vibes overall, if that makes sense. And there is and yeah, his communities. Can you stop please talking like that? I'm getting the ick. I mean, okay. 1 year ago, Kyrie Irving was shooting threes in the NBA. Yesterday, he was watching Jason the Ween. But yeah. Also, sometimes you get quoted in New York Post articles about you, like me, saying, "Man, Allah awaken President Xi. Thanks for getting me published, King." Oh yeah, I saw that. This was the funniest fucking tweet, though. From my end, this was the funniest fucking tweet. Timeline is lit up with Israel defenders finally speaking out about a hospital being bombed after spending the last 20 months defending the bombing of every hospital in Gaza. And then someone going, gang, the worst just happened. You got to watch Jason and Sakura stream. Shit is worse than 9/11. Does Kyrie know who you are? I hope he knows me as a cool guy who plays who plays basketball decently well for not actually being a professional player. You know what I mean? That's what I hope. You're chopped. Okay. Yeah, I know the New York Post wrote about me. I know. Twitch streamer Hasan Piker is pushing Gen Z boys to the extreme left with twisted views on Israel and 9/11. They're trying to farm me. They're trying to frame me as like a worse role model for young men than Andrew Tate, which is so funny. They gave you a whole page in the print edition. Oh, let's go. Beware of this bad influencer. Oh, that's so sick. Hell yeah. Let's go. Yeah, for all the watchers that don't normally watch me but like watch drama and stuff, the kind of drama that I'm involved in is usually in situations like this in like newspapers, you know what I mean? It's a little different. It's not like TikTok drama, but it's very similar to TikTok drama. A lot of things get clipped out of context by malicious actors and then weaponized against communities. It's like Twitter comms duking it out, but instead of a Twitter comm, it's like the New York Post and all this other stuff. Where was I? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, let's blast off real quick. I forgot to tweet that I'm live. I know. Hold on. Let me blast off real quick. Israel finally condemns a hospital bombing after 20 months of celebrating it. I don't know why so many people hate you. You're awesome. I don't think there's that many. I think it's just online losers. I don't really catch that in the real world at all. Trigger warning, Tucker Carlson interviewing Ted Cruz on Iran. Chatter, I watched it for like 8 hours yesterday. Trust. I know. I've already been super tapped into that. Trust me. Israel finally condemns a hospital bombing after 20 months of celebrating it. What was I gonna say? Oh, there's so much going on. Iranian strikes intensify as Israel's AD is depleted. $90-minute interview, 5-hour react. Yeah. The Brad Lander stuff is like whatever. It's. I think all of the anti-Semitism smears against our boy Zoran is ultimately inconsequential. We shouldn't be talking about it. Is Juneteenth? I talked about that as well. Doesn't seem intensified low key. No, their strikes have their strikes have become more successful. ICE is operating out of Doyers Stadium. Trump back and forth on striking Iran. Get in now. Tel Aviv Dodgers. New Lakers owner too. I don't know anything about the new owner of the Lakers. I have not. Read the full context of Lander's interview. He still has him on as his number 2. I know. He also said like Zoran is not anti-Semitic. Because he knows Zoran is not anti-Semitic. Did you see this? Zoran was confronted about you at a town hall? Yes, I did. Blast off meme about Doyer Stadium. No, I'm not going to do that. Hold on. Israel finally condemns a hospital bombing after 20 months of celebrating it. Iranian strikes intensify as Israel's AD is depleted. Question mark. ICE is operating out of Dodger Stadium. Trump back and forth on striking Iran. Get in now. Chad, are we rocking with Action Bronson? Why? What did he do? Here's the threat of Tel Aviv damages from early this morning for the chatters that don't know how much Iranian strikes have intensified. Iranian strikes have not increased in frequency, but it's like success rate has increased dramatically. Okay? The success rate of the strikes, the success of the Iranian missiles actually hitting targets inside of Tel Aviv have gone up a lot. The Iron Dome Iron Dome effectiveness. Iron Dome, if you were to consider like all of the arrow systems and David Sling and the THAAD anti-ballistic missile air defense systems combined, if you call all of that fucking Iron Dome, because the Iron Dome part of it is just Tamir interceptors, and they're obviously for short range missiles. They're not supposed to intercept like massive hypersonic ballistic missiles, but all of these other ballistic missile launchers that are incredibly costly, incredibly expensive, and very difficult to replenish in an expedient manner, and much more expensive than the Tamir interceptors, which are around $200,000 a pop. Shouts out to taxpayers in the United States of America, by the way, for footing the bill as always. I think in spite of the fact that the Israeli Air Force has successfully targeted some of the launchers in Iran, which has actually diminished Iran's capacity to do these massive salvos, Iran has increased the intensity and increased the successful hit rate by using newer technology, and the interception rate has gone down dramatically in the process. An Israeli official has told the NBC that they only intercepted 65% of the missiles in the last 24 hours. And I don't know if that's like partially, there was some suspicion that this could be like cyber attacks on the interception systems that caused them to like deploy. There are numerous other physical ways of tricking the Iron Dome as well. I remember someone talking about like literally having like there are obviously duds that you can send. There are ballistic missiles that you can that you can send that are specifically designed to draw attention, but they don't actually have any sort of like serious payload in them. But then also on top of, and then the goal is obviously to strike through and have the actual payload delivery missile go through. But at the end of the day, it is obvious simply looking at.
I went to Japan.
It is obvious simply looking at the. Oh yeah, I was on MSNBC. It's obviously looking at simply the strikes and the impact of missiles. There are some fairly successful hits that took place last night, which was of course early Tel Aviv morning. So I ain't get it, lol, bro. When Trump tariffs China bad for American consumers, but when China does the same, it's somehow bad for Americans as well. And China's based. I get it, you propagandists, but at least try not to be so blunt. You not even trying at this point. Wait, what? Yes, tariffs are bad for the home country and also the other the country that you're implementing the tariffs on across the board. Especially if the trade, especially if trade is designed around China being the manufacturing hub. But it's more impactful for America than it is for China, specifically because China is the producer and America doesn't have a competitive domestic manufacturing base. Like, we don't have trade to protect, if that makes sense. Do you understand? So yeah, it's different. It's if America had a robust manufacturing base that was a competitor with China, and then they engaged in a tariffs regime, it would make more sense. That would be trade protectionism. Like being anti-NAFTA in the fucking 90s was for this reason, right? Like being against NAFTA back in the day was a position by a lot of Democrats, such as Bernie Sanders and many others, because, and union leadership, because there was some trade to protect. But since that, not gonna lie, fam-a-lam, everything went over my head. I cooked though. Okay. You did, King. You cooked me. That's cool. In any case, here are some of the successful strikes that took place last night that I was looking at. It is pretty wild. One of them was literally a hospital, by the way, an Israeli hospital, which was the first time, as far as I understand, that Israel was making a concerted effort to criticize bombing a hospital. I thought that was like fair play. I thought that was like the best thing you could possibly do. The more you strike hospitals, the more moral an army is. I thought, I just get all my notes from Israel. But in any case, the reason why I think the hospital was struck was because partially the weapons that Iran used this time was cluster munitions. That is the suspicion here. At least like they found remnants of the missile, and it looks like it's one of those that just opens up and spreads in every direction. Like it's one of the Iranian missiles that actually has numerous warheads in it that can deploy once it reaches its. I don't know what the proper terminology is. I'm not a fucking missile autist, as you guys know. Yeah, here's Raghib Soilu talking about it. Iran used a new missile warhead today, according to a retired Israeli Colonel Ofer Cohen. This warhead has the ability to disperse small munitions instead of exploding in a concentrated manner. It disperses in the air in a few dozen munitions, the Khorram Shah 4 missile. It's similar to it's like a cluster strike. Wait, I thought clusters were a war crime also for Israel. I know that's horseshit, but still. No, it's supposed to be. It is, except for the United States of America and also Israel. Everything that Israel is complaining about right now against Iran is immediately hypocritical. Like it's fucking ridiculous. Like it's not wrong technically to say cluster munitions are supposed to be illegal for a reason because it's not targeted, right? And when you, even if you target like a military compound or whatever, you accidentally have the capacity to blow up a non-military target, as is the case with this hospital. This is part of the reason why. This is part of the reason why you're not supposed to use this. Thank you. I read that the hospital is right next to a cybersecurity military building that was damaged by the shockwave. I don't think that that's the case. That is what the initial Iranian assessment was, but I don't think that that's the case. I think that this is my assessment of it, it just looks like this is a case where they lob it. They have very over where it goes, and it, Israel had struck a hospital in Iran a couple days prior as well. Luckily, from what I understand, the building that was hit in the hospital was actually. Wait, is it effing already? What the hell's going on? Wait, did a chatter say, are you complaining? Are you claiming that Israel used cluster munitions in Gaza? Israel has used way beyond just cluster munitions in Gaza. Okay? Here is the United Nations report on Israel using cluster bombs threatening global ban. But not only that, but also Israel used white phosphorus in Gaza. What the fuck are you talking about? And it's also in it's suspected to be used in fucking Ukraine as well. Dude, Israel uses bunker busters on a civilian fucking tent city. What are we talking about? Like, Israel does virtually everything beyond even cluster munitions. This is not even a question. Like, what? There's not. The only thing Israel hasn't used is a fucking nuclear weapon. And it doesn't even matter that Israel hasn't used a nuclear weapon because they've used the metric ton equivalent of 5 nuclear weapons in Gaza, a tiny patch of land. The amount of munitions that they've deployed in Gaza is the equivalent of 8 fucking nukes. Do you understand? 8. Or 5 or 6. I don't know the exact number, the exact comparison. It's multiple, though. It's not one. In any case, there's no defense of Israel's conduct. And obviously, I'm explaining to you what the issue is with these kinds of warheads in general, because they end up actually fucking hitting targets that they're not supposed to. What's white phosphorus in Ukraine is 100% on video. White phosphorus in Lebanon, and also, wait, what? Hey, what's up, pedo? You know nothing, pedo. Wow, why are you so dumb? You child rapist and terrorist. What kind of pure projection is this, dude? Absolute psychopath. What team are you wearing today? Mexico. This is the OG Aztec jersey. People are unhinged today. I know. You want to see the meme that's from? What meme? Yeah, I'm a Mexico invasion defender. Mexico invading Los Angeles, California defender. You didn't post a fit? Yeah, I know. We have Republican senators thanking Israel for their peaceful bombing of Iran. Like, what the fuck? Yes, they're fucking giant pieces of shit. They're monsters. Our politicians are monsters, chat. We know this already. You know what I mean? We know they're monsters, right? But here, hold on. Let me blast off one last time. And let's get into it. So this is the breaking news. Caroline Leavitt reads new statement from Trump. Okay, and then we're going to get to the this is the latest update. Caroline Leavitt is reading a new statement from Trump about plans for Iran. Basically, the revelation is the revelation is that Donald Trump is not Donald Trump is not going to do anything, at least for the next 2 weeks, pretty much.
Will help fulfill a number of President Trump's core campaign promises. Now, regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks." That's a quote directly.
Yeah.
We're going to be
tensions escalate between Israel and Iran as U.S. weighs possible response. So what's interesting about this is that earlier, like almost after, I think the strikes on Tel Aviv, Israel eases the home front command defense guidelines starting Wednesday at 6 p.m. Most of the country will shift from, right before this last barrage that took place last night. Most of the country will shift from strict defense to limited activity. I don't know if they keep that or if this is like, I don't know what the exact timeline of this is, but I know that they were limiting the shelter in place warnings. Like home front command had basically said society is on complete lockdown up until yesterday. Now they actually eased the restrictions. And then these strikes happened in Tel Aviv, directly on I think it was the stock exchange and a hospital. And obviously a fuck ton of military targets are also being struck. A fuck ton of interceptors are being struck. But Israel refuses any kind of information from coming out on successful strikes on military targets, successful strikes on military assets in general, including strikers like the anti-air defense systems. Because they have a censorship protocol implemented. Israel has always had military censor, obviously, on what you can and can't report. But now they're literally criminalizing like people filming themselves getting fucking bombed. So that's the situation, and that's part of the reason why it's like very difficult to get accurate information from what the actual struck targets look like. Obviously, in Iran, there is literally no internet, so it's even more difficult. The Iranian internet is just like on and off with regular frequency. So if there are Iranian chatters in here that are trying to reach out to their families, I'm really sorry if you're unable to do so. But when you hear something from mainstream outlets, when you hear information from mainstream outlets about like what was successfully targeted or struck by Iran inside of Israel, that is something that went through the military censors. I need you to understand this, okay? When you learn about something from mainstream media about a strike that was successful, an Iranian strike that was successfully hitting a target in Tel Aviv, that means the Israeli military decided this is appropriate for news consumption. That is important to recognize. That means that the Israeli government believes that you can know about this, okay? There's some kind of propaganda usage for them. They might be wrong in their assessment, but it doesn't matter. Like, that means that they made this calculation and allowed you to see it. Some of it is also impossible to ignore, obviously, because it happened in broad daylight when people were awake. Many phones are out. So then, obviously, that also makes it very difficult to censor. But ultimately, there were a lot of successful strikes that happened last night, our time, which was this past morning, Israel time, including the stock exchange, I believe, but also this hospital. There is, from what I understand, a lot of misinformation flying around about the hospital. Some people say, oh, there was military. There were wounded military members that were being sent to the hospital. Like the idea, the Israeli occupying force soldiers were being treated at the hospital. Some people are saying that the hospital was right next to a military facility, and it was actually just a shock waves that struck one of the buildings of the hospital. I think ultimately, it doesn't really matter. Sky News reports that the damage to an Israeli hospital occurred because Iran was seeking to strike a nearby IDF intelligence camp. Why does Israel put its intelligence camp near to hospitals? Questions that must be asked given Israel's conduct in Gaza. Of course, they will never be asked, but it has been kind of interesting seeing a full 180 from Israeli spokespersons about how, why are you listening to what Iran is saying in terms of like what their focus is, like who they're trying to strike. Why are you claiming that we're using human shields? Like, I've seen literally every single fucking question that I have seen from every single question that I've seen from Hasburis online has basically been very interesting questions that we've been asking about Israel's conduct in Gaza for the past fucking 20 months. And it's alarming how they don't even fucking see it. And I think it was like Soldier Goy Tellem, who or someone else that I saw on Twitter that basically made this point. And I think that's a pretty prescient, pretty valid point to make, where it's like, you don't understand why Israeli society feels this way and why Israeli society broadly thinks they're the victims here, because you can't comprehend that like their modus operandi is we are innocent civilians being struck unjustifiably, whereas it's different when we're killing these like disgusting vermin Palestinians who breed and are also Hamas terrorists. Like, that's basically it. Like, they have this warped perception because broadly Israeli society looks at the situation and goes like, no, those hospitals are terror hospitals. Our hospitals are civilian hospitals. And no, it wasn't this. And it's really interesting because like Mehdi Hasan made the same point as well. Look, here it is. Elon Levy finally opposes the bombing of hospitals. Okay. I tweeted something similar as well. He says, oh, go away, you cretin. You're malicious but smart enough to understand the difference between face-to-face combat with armed forces fighting out of hospitals and a direct ballistic missile strike on a hospital. You bombed hospitals. I spoke to the doctors in there. You're a spokesman for war criminals and a hypocrite to boot. It's actually kind of nutty that like Israeli spokesmen are just running around being like, no, you have to feel bad for us right now. Our hospital was struck after spending 20 months defending bombing hospitals and being like, nope, that's a military hospital. There's a military usage for this hospital. You don't understand. We have to bomb it. We have to bomb it. We have to bomb it. We have to bomb it. And it's fucking nuts. Like, you are the last person to talk about bombing hospitals. Like, I'm sorry. I can say it. I can say that bombing a hospital is inappropriate regardless. Okay? I can say that. I've been saying that for fucking 20 months. You can't. Okay? Sorry. You can't say that. You have dropped it. You have no moral high ground in this situation. You know what I mean? And it's ironic because like, luckily the hospital was evacuated already, or at least the part that got hit was evacuated already. That's good. That's a good thing, right? Thank God. But also, on top of that, Israel struck a fucking Iranian hospital. Israel struck an Iranian hospital a couple days prior. Israel struck a fucking Red Crescent ambulance in Iran. And that is before we even talk about literally every single insane, like every single hospital has been destroyed by Israel in the Gaza Strip. Every single one. Israel double-tapped healthcare workers deliberately in Iran. The official Iran UN mission popped off again on the hospital situation. Iran categorically rejects the Zionist false claim of targeting a hospital. Our self-defense measures are precise and fully consistent with international law, targeting only facilities directly involved in and supporting the regime's unlawful aggression. Contrary to the Israeli fanatics, Iran is committed to international humanitarian law and does not target civilians and civilians' infrastructure. I mean, that's also not really real, right? They fucking did blow up the Haifa, the Haifa plant, which is... They did that because Israel blew up their fucking water facility in Iran and also a fucking an oil depot in Tehran. So they did. They are responding in kind, okay? They are responding in kind, which is crazy. And the reason why it's so crazy is because this has never happened before, where Israel has never experienced even a limited fractional response for all of the metric ton of violence that it has dished out to everyone in the region. That's the difference here. Israel strikes a hospital. No one ever strikes a hospital in return. That does not happen. Okay? This Iranian retaliation came amidst Israel striking the Iraq water cooler at the nuclear plant. The Iraq nuclear plant is literally a plant that was cooperating with the international authorities. Okay? As I tweeted as I reposted Evan Hill's statement on this, Israel, right as these strikes were happening, under the JCPOA, right, Iran agreed to redesign Iraq to make it impossible to produce weapons-grade plutonium, and the IAEA confirmed it was filled with, the reactor core was filled with cement. The Iraq redesign has been underway in cooperation with China. Israel appears to have just destroyed it. Iraq is the nuclear power plant in Iran. Israel is doing Russia shit in terms of, no, worse than Russia shit. Like, they are directly striking nuclear power plants. Like, remember the fears that we all had about Russia potentially like overtaking Chernobyl or like fucking blowing up Ukrainian nuclear power plants, right? It was, I think it was like what, the facility in Ukraine that did get struck in the back and forth fighting. Hosmer out in full force saying it's a lie that they filled it with cement. Dude, you can't, like, the International Atomic Energy Committee, or whatever the fuck it's called. I'm going to say the name wrong right now. But, like, the IAEA is not... Did I say it right? Fuck. I probably didn't say it right. I think I said it right. Is not a party that is antagonistic to Israel. It should be, given its job is to monitor, the International Atomic Energy Agency, its job is to literally monitor these kinds of projects. They spend 70% of their budget on Iran. Okay? They spend 70% of their budget on Iran alone. Israel has nuclear weapons. Everyone knows Israel has nuclear warheads. Israel is not a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Israel illegally has nuclear warheads. Okay, there are, 5 countries that are signatories to the NPT? Now, obviously, the countries that have the nuclear warheads don't even abide by the principles of non-proliferation or denuclearization, which is supposed to be the end goal. They don't even abide by that. But the idea that Iran is actually Iran is actually operating outside of the boundaries of international law is insane. It's crazy that Iran unironically follows international agreements better than Israel does. Israel openly is antagonistic to these international agreements, is violated these international agreements. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It is unimaginably frustrating. Iran's foreign minister of defense missile strike says Israeli military sites were targeted, not civilians. Iran's foreign minister issued a statement Thursday defending the missile strike on Beersheva, claiming it accurately eliminated Israeli military command control, intelligence headquarters, and another vital target. He said the nearby Soroka hospital suffered only superficial damage to a small section and described the facility as largely evacuated and mainly used to treat Israeli soldiers engaged in the genocide in Gaza, 25 miles away, where Israel has destroyed or damaged 94% of Palestinian hospitals. Drop site notes that the hospital was indeed damaged with visible structural damage, including a building where the roof completely collapsed. Dismissing Israeli accusations, the minister stated, It is the Israeli regime and not Iran that initiated all this bloodshed. Israeli war criminals and not Iranians are targeting hospitals and civilians. He also noted that hundreds of innocent Iranians have been murdered in cold blood since Israel launched what he described as an illegal war against the Iranian people. He warned, we call on Israelis to heed our evacuation orders. Our powerful armed forces will continue to pummel the criminals who target our people. This was also, where is it? Mohammed Shahada's take. Soroka is Israel's main hospital to evacuate IDF troops. It proudly displays this military helicopter with a poster caption, Israel's medical Iron Dome. By Israel's own rules of engagement in Gaza, bombing a hospital to kill a wounded journalist, Soroka is a legitimate target. Insane, isn't it? Then why did you say silent when Israel bombed every single hospital in Gaza? It's unlikely the Soroka hospital itself was targeted, unlike Israel deliberately and surgically bombing hospitals in Gaza. The Iranians were most likely aiming at the IDF bases in close proximity to the hospital. Israel, unlike Iran, has precise targeting capabilities. It has air superiority, especially over the Gaza Strip. It is not even a comparison. It has ground troops in the Gaza Strip. So when Israel actually blows up a hospital, it has the capability to not do that. They just choose not to do that because they're deliberately destroying the healthcare infrastructure. Remember that. Hi. Shortly after Putin said this, Israel struck the nuclear facility. Israel struck Iran's only... President Putin says Israel has assured the safety of Russian personnel at Iran's Russian-built Bushehr nuclear plant, which the two countries have worked together for 3 decades. Vladimir Putin also, fake friend, does not... said something along the lines of like not offering any sort of weapons support in their joint security partnership that it has with Iran. Vladimir Putin said that there is no additional... He said that there's no additional help that Iran will receive in the form of like munitions, which I think is I mean, there he basically said we have a collaborative agreement that is not a security partnership. Sorry. That's what he said.
Мы заключили контракт на строительство еще 2 блоков. Работы идут. и наши специалисты находятся на площадке. Это свыше 200 человек. И мы договорились с руководством Израиля, что будет обеспечена их безопасность. Мы видим,
We see today in Iran
что на сегодняшний день в Иране
that despite the complexity of the internal political processes taking place there, and I don't think there is any point going into detail, there's nevertheless a consolidation of society around a country's political leadership. It happens almost every time and everywhere. Israel struck Iran's only civilian nuclear power plant at Bushehr, located at the Gulf Coast. I don't know if this is real, chatters. I don't think that, I don't know. That's AF post anyway. That's like America First post. What is this? No, this is the full quote. Iran agreement does not have defense clause. Iran does not ask Russia for help. Iran did not want to cooperate with Russia on air defense previously. Iran fights the fight alone. They're proud and want to be self-reliant. If the situation escalates, we'll see if they will need help. For now, they don't want it. Russia, Iran. Iran specifically wanted no defense agreement with Russia. Our country's independence and security, as well as self-reliance, are extremely important. We are not interested in joining any bloc. Qasem Jalali, Iran's ambassador to Moscow. Anti-woke account. So in case you wonder why Russia is not more engaged in Iran, it's because Iran wished so. I don't know about that. Anyway, shoe doesn't seem to fit on the other foot, huh? Hillel Fund, an Israeli hospital. If you spoke up about Gaza and Iran and are silent now, you are a morally bankrupt, vile human being who will have to live with your shame for the rest of your life. Your children and grandchildren will look at you and wish disdain and disgust for siding with evil. The IDF has apprehended more Hamas militants involved in the October 7th attack. There isn't a single person who took part in the October 7th massacre and who is safe. We will get to every last one, whether they're hiding in a hospital, a school, or in a palace in Qatar. Hamas terrorists continue to surrender at mass. Earlier today, terrorists emerged from the Kamal Adwan hospital, weapons in hand, waiting for the reaction of the world on this one. Those are civilians. Those are water guns. How dare Israel humiliate them this way? Dear Hamas, it's over. By the way, I remember this exact moment that he's talking about where Israel literally offered fucking nurses and shit. Israel forced all of these Palestinian men that were in the hospital, civilians, to undress and then gave them weapons to, gave one of them weapons to basically hand after they had already undressed them. It was the dumbest propaganda I have ever fucking seen in my entire life. Remember how stupid that was? When they were like, why are these naked men holding a AK-47 and then handing off the AK-47 to the Israeli military? This makes no fucking sense. Yeah, this is early on. Israel has done a million other depraved things in the process and tried to pawn it off as serious things that are happening on the ground as they simultaneously fucking destroy the media infrastructure in Gaza, deliberately, destroy the healthcare infrastructure in Gaza deliberately. Israel has no leg to stand on. Israel's defenders have no grounds to defend Israel at any point. Here's Sky News' report on it.
A hospital in southern Israel has been hit by an Iranian missile as the two countries continued to exchange blows overnight. Israel's military claims the ballistic missile directly hit the Soroka hospital in Beersheba. Local emergency services say 2 people have been injured. It's believed that Iran was targeting the nearby IDF intelligence camp when the hospital was struck. A hospital in southern Israel has been hit by an Iranian missile as the two countries continued to exchange blows overnight.
Why doesn't Israel admit to having nukes? Everyone knows they have it. They have admitted to having nukes, pretty much. They just can't officially confirm it because then they're in violation of numerous laws. And that's the reason. Like, America knows Israel has nukes, but America tells Israel not to admit to having nukes because then it would be they would have to be a signatory to numerous international laws and they can't do that, or they don't want to do that. It's like bodybuilders and steroids. That's kind of funny. Yeah. Israel's targeting Iraq now makes the Dimona nuclear facility a viable target for Iran. It's something the Iranians hesitated to strike before because of potential diplomatic fallout. But at this point, Iran is likely open to at counterforce strategy. They have yet to do so. It has taken multiple days after Israel struck a hospital in Tehran for Iran to strike back at even the direction of a fucking hospital, and maybe even not even maybe, like the hospital was bombed. Okay, but has Israel considered that they're hiding weapons under the hospital? Oh, they deny it? Oh, well, I'm just going to keep saying that they have IDF headquarters and guns and missiles at the hospital. Well, here is something that is not fake, right? That hospital does actually treat IDF combatants. It's something that they're proud of. By Israelis' metrics, by Israel's own metrics, that means they can bomb that hospital. That is literally Israel's own fucking metrics. It's obviously ridiculous and illegal, for the record. It's been illegal every single time Israel has done this. Just so you understand. Make no mistake. Israel's own metrics of rules of engagement and strike priority and targeting capabilities demands that if there are wounded IDF soldiers in a fucking hospital, that it's fair game. You can kill as many children in that hospital as you fucking want. That is what Israel has unironically defended openly in direct violation of all norms and all international laws around combat, international humanitarian laws that were set. It is a violation of numerous rules of conduct in war. Weapons of mass destruction found under the hospital. Yeah, it's just... This is before we even consider that Israel has mandatory conscription, so technically every single person has actually joined the Israeli occupying force at some point, you know? Because, like, think about it. Israel killed Hassan Eslaya, okay? One of Palestine's most famous journalists, most famous photojournalists. And they openly stated that the reason why they killed him was because, one, he had been photographed next to Yahya Sinwar, okay? And two, he actually was documenting October 7. They said, which is journalism, like documenting on October 7 as a journalist was what he was doing, okay? That is his job. He was not a combatant. He was not holding a weapon. He was holding a camera. Israel knew he was holding a camera. Israel claimed that his journalism was the reason for why they assassinated him. They first blew up his tent and he somehow survived it. He was in the hospital. Israel struck the hospital to kill him and then said that the reason why they killed him was because of his participation on October 7. His participation on October 7 was literally journalism. Okay? Understand that. By that metric, if you were allowed to target people who were not enemy combatants at any point, but were simply photographed next to a high-ranking military official, that's open season for every journalist ever. Okay? If you were to claim, like, that's why I was so frustrated when Emmanuel Fabian, IDF's correspondent for Times of Israel, was celebrating the assassination of Hassan Eslaya. I could not believe it. I could not comprehend it. I was like, dude, you literally served in the IDF. You are the IDF correspondent for Times of Israel. You're constantly around Israeli occupying force soldiers, and you document their atrocities as a journalist. That means they could fucking dome you, you know? It's crazy. That is not it doesn't make any sense. And up until this very moment, up until the tit for tat between Iran and Israel, there was never a moment where Israel could ever suffer repercussions for its escalations of violence, its violent actions. Now that has changed. So now it's even weirder knowing full well that you have a country, a sovereign nation with striking capabilities that is willing and able to strike back if you strike a certain type of target. So now there are repercussions, and these guys are still behaving as though there are none, and it doesn't make any sense to me. The hubris initially made sense because you're a fucking asshole, you're a genocidal monster, but the captive population of mostly children that you're murdering have no capacity to actually strike back with even force, right? But now you are actually going after a country that has the capacity to strike back. You hit a hospital, they have the capacity to strike back at a hospital. So what blows my mind in this process is that these guys are still fucking talking like they are impossible to, they are infallible and that no one can actually retaliate at all.
Begin with this morning, Israel and Iran are increasing their attacks on each other, while President Trump weighs a big decision about whether the U.S. should even get involved. Overnight, one Iranian missile hit a major hospital in southern Israel, causing very heavy damage there. In the meantime, CBS News has learned that President Trump has approved attack plans against Iran, but he's holding off on a final decision for now, he says. Deborah Patta starts off our coverage at the location of the bombed hospital. Deborah, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Good morning. This is Soroka Hospital, and what you are seeing behind me are paramedics and first responders who are taking patients who were already receiving care in the hospital when the attack took place. They are being evacuated to other health facilities. The moment an Iranian missile slammed into Soroka Hospital in Beersheba this morning. Inside.
Yeah, for the record, once again, this kind of coverage is shocking. Like, I didn't know mainstream media had the capacity to look at a hospital that was bombed and go, this is unacceptable. Think about the victims. Because, I've been alive for at least the past fucking 20 months and I've been watching closely and I never heard this. So now, in the interest of parity and fairness, will they actually turn around and say, well, here is the reason why Iran struck this hospital and we believe the Iranian government? Will they turn around and say, well, the IRGC statement implies that there was military usage for this hospital. It was a dual-use hospital, and therefore it's actually technically justifiable? Because that's what they said. That's what they said for Israel every single time. That's what Israel lied, and they went along with that lie over and over and over and over again. They're absolutely disgusting for this, but I will say one of the differences for the media is Israel lets them get in and see these sites. They don't let them go to Gaza. No, I know, but there are journalists in Gaza. There are doctors in Gaza. That's the difference. There are literal journalists in Gaza. They could just fucking tap in and talk to said journalists in Gaza. Al Jazeera cannot be the only fucking outlet that shows the damage internally. There is first-hand accounts. You're not wrong, though. Yes, that is the whole purpose of why Israel doesn't allow Western media to enter the Gaza Strip, because they don't want the Western perspective to be clouded by the humanity of the Palestinians and the inhumanity of the Israeli occupying force. I haven't been keeping up in the last 24 hours. Did Israel strike a hospital first? Yes, Israel struck a hospital 2 days prior. Yeah, allowing Western journalists to visit scenes of the strikes plays a huge part in how Western audiences understand the conflict. The emergency room at Soroka was still opening when we arrived. One Palestinian doctor had an IV port in his hand and cut open on his arm. He was still working, treating Muslim and Jewish patients despite being wounded in the ballistic missile strike. When they have doctors, literally like Western doctors, right? When they have Western healthcare professionals that fucking go out and work in these hospitals in Gaza and they are being interviewed, what do they ask them? They go, hey, I know you're claiming that you're treating Palestinian children that have fucking bullet holes in their skulls. And this is unprecedented amounts of violence for even doctors such as yourself that have worked at numerous areas of conflict. But do you condemn Hamas? Do you believe that there are Hamas militants in the hospital? How many Hamas militants are in the fucking hospital? How many weapons are in the hospital? Those are the questions that they ask even Westerners that are working in the fucking hospitals. Will they ask the same questions to the IDF officials? No, of course not. That's my point. This plays a big role in the way that this conflict shapes people's perspectives. And God forbid there is a person out there who actually tries to make an accurate assessment with a morally consistent position. Then they get constantly fucking attacked as a vicious anti-Semite. Understand that the reason why so many of these fucking weirdo outlets, like these right-wing outlets, are actively demanding my deplatforming is for this purpose. Because I don't play the fucking game that these guys are playing, whether willingly or unwillingly. Okay?
Panic and chaos as doctors and patients fled to the bomb shelters. This is the largest medical facility in the south. The emergency room was operational at the time of the attack, but there were only minor injuries. Seriously ill patients who require ongoing care have been taken to other hospitals. First responders and Israeli soldiers arrived to secure the scene. The hospital says the old surgical building was damaged, but that it had been evacuated days before the strike. Over Tel Aviv, the skies were ablaze with one explosion after another as Israel intercepted a wave of missiles. One breaking through and hitting this high-rise building. Some people were still trapped inside as first responders rushed to help. And relief and joy for this father who was reunited with his family, including his 10-month-old baby who'd been missing together with his wife for over an hour after the attack. A week of Israeli strikes against Iran has killed hundreds, including top military commanders, and damaged nuclear facilities. This morning, Israel hit the Arak heavy water reactor, which helps cool the reactor. But a byproduct is plutonium, which can be used in nuclear weapons. Iran has said that the strike on Soroka Hospital this morning was not intended for the health facility, but for a military intelligence site nearby. Tony?
Deborah Pata for us in Israel. Deborah, thank you very much.
Right there, that part of the hospital here, the Soroka Hospital, you can see the roof was basically blown off. This was after a missile strike from Iran into southern Israel early Thursday morning. You can see the side of
it. If we were fucking as depraved as the Hasbarists are online, we'd be looking at that baby and be like, oh, that's fake. That's Zio wood, you know? That's what they say. That's what they say about like literal fucking carcasses of children being held together by their goddamn parents after an insane strike. Tel Aviv wood, Tellywood, I don't know, whatever. It's called Pallywood. There's a term for it. Atrocity denial. That's what Israel defenders do.
It's still smoldering. And if we walk through here, you can see that there are shards of glass on the ground from the impact of the missile. Now, this happened after Israel launched another round of strikes on Iran. Israel started this conflict nearly a week ago. It said it wanted to eradicate Iran's nuclear program. It has expanded the sites that it has hit. It has ordered the evacuation of thousands of people from Iran. Iranian authorities have said hundreds of people have been killed. Overnight, Israel hit its water reactor. Now, the strike on this hospital is significant. This is the first strike, authorities say, on a hospital in this conflict in Israel. It is a major hospital in the south of Israel.
That's the first time an Israeli hospital has been struck. Interesting. They entertain striking Lebanese hospitals. I believe they did strike Lebanese hospitals. They blew up every single hospital in Gaza. Every single hospital in Gaza has been attacked by Israel. Most of them have been decommissioned, with the exception of like 1 or 2 at this point. And they've also been sieged endlessly. Okay. They struck a hospital in Iran. They killed healthcare professionals of the Red Crescent in Iran. Interestingly enough, first time this has happened in Israel proper. First time. 20 months. First fucking time.
Staff have said that a lot of people, most of them were in safe areas. Dozens of people were lightly injured, but most of the people had already been moved. A lot of these hospitals have underground bunkers where doctors are performing surgeries, and people have already been staying there. And they say that so far the damage to people.
Interesting. It's just an interesting dynamic that I'm observing here. Maybe because in the eyes of Western media, sure, access plays a big role in this. Okay. Access plays a big role in this. But I think the other thing that plays a big role in this is the reality that mainstream media operates on Western supremacist values. Israel is seen as a Western aligned state. Israel is basically packaged as a Western state. And these are the only human beings that suffer. The enemies of Israel, on the other hand, no matter their level of innocence, are considered either at most collateral damage, an unfortunate byproduct of war that must be waged. That's it. That's it. That's the reason why you see coverage about the victims from Israeli society. Now, a lot of people, regardless of this kind of attitude, have seen far too much death and destruction for the past 20 months that they have no sympathy whatsoever. And dare I say, even celebrate this kind of thing. Obviously, I'm not going to celebrate an attack on a hospital, no matter which side the hospital belongs to. Okay? Having said that, make no mistake, Israel defenders have no ground to stand on this issue. And you should not allow them to try and farm sympathy points in this circumstance, knowing full well. Why not? What do you mean? Knowing full well that for the past 20 months, they have destroyed the entirety of the healthcare infrastructure in Gaza deliberately and championed that over and over again, claiming that the hospitals were dual use, falsely claiming that all of the hospitals in Gaza are Hamas command and control centers. Tamam da hastanede yatanların iki tarafta da suçsuz ve masum olması gerekmez mi? Şimdi İsrail hükümeti sinirden dolayı iyi olmuş havasından denmesi doğru mu? Buna sinirli olacağımız kişi propagandacılar. Tamam, evet. Ben de bunu yapıyorum zaten. Bana niye benim söylediğim şeyi Türkçe söyledin yani? Belki bilmiyorum, anlamıyorsun İngilizce konuştuğum zaman.
Has been minimal. They were prepared for it, but they say that they were still shocked that the hospital was hit.
Fox News alert.
I think what's interesting about this, though, is that while Israel will try to use this to farm sympathy and to create a victimhood narrative around Israel and be like, oh my God, can you imagine how devastating this is? Can you imagine how devastating it is that a hospital was struck? All this does is remind people of the 1,000 different instances where Israel has openly celebrated striking every fucking hospital in Gaza, openly talked about blowing up hospitals in Lebanon, actually blew up hospitals or struck hospitals in Lebanon, healthcare workers in Lebanon, and also striking hospitals in fucking Iran as well. So I think this also ends up creating more backlash because more people go, wait a minute. I remember when you were saying that Al Shifa had a command center. Like, I remember when you were saying that. I was there. I was watching. I couldn't believe my eyes. You put out like a shitty-ass graphic image to be like, this is why it must be destroyed. Hold on. Do we know if this was an Israeli air defense missile that actually accidentally struck the hospital? Do we know if this was Israel bombing its own hospital? That's what you said in Al Shifa. right? Yeah. There is literally an endless collection of different types of horrific attacks against Palestinians, Lebanese, and Iranian hospitals being presented in a few short hours since the military target next to a hospital was struck by Iran. Yep. Yeah. Look at that. That's the Israeli Special Forces, once again, hiding as hospital workers and patients in a hospital in the West Bank to go and assassinate a patient in the hospital that was getting treatment. They killed him in his hospital bed. I understand your point, but hitting a hospital isn't a thing to celebrate. Point to when I have done that. Point to when I have done that in the last hour and 35 minutes that I've been live. Do it right now. I agree with you. Hitting a hospital isn't a thing to celebrate, which is why I'm telling you right now, this is a showcase of the depravity of Israeli society and Israel defenders broadly who have celebrated every single hospital being bombed. You know, I'm not saying you said that. Okay, thank you for your demonstration of fucking morality. Don't be disingenuous, pussy. You were implying it. I hate that shit. What does Tucker Carlson say? A feline way of making a statement without making the said statement. Anyway, this is from 14 hours ago. Sirens from Tel Aviv to Tiberias. Barrages around 30 missiles, which would make it the largest in 2 days. Unverified photo of impact in occupied Palestine. Tel Aviv reports up to 50 missiles. Unclear if it was 30 or 50. Israeli air defense versus the latest barrage. This is from last night. Seems to have been hit. 2 hits at least, but it sounds like there's more than 2. More from the big explosion in Tel Aviv. Appears one of the explosions was so powerful that it shattered windows for several city blocks. Still don't know exactly what was hit. The aftermath of one of the impacts in Tel Aviv. This is kind of sad, but also comedic timing. But I did see this fall. Luckily, the person was not, harmed significantly. But I saw this exact sign fall on someone after while the CNN journalist was covering this area. Also, if you want to know how fucking insane a statement this is, Benjamin Netanyahu literally found a way to make this about himself, which is incredible. Netanyahu, there have been people killed. Each one of us pays a personal price. My son Avner canceled his wedding. Womp womp, dude. Yeah, everyone's paying a personal price for this, Why are they paying this price, by the way? People being killed? Because you wanted to strike Iran. You struck Iran. And you thought no retaliation will take place. I'm just simply striking Iran. What do you mean? They don't want the smoke. It'll be just like Gaza. Oops, turns out it's not just like fucking Gaza. They have entire munitions depots that they have designed specifically for this moment. So the people are sacrificing their lives for your ambitions. That's number one. And then number two, what is Benjamin Netanyahu's sacrifice? Flying out to fucking Greece back and forth, maybe every now and then. But then also simultaneously, his son had to cancel his wedding. It's so sad.
אני מאוד מעריך את זה. כל אחד מאיתנו נושא מחיר אישי. זה לא פסח על המשפחה שלי. כן, פעם שנייה
This
שבני
is the second
עובר,
time my son Avner has
Yeah,
gone through this.
בגלל
Because the threat
איום
of
טילים
missiles and rocket fires cancels the
טילים.
wedding.
מבטל
It's
חתונה.
certainly a high personal price for
ודאי
him
מחיר אישי יקר לו, וגם לארוסתו
and for his
ולמשפחתנו.
fiance and for our family. And I must say, my dear wife is a hero.
רעייתי היקרה היא גיבורה.
It's kind of crazy because it's like if you're an Israeli and you saw, I don't know, your fucking mother or your grandparents get like destroyed because they were sleeping when the missile struck, like that one Israeli woman that we watched who went, no, this is actually still valid. We have to still keep blowing up Iran. After she went on television and literally said, I'm really sad that my grandmother died because they were sleeping and they couldn't make it to a shelter, but Israel still has to fucking keep blowing up Iran. When you hear Benjamin Netanyahu, your leadership, who started this, say, you know, we're all suffering in our own way. I can't have a wedding for my son. Like, how does that make you feel? Because I feel like some people are losing more than others. You know? At this point, I guess, like, if you're so full tilt on board with bombing Iran, then even the repercussions that you experience in the process, albeit marginal, are worthwhile. Because you're just like, well, ultimately, we're still killing Iranians over there, and I like that. My appetite for death and destruction is endless. So in the process, if my grandparents die, or even if my loved ones die, is fine. She has carried a personal price for years as I lead this move against the Iranian nuclear program. She has gone through this. She has sacrificed the best of her years, and she's given me all the strength to be here. Because without her, I would not be here. And so have my two. Yeah. Israel's a natural disaster, even in Israel. No, up until this moment, up until Israel actually met a force that was able to retaliate in kind, even if its retaliations are severely limited, as opposed to what Israel is doing to Iran, Israel has never experienced any serious repercussions. As a matter of fact, civil disobedience in the direction of trying to penalize Israel for its ethnic cleansing campaign, like boycotts, divestments, and sanctions from the state of Israel, and the demands for said sanctions from the state of Israel have been considered anti-Semitic, and people have gotten in trouble for advocating for even peacefully dealing with Israel. That is how protected Israeli society is. That is how sheltered Israeli society has been. One of the only countries in the fucking region that actually said, you know what, we're going to implement a blockade on the Red Sea off of our coastline. As long as Israel continues to starve the Gazan population, we will do our very best to stop trade and shut down at least one of the ports that Israeli society relies on. And they did that successfully. This was Yemen. Yemen did this successfully. Okay? And guess what happened? They got bombed into oblivion by the American government for doing this. That is how sheltered and protected Israeli society is. Yemen never stopped doing this, of course. And it has been fairly successful. Their blockade has been fairly successful. Doesn't matter. Daddy's American will send 10 bill. I mean, we have expended more than 10 billion. We've expended more than $27 billion so far. I think the estimate that I looked at yesterday was like $27 billion is what the cost has been so far to America. We're footing the fucking bill. And that was in November of 2024. So since then, the price has gone up even more. Whereas there was a fucking tweet that I wanted to show you guys from, again, Emmanuel Fabian, who literally fucking showed new weapons coming in from the Western world, you know, air defenses, and Israel's defenses are being beefed up by Western allies. Nonstop. Arguing against arming terrorist groups is so un-American. Can you stop? What? Arguing? Yeah, okay, you're right. Fair. You got me. There's also reports that Soroka Medical Center was damaged in what looks like a massive blast. Unverified reports of the 4-story building collapse. Still waiting on more images. Might be this partial collapse. Location of the strike is Holon, south of Tel Aviv. This, I believe, is the. This, I believe, is if I'm not mistaken, this was next to the stock exchange or something. Am I wrong? Bro, Kuwait literally is at a state of war with Kuwait. As now we're stuck between it. What? What are you saying? Lots of damage to multiple buildings in the Diamond Exchange district of Tel Aviv. Yeah, this was a Diamond Exchange. There was also an insane tweet, an insane Hebrew tweet that I translated, and it was like a crazy surprise. I saw finally a translate to English from Hebrew tweet that did not make me want to throw up instantly. Normally, when you know the meme is, the meta is, when you translate posts from Hebrew, it is the most Nazi thing you've ever seen in your entire life. But there are incredibly rare, almost like a loot box. You know, this is like a CS:GO knife. Yeah, never been so pleasantly surprised by a translated Hebrew tweet in my life. Here is Yoav Groweiss. People here have never stopped justifying the shelling of hospitals in the Gaza Strip. But the second they fire on a hospital here, suddenly everyone comes out against the violation of the laws of war. We are like the player who never stops playing dirty, but the second someone touches him, he throws himself to the ground and screams foul. This is an incredibly rare translate from Hebrew tweet that you translate and your expectation is like going to be the most, blood curdling shit you've ever heard. And it's the exact opposite. It's like a very normal take. Wow, that's pretty hateful. They're coming after LeBron. Okay, shut up. This is not a CSGO knife. This is one of the banned skins. Translate replies. Sinwar was eliminated under a hospital with several other commanders. There is nothing to compare. In which of the following hospitals? This guy's fucking owning. The evil Iranian regime has crossed every moral line. Only the scum of the human race fires missiles at sick children and the elderly in their beds. Let the whole world know. This is a cruel terrorist regime that must be uprooted for the sake of Israel's security and for the sake of the entire free world. Nah, you don't say. Buddy, you don't say. Sick fucks, huh? The sickest of fucks, as a matter of fact. Can't even comprehend of a sicker, grosser type of person, right? How do they not see it? Because the reason why they don't see it is because they don't think they're killing humans. They do not think, Israeli society broadly does not think that the people that they are killing in Palestine, the Palestinians, they are not human beings. They are breeders. They're vermin. It is the same as the way Nazis perceived Jews. That's it. That is it. They just don't think that when they kill sick children that are starving, that are in a fucking hospital bed, that they have starved for the past 20 fucking months. They think that that is just, pack watch. They're just like discarding trash, basically. They don't think Palestinians are human beings. Breaking, U.S. weapons transferred to Israel via Belgium despite official ban. A shipment of American weapons was delivered to Israel today aboard a B-747 cargo plane operated by Challenge Cargo, an Israeli shipping company based out of Liège Airport in Belgium. According to a source, the weapons initially arrived from the United States to Liège on a plane operated by American cargo airline Kalitta Air. The shipment was then unloaded and transferred to the airport at Challenge Cargo aircraft, which later departed to Tel Aviv. What's particularly striking is that this transfer took place despite an official Belgian government decision banning the export of ammunition and weapons to Israel, a policy announced months ago as a part of Belgium's stance against Israeli military operations in Gaza. Nevertheless, the transfer occurred at Liège Airport, raising serious questions about the enforcement of the ban or the existence of behind-the-scenes exemptions. Unironically, yes. You can't compare Iran's bombing of a oh, this is a parody account, chatter. You can't compare Iran's bombing of a hospital in Israel to Israel's bombing of hospitals in Gaza. We are the chosen people and Palestinians are not. As simple as that. That's, something like that. It's more so that they're real humans and the Palestinians are not. That's the way they see it. Update. Israel's government press office has notified media outlets that all broadcasts or recordings from combat zones and missile impact sites now require prior written approval from the military censor. I fucking told you. I told you. The only reason why we saw the impacts is because it happened in broad daylight and it was impossible to hide. Okay? That's it. Missile interceptions are down 25%. I saw this. Senior intelligence official to NBC says only 65% Iranian missiles were intercepted in the past 24 hours, down from nearly 90 the day before. Now listen. This number is actually even more damning for the ballistic missiles. The number always for ballistic missiles has been significantly lower than Iron Dome. What they are doing is stat padding. Okay, they're boosting stats under normal circumstances. When they say the Tamir interceptors within the Iron Dome that work on short-range missiles, okay, bathtub rockets that fucking Hamas launches or Hezbollah launches into Israel, the 90% interception rate is actually high as fuck because these are much easier to intercept missiles. And more importantly than that, there are a lot of those missiles that don't even fucking, they don't even explode, right? Or they explode in the air because, again, they're made in fucking bathtubs. These are like farm-to-table missiles that they're making inside of the Gaza Strip. So that is seen as a successful interception. I think they do stat padding. And now, in spite of all of that, they're still trying to stat pad by talking about other short-range missiles that they're intercepting, or rather, the drones that they're intercepting. Okay, the Iron Dome is being currently used to intercept drones that are being launched all the way from Iran, and even then, it says it's only 65%. I would love to hear what the actual interception rate is for the big boys, for the actual ballistic missiles, the ones that do the hypersonic missiles, the ones that do actually fucking strike all of those targets that you're seeing, because the ones that leave a goddamn crater or take out an entire building, those are not fucking Shahed drones, okay? Those are literal ballistic missiles. So I suspect that the ballistic missiles, I've read something a while back that the ballistic missile interception rate was already around 60%, and I think it's much lower than that now. You did not have to call them farm to table. That was uncalled for. They're trying. I mean, I think I've said it before. It's organic. It's organically developed in the Gaza Strip, farm to table missiles. It's literally true. They make it with like parts of unexploded ordnance that Israel deploys in Gaza. Yeah, it's artisanal missiles. They are locally sourced, artisanal, farm-to-table missiles that Hamas is putting together. The order appears to bar real-time reporting from strike sites and could severely restrict independent documentation of Israeli and Iranian attacks. Details available in the link post below, which document in detail the gag orders the IDF has issued. Dear journalists, for your attention, the visit to Soroka, scheduled for tomorrow, has been canceled. Yeah, they are doing their very best to stop even the reporting from coming out, which is why I say, I mean, they've been doing this for the past couple of days, for the record. And it's important to note because that means, or even before this, even before this last round of censorship directed at the media and directed at people just filming their own demise in some instances, literally fucking filming a missile coming in their direction, like someone who is a member of Israeli society that's on their balcony going, what the fuck is this? That's illegal, right? The reason why I've said this is, or this is important to recognize for one reason and one reason only. That means any kind of reporting that you see out of Israel in terms of the impact sites is either A, happening in broad daylight, so it's impossible to avoid reporting on, or B, it is something that the Israeli government has decided is good for release. Like they want you to see it. They want, because they can like, do propaganda with it. What is this? Can I get an article by someone of Israel bombing a hospital in Tehran? I mean, just Google it. It wasn't in Tehran, I don't think. Yeah, here. Oh, this is Israeli hospital hit by Iran strike. Sorry. Here, this is it. Israeli strike damages hospital in West Iran as mutual attack kills dozens. It was in Kermanshah, Iran. They also struck a Red Crescent ambulance as well. Al-Farabi Hospital in Kermanshah. Yeah. This story about Israel hitting a hospital in Iran is from 2 days ago. Weird. There was almost no media coverage about it. I wonder why. Video shows hospital damaged by Israeli strike in western Tehran. An Israeli airstrike targeted the Farabi hospital in the western Iranian city of Kermanshah, badly damaging its facilities, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. The person speaking in the video can be heard saying that a specialized ward and hospital's intensive care unit were severely damaged. According to Iranian media, several patients were injured in the attack. That was from a couple days ago. But of course, that's different, They deserve it, I think. I don't fucking know. Anyway, Netanyahu rages at Iran after missile strike target.
Number one story in the world right now, Israel releasing footage of an airstrike on an Iranian heavy water reactor in Arak, A-R-A-K. The latest attack on Iran's nuclear program, sending massive plumes of smoke into the air.
And smoke seen over southern Israel after Iran carried out a direct strike on a hospital. A series of strikes by Tehran, injuring at least 89 people in and around Tel Aviv.
So let's go right to Mike Tobin. He is live in Israel at the scene of one of those Iranian strikes. Mike?
Exactly, Ainsley. This is Ramat Gan, where the cleanup is underway right now. Ramat Gan is on the east side of Tel Aviv. And as I step out of the shot, I can give you an idea of just how...
This guy is the most powerful guy in Israel. I've said this already. His neck is so fucking strong. He could tank a Shahed drone directly to the head, and it would actually fuck the drone up. Like, the drone would get fucked up. He would be fine, okay? He has the real Iron Dome, okay? He has the Iron Dome, and he has the iron neck. I've never seen a neck like this. I swear to fucking God, bro. It's crazy. Every time I see him, I'm like, this is not normal. This is not a normal neck at all. He looks like the guy, like the perfect human designed for surviving car crashes. It's wild. You say how cops look like thumbs too, to be fair. I mean, this guy probably was a cop, right? I assume at some point this motherfucker was a cop, or at least in the military. There is 0% chance this guy is like... There is 0% chance this guy never did something that's like cop-like, okay? There's 0% chance. Like, this is the type of dude who is so thumb-like, assigned cop at birth, that ACAB, assigned cop at birth, he is so fucking thumb-like that if he walked into a police precinct, they would be like, oh, you're the police chief, right? Thank you for coming, sir. You are the new police chief because you just look the part so hard. You have to be. He has the fucking, what's the child of God? The Cuban fighter? Was it Romero? Like, he has the same neck. Like, impossible to fucking submit this man. Yeah, Yoel Romero neck. Like, that is it. Dude, have you guys ever seen... Okay, let me just show you what I'm talking about so you understand. Actually, fuck it. Yoel Romero doesn't even know. Like, Yoel Romero would not even be able to contend with this man's neck. And he can't even move his neck. It's like wired shut.
Powerful the warhead was on that missile as it came through. The damage here stretches over several blocks. You've got a lot of apartment buildings, businesses, retail that are in here. The balconies are destroyed. Windows are broken.
Someone said Yoel Romero is like 25, by the way. No, he's not, brother. He was born in fucking 1977. What do you mean 25?
Looking out for blocks around the impact zone. And one of the things you might see, a lot of the trash is being pushed out of the high rise right now, so you might see some debris coming down. Also, Holon on the south side of Tel Aviv. That's an older residential area. That took a direct hit. And a hospital called Sirocco in the southern part of Israel was hit. When you talk about the dozens of people who were injured, most of those injuries are light. And I spoke with a paramedic out here this morning that says the reason you don't have more serious injuries is simply because the Israeli people are listening to those sirens.
The population is highly committed to the security and safety here, and we can see that even from rockets like this one, very little or few casualties because people are turning to the shelters and staying safe when the alarms.
Hey, you got Nick Raid. What's good? You got Nick Raid. Thank you for the raid, brother. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, hope you had a good stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are watching the media finally condemn hospitals being struck. All of a sudden, the media has decided this is unacceptable act of aggression. They've remembered that there are violations of international laws. Yeah. What did you do to Connor? Why is he like this now? I don't know. I don't know, but I've been loving his posting. Guys, I'm done making nuclear weapons not fun anymore. He keeps tweeting about how there's like he's made like 7 nukes or something, and he lost 2.
Sounds.
Following the ballistic missile attack, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took to X and posted, we, meaning Israel, will exact a price from the tyrants in Iran. What did he mean by that? Israeli fighter jets were active over Iran today. They hit a nuclear weapons development facility in the town of Natanz, but also hit an inactive heavy water reactor in the town of Iraq. So it's still very active scene over Iran, and the Israelis say they have air superiority, so the Israeli fighter jets can...
Yeah, by the way, once again, Israel, and I'm going to repeat this again, Israel has blown up every hospital in Gaza, every single one. They've sieged hospitals. They have violently apprehended doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals, tortured them, kidnapped them. Israel has also struck a hospital in Iran, as I covered earlier, okay? They struck a Farabi hospital in the western Iranian city of Kermanshah, badly damaging its facilities, okay? That was a couple days ago. You didn't probably hear it from the media. You might have heard it here. If you were watching me, I talked about it. But in the process of this hospital being struck, Israel also, once again, escalated the attacks and the violence by striking a fucking nuclear facility. Another nuclear facility.
Pretty much pick up.
Which is precisely the reason why now the Iranian leadership is saying they will respond in kind. Because remember, Israel strikes the national broadcaster, and then Iran says, we are going to do cyber warfare on your national broadcaster. Or try to tamper with your broadcasters, and issues an evacuation warning for these Israeli media outlets. They're not capable of hitting the media outlets in the same way that like Israel's capable of doing whatever the fuck it wants with complete protective cover from the United States of America. But basically, even with their diminished or even with their limited capabilities, it is as close to tit for tat as you can get. That's the name of the game. So when Israel strikes a nuclear plant, like Israel struck the oil depot in Tehran, Iran turned around and blew up the oil refinery facility in Haifa. These guys clearly have the capability of retaliating in kind. Even if it's diminished, it's still fairly significant retaliation. Retaliation that Israel has never really experienced in all of its history. So it is odd to me that knowing full well that, Iran has capabilities of retaliation, Israel still continues to increase the intensity and still continues to strike at targets that they know could potentially have retaliatory strikes on targets of their own.
Off targets at will. Guys, back to you.
You know, Mike, we're just talking, what if people have a job? Like if Brian were doing radio, would you be able to do that in one of the bunkers? Because you're interrupted in the middle of your day, and right now it's constant.
Well, you often see guys who will pick up and move to the bunkers in the middle of a live broadcast. And you see that with the local television as well. As far as people working here in this business / residential area, the one thing we see them bringing out, or two things we see them bringing out, is they're allowed one at a time back into their offices and apartment buildings, or their briefcases and the CPUs from their personal computers.
So life still goes on.
Mike, you were showing us in the building behind you and talking about specifically the warhead and the damage that it did. We've seen it as
striking a nuclear facility is not only stupid but reckless, but they were lucky there was no radiation. Yeah, which is precisely why, like, now that Israel has struck a nuclear facility, if Iran strikes the Israeli nuclear facility, what the fuck is going to happen? You know what I mean?
As each day goes by, it seems like the Iranians have fired fewer missiles, but are they using stronger warheads? Is that sort of a thing that's happening there?
Well, I think in this stage of the conflict, ever since Operation Rising Lion started, they went into their arsenal and they got things like their Fajr rockets, which are considerably more powerful than the Katyusha rockets that we saw come out of South Lebanon, and dramatically more powerful than the Qassam rockets, which are made in machine shops in the Gaza Strip.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
I think it says everything about Israel and about Iran. Israel is fighting to remove the nuclear and missile threat aimed at our annihilation. We're targeting military sites. We're targeting nuclear sites. We're targeting missile sites. They're targeting a hospital. In this hospital, there are patients who are immobile. They can't even move. Right next to it is a children's ward, a baby's ward, infants. They target it.
Fox News alert now. There you saw it moments ago. The Prime Minister Netanyahu visiting the site of a bombed-out hospital, warning Iran's supreme leader, you cannot continue to exist. Wow. After overnight missile strikes killed innocent civilians and those wounded, or over 80. Our next guest knows all about the Mideast war and terror. Retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Ken Tobo joins us. He led 6 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan and joins us now. Your reaction to what the Prime Minister just said, Ken, about, you know what, this guy can't continue to exist.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good example of the fact that the Iranians use basically indiscriminate weapons, both missiles, terrorism, and other effects that are generally directed against civilian populations.
I just, considering like Iran and Israel, both I nations, nations that start with the letter I like to close my eyes and think like they're actually talking about Israel for once, because in the case of Israel, every fucking statement is projection. Every single statement is projection. Israel defenders are always projecting.
Populations and frankly,
Let's
targets
see what the comments are saying.
Western militaries.
The irony would be hilarious if it weren't horrorish. Why is he mad about a missile hitting a hospital? The hypocrisy is unreal. Prayers for innocent civilians in both countries. They were hiding weapons in the hospital. This is Fox News, chat. This is the Fox News comment section. Has he forgotten what he has bombed in Gaza? From what I saw, the Iron Dome was nearby the hospital. Don't we all love propaganda? Shaking my damn head. Can't believe Iran bombed a hospital. Israel would never do that. Sarcastic. Israel is the victim of their own actions. American politicians should think about the homeless and poor people in America, not Israel. The number of homeless people in America is greater than the population of Israel. Mossad should not... Okay, that's not true. It's, I think it's like, what, 700,000 versus Israel is like 7 million or 9 million? Mossad should just not hide in hospitals and use patients as human shields. So Israel can dish it but not take it. Got it. I think at this point, like I was stating, the intensity and the severity of the cruelty that Israel has done and the arrogant ways in which Israel has defended this cruelty in broad daylight has caused even fucking Fox News watchers to go, I don't know. And you kind of see that. You see that with the lack of condemnations. Pre-October 7, if an action like this took place after Israel bombed Iran and Iran bombed Israel in retaliation, this would be a very different dynamic in the media. Every single outlet would be demanding that every single person basically behave like little politicians, do condemnations before they fucking start their day. Okay? Pre-October 7, if this had happened and Israel implemented a first strike in Iran out of fucking nowhere, right? I promise you, and Israel was, and Iran retaliated in kind. There would be daily condemnations demanded of every single person. And now, for the most part, you hear a lot of people in Israel demand statements of support, and they fall on deaf ears, or rather, they are directly condemned. The demands for support are condemned by Americans, by people in the Western world that go, really? Now you're fucking pissed off about a hospital being bombed? It is crazy. You got to laugh at that headline. Iran rockets hurt at least 89 Israelis.
Would not target, and I think what you see with the Israeli approach is a very precise campaign, and to try and limit collateral damage, but to have effect on the nuclear program.
So, General, when people say this is not our fight, America doesn't have a fight with Iran. This is Israel's problem. Do you feel differently?
Brian, kill me. Brian, kill me. Brian, kill myself. Do you feel like there's a do you feel like there's a problem? Do you feel like why can't we? Why can't we? Why can't we defend Israel? Please give me some reasons.
Yeah, I'm from that generation that has watched Iranians fight against U.S. and U.S. interests really since 1979 when they took our embassy. They've bombed embassies, Khobar towers, through Lebanese Hezbollah, one of their terrorist groups that they sponsor and fund. They've executed attacks on Americans really worldwide. And of course, during the Iraq War, they were a significant threat to us on the ground, and through their explosively formed penetrators that they were providing to the Shia militias, were killing Americans in large numbers.
You said, we dropped the bunker busters, they'll do the job in Fordo. The reaction. If you were on the ground in Iraq, in Syria, in Bahrain, our base in Bahrain, or Qatar, where do you think we'd be most vulnerable if they wanted to react? Should it be clear that we dropped the bunker busters on Fordo?
I am quite sure that our military commanders globally are on alert and preparing the capability to defend our troops. I think when you look at the Middle East, the Iranian capability is largely ballistic missiles, short, medium, and long range. And so I am sure that all those bases are worried about their air defenses and paying close attention to the news.
It's amazing. Their axis of resistance has been very quiet because they know the people that have been supplying them are getting their head kicked in. This is a big day, the 73rd anniversary, the birthday of the Green Beret. What is the Green Beret? People like you, how have you contributed to our armed forces?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Come on.
I'm here at the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba.
By the way, this dude has, because he is a IDF spokesperson, he has justified the bombing of many hospitals, for the record, like directly.
Site where a ballistic missile launched this morning from Iran hit directly this hospital. This is exactly the face of this regime.
Fox News, they're saying on Fox News that Trump is considered a tactical nuke on Iran. God help us. Hey, Martha. Heinrich on Iran. An article stated that Trump was considering a tactical nuke, that it was not one of the options that was presented to him. I was just told by a top official here that none of that report is true, that none of the options are off the table. What the
Senior White House
fuck?
correspondent Jackie Heinrich, fresh from the White House briefing. Hi, Jackie.
Hey, Martha. There have been a lot of
No, they're saying that Trump is denying that any of the options are off the table. Trump caution on Iran strike linked to doubts over bunker buster bomb. Officials say exclusive the likelihood of a successful U.S. strike on the Iranian nuclear facility buried deep underground at Fordow is a topic of deep contention. Defense officials say, oh my God. It's because there is no guarantee that even bunker busters, the GB-57, will be able to hit Fordow, and that they might have to use numerous missiles, or rather a tactical nuke, which is, of course, just a nuke. The idea that there is a baby nuke or a mini nuke is ridiculous. Also, Cy Hirsch is reporting here. Hirsch, despite Trump's denials, the plan is to bomb Fordow this weekend, so the market isn't too fucked up by Monday open. I have been told that the White House has signed off on an all-out bombing campaign in Iran, but the ultimate target is the centrifuge is buried at least 80 meters below the surface at Fordow will, as of this writing, not be struck until the weekend. The delay has come at Trump's insistence because the president wants the shock of the bombing to be diminished as much as possible. By the opening of Wall Street trading on Monday, Trump took issue on social media this morning with a Wall Street Journal report that said he had decided on the attack on Iran, writing that he had yet to decide on a path forward. References to the tactical nuclear weapons in this otherwise great Guardian story by Hugo Lowell are misleading. The U.S. would drop a strategic B-61-11 nuclear Earth penetrator with a yield of 300 to 400 kilotons. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were 15 and 21. The effectiveness of GBU-57s has been a topic of deep contention at the Pentagon since the start of Trump's term, according to two defense officials who were briefed that perhaps only a tactical nuclear weapon could be capable of destroying Fordow because of how deeply it is buried. Trump is not considering using a tactical nuclear weapon on Fordow, and the possibility was not briefed by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, in the meetings in the White House Situation Room. Two people familiar with the matter said, but the defense officials who received the briefing were told that using conventional bombs, even as a part of a wider strike package of several GBU-57s, would not penetrate deep enough underground, that it would only do enough damage to collapse tunnels and bury it under rubble. Those in the briefing heard that completely destroying Fordow, which Israeli intelligence estimates go down as far as 90 meters, would require the U.S. to soften the ground with conventional bombs, then ultimately drop a tactical nuclear bomb from a B-2 bomber to wipe out the entire facility, a scenario Trump is not considering. So Donald Trump said that he was not considering this, at least according to the Guardian article, and this is a response to these articles that have come out, Trump responding to those articles saying all options are on the table.
Headlines this afternoon, including one from The Guardian that claimed that the U.S. military has doubts about whether the bunker buster bombs could get the job done, and further claiming that only a tactical nuke maybe could finish it. And it further stated that the president is not considering a tactical nuke, that it was not one of the options that was presented to him. I was just told by a top official here that none of that report is true.
Yeah, they're saying the Guardian reporting is untrue, as in not to say like, oh, we're not even considering nukes. They're saying the Guardian reporting is untrue because we are considering everything, including nukes.
That none of the options are off the table, and the U.S. military is very confident that bunker busters could get the job done.
We're an insane country. We're an insane country. We are literally a stain on the earth, okay? I have repeatedly said over and over again, America is the only fucking nation on the planet that has deployed atom bombs on a civilian population in combat, okay? Whenever people say this country can't get a nuke, they're too dangerous. North Korea, Libya, and now Iran. I always laugh at this statement because we are the only country that have actually been insane enough to deploy nukes with our endless arrogance and our careless nature for human life. The assumption that no one else will be able to gain this technology to show the rest of the world what kind of violence, immediate violence, we are capable of. We did that not as a way to stop Japan. Okay? There was a diplomatic solution on the table. We did that as a way to show our next in line enemies, the USSR and everyone else around the world, what we were capable of, with the assumption that no one else would ever be able to have access to this technology, and that our tech superiority would allow us to be the domineering force on the planet. And look where we are now. No, this is the wrong take. This is incorrect. Are you of the mindset that Japan was never going to surrender unless it was forced to surrender with not one but 2 atom bombs? Is that the assessment, or are you gonna say, well, the nukes are a much better option than firebombing all of the crowded cities? Is that what you're gonna say? Because those are the two arguments. Or my favorite one is Japan was never actually going to surrender, at least the emperor, right? Except we allowed the emperor to remain. So I guess that was that consideration was no longer an issue after we deployed the atom bombs. We used the bombs because Truman and Brass did not understand what nukes were. Okay, fair. Wait, what? They thought they were bigger bombs? I've never heard this one before, but that's cool. At least it's a unique perspective. As in, like, they were bigger than the actual nukes that were deployed, or they just thought they were just like bombs, but kind of larger. Because I don't know if that's... Scientists and people closer to the project knew the bombs were new, but no one really knew what nukes were. I thought that they were briefed. Also, that doesn't make sense. Why did they hit the second one 2 days later? They tested them, first and foremost. And secondly, that doesn't make sense. Why'd they hit twice? Was the first one not enough? Anyway, this is crazy. They don't got internet. I mean, they literally didn't. They don't have internet back then.
Done at Fordo. The president is giving to senior White House court.
Peaceful dove, by the way. Not that this matters. Obviously, the hypocrisy does not fucking matter at all. Yeah, Israel slams Iran while flattening Gaza hospitals. This is from TRT World, Turkish outlet. Of course, they're going to highlight the hypocrisy.
يعد أي شيء من التطبيب بعد أن عاقت قوات مجمع الشفاء الطبي وأقسام.
Didn't Kodak Film know about the nuke testing because it was affecting film production? I mean, I don't know if they knew
Scenes
what was
many
going
in Israel
on,
never thought they would see. Iranian missiles finding holes in Israel's air defenses.
Wow.
Sorry if I missed it, but all flight to Middle Eastern cities have been suspended in the United States. Go on Twitter. People are now hating on LeBron. When he was in Miami Heat, he went and visited Israel. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Do you think I give a shit about that right now? Like, come on. I'm a LeBron Glazer, but like, do you think that that is the most... The White House just said tactical nukes, which are just nukes, okay? Nukes are an option on the table in a first strike policy against Iran, the Iranian nuclear facility. And you're talking about how people are making fun of La Goat for being La Zionist, okay? I don't give a shit, man. Time and place, chatter. That's crazy. And no, don't even come at me and be like, oh, Hasan, you're sheltering LeBron's legacy. It has now officially been tarnished. I don't care right now, okay?
with one hitting the Soroka hospital in southern Beersheba. Iran launched another wave of strikes across Israel after Israeli drones struck targets in central Tehran, including the headquarters of the Iranian Red Crescent Society. Israeli air defenses have been firing from densely populated civilian areas. Since October 7, Israeli forces leveled large parts of Gaza, accusing Hamas of doing just that.
There really are various sensitive installations and headquarters very near to the hospital because Israel places its military headquarters in the midst of civilian neighborhoods and towns, just as Hamas did in Gaza.
In Iran, doctors described Israeli attacks on hospitals as a bloodbath after the Farabi hospital in Kermanshah and the Red Crescent building in Tehran were hit. Iranians say Israel is systematically targeting hospitals the same way it has struck Palestinian medical facilities in Gaza. These are Israeli tanks firing at the Turkish hospital in the Strip. Israeli troops have been seen in medical facilities, including the underground Rambam healthcare campus in Haifa, as well as receiving treatment at the Ishilov hospital in Tel Aviv. It seems innocuous and routine for most countries, but Israel often cites the presence of fighters as a reason for soldiers to target Palestinian hospitals. These are Israeli troops disguised as doctors and patients during a raid inside Ibn Sina hospital in Jenin in the occupied West Bank. In Gaza, hospitals have been besieged, bombed and stormed by Israeli soldiers, and staff and patients have been arrested. Israeli soldiers have also routinely posted footage of themselves destroying medical equipment, such as this ultrasound machine in Gaza's only cancer hospital. And this soldier posted a video of a bulldozer destroying the Turkish hospital. Human rights workers have documented doctors and medics being arrested, tortured, and killed by the Israeli army.
Such pain here in Gaza and such impunity everywhere else. Oh, sorry. Maybe that's it. Sorry.
Israeli military censors, who usually block images of destruction, quickly released videos of this one being attacked. The Prime Minister called people targeting hospitals terror tyrants, and the Defense Minister said the targeting of hospitals and residential buildings is, quote, a war crime. Yet those humanitarian principles apply equally to Israelis, Iranians and Palestinians, and every hospital everywhere has to be protected, regardless of where it is located or who's attacking it. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
To what extent is this 2-week delay with Iran the result of interventions by the likes of...
Oh my God, we are such a fucking joke country. We are such a joke country. We are a country of jokes. We must be joking when we actually cover stuff like this. Sincerely. They're talking about Donald Trump's withholding of like his Donald Trump not striking Iran immediately as a direct consequence of like what a fucking podcast co-host has said about him. And the saddest part about this is that it might be valid. Like, that's what's so fucked up about it. It might literally be a valid concern for the fucking administration. Like, under any other circumstance, under any other administration, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. What do you mean Tucker Carlson? Like, as though some kind of commentator is going to actually set back a tremendously consequential foreign policy decision. But, like, this is the one time in the one country where that could be a matter of concern. Oh my God. Insane timeline, dude. Insane fucking timeline. Insane country. Everything is so messed up. I don't know what else to say. It's just everything is busted. Everything is broken. We are a stain on this planet.
Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, or the entreaties of European leaders who want a de-escalation?
Look, the president hears all voices across the country, and he makes...
Go live in Iran? Dude, I swear to God, these dumb fucks, bro. It's so funny. It's like, I talk about the insane violence that Israel is doing in Gaza. They're like, go live in Gaza. I can't. Why would I live there right now? Israel is doing a fucking genocide. Then I talk about Israel blowing up Iran and the potential for an American first strike that might even have nuclear weapons deployed for the first time since the last time America did this on a fucking civilian population. And you go, why don't you go live under that? Why don't you go live under the fucking nuclear mushroom? Netanyahu has options to escalate further, which would destroy any talks. With Trump giving breathing room for diplomacy, Netanyahu may play a role he's perfected over years. A spoiler, while Israel can't hit Fordow alone, it has other options for escalation that compliance talks for Iran plus DC. Bibi's U.S. ambassador has spoken a big Thursday, Friday attack. Do you have any information about the dangerous U.S. Israel-Iran situation that the public should know? Watch, too, for Netanyahu's hawkish allies abroad to attempt to, again, increase the chance of a U.S. strike. From AIPAC to longtime regime change proponents, they see this moment as one they cannot allow to slip away and have more experience, savvy, plus institutional heft than Trump. Israeli officials appear to be editing contrast and angle on the images in their airstrikes in Iran and posting them on separate days to appear new. The image below clearly shows overlapping details with modifications only to image and resolution. There appear to be many cases of this. The IDF completed several extensive strikes on military targets in the Iranian regime in western Iran. This was June 17th. And here it is in June 16th. What did the Israeli Air Force accomplish in Iran last night? 20-plus surface-to-air missiles were dismantled before they were launched towards Israel's home front. Approximately 100 targets were struck in Isfahan, central Iran. Around 50 fighter jets and aircraft identified and struck missile storage sites and surface-to-surface missile launchers that were ready for launch towards Israel. I suspect that I suspect that this is yet another attempt to distort or overemphasize Israel's military capabilities and try to undermine the severity of or the capacity of Iranian retaliation. But considering that the Israeli Home Command turned around and said, we are going to lower the restrictions for Israeli society sheltering in place, and then Iran was able to successfully target numerous sites in broad daylight in Tel Aviv in a way that was impossible to contain, from the Western media and prying eyes that were literally there and filming it. I suspect that obviously both sides are engaging in propaganda war, information war. This is a normal part of global war nowadays. This is precisely what happened in Ukraine and Russia. That's the reason why we don't have accurate combat casualty reports from either side, right? Information is suppressed deliberately. It's difficult to do so. It's difficult to completely suppress all information coming out, obviously, because we live in the internet age, and governments have yet to figure out the most successful methods of just completely stopping information from coming out. But in spite of it all, in spite of the overestimation of in spite of the overestimation of Israeli capabilities and the underestimation of Iranian deployment, Iranian missile striking capabilities, it seems like Iran is still capable of launching missiles that are able to avoid the anti-missile defense systems and strike Tel Aviv directly. What is this? Khamenei. Man has a responsibility to understand women's needs and feelings and must not be neglectful towards her emotional state. Wow, the Supreme Leader is woke from 2013. NTSB recommendations. This is for Boeing. Hold on. Exiled Crown Prince of Iran is on Fox News. I'm sure he has plenty of great things to say.
The regime. So perhaps if they are not as aggressive as they were before, standing behind this regime, that's a good indication that even they have lost faith about this regime's survival.
Fascinating. Thank you very much.
This is a part of the This is a part of the consent manufacturing initiative to be like, this is the guy. Everybody wants him. Everybody wants him to be the new leader. Nobody wants him to be the new leader. They see him as a Western puppet, and Iranians do not like Western puppets, okay? Especially Iranians that don't like the current regime, the current administration, okay? Iranians that don't like the Islamic Republic still understand how the Islamic Republic rose to power as a direct consequence of this fucking asshole's dad, okay? And how ruthless and how violent that fucking asshole's dad was, and how he was a Western puppet that was placed in a position of power in Iran. So make no mistake, there are plenty of people in Iran who don't want the current administration. There are plenty of people in Iran who want regime change. It's an understandable desire for many Iranians, especially considering that the Islamic Republic is very repressive, okay? Repressive to a degree that is unironic. It factors 0% into my analysis of who's in the right and who's in the wrong with respect to Israel and Iran, of course. That does not matter. It is utterly inconsequential in this conversation. The only reason why I'm bringing this up is specifically to tell you how this regime change conversation that is being entertained in Western media is simply a broader effort to justify a decapitation strike with the hopes of a regime change that won't be an incredibly destabilizing force, but rather will be successful. It won't. There is no world in which Iran will entertain turning into fucking Libya, okay? Iranians, no matter how resentful they might be of the current order of business, are not going to go, thank God you're fucking killing us. Thank God you're blowing up our beautiful cities that have been around, that have been intact for hundreds of years. That is not happening. So the more Israel escalates this violence, the more they are developing resentment towards Israel in Iran, which already existed. And not only that, okay, not only that, but also Khamenei is perhaps the best, most diplomatic person to hold centralized power in Iran. And this is the only reality that has caused the American-backed coalition from escalating further instantly. I covered this yesterday from analysis from a academic that specifically covers Hezbollah. Destabilization in Iran will cause tremendous retaliation to take place in the entire region. Khamenei is a beacon of restraint in comparison to what might unfold. Sure, there is no logistical supply chain of missiles and rockets that you can send to Hezbollah or the Houthis or whatever once the regime is decapitated. But the people are also no longer going to be listening to a force that is demanding restraint, even to a fault at certain points, because of their interest in avoiding further casualties for their own population. Because Khamenei has an obligation as a leader of a state, as a head of a state, he has an obligation to avoid human casualties. Every head of state operates with this boundary, no matter how fucking violent they are. Even Vladimir Putin makes this calculation at times. Okay? It's the reason why he won't use a nuke, for example, because if he uses a nuke, then, you know, his entire country is going to be nuked. It's a mutually assured destruction. Every head of state has this obligation, no matter how violent they are. Israel has this obligation. Israel also has this obligation. The problem with Israel is that they feel a false sense of infallibility, and because of the past 77 years of occupation and violence that they've dished out with very little retaliation in return, Israel has a tendency to miscalculate how strong their defenses actually are. What you are watching right now in these tit-for-tat Iranian strikes that are taking place in Tel Aviv is a byproduct of Israel's miscalculation. The idea that they are invulnerable, the idea that the Iron Dome is the greatest piece of technology that can always protect Israel from any sort of severe repercussions born out of their endless appetite for destruction in the region. It is wrong. This is a miscalculation. Do you understand? It's not wrong when you are dominating the captive population of Gaza, because Gaza's retaliatory attacks, the Palestinian resistance and its retaliation is severely limited, and the Iron Dome can create a decent protective banner, with the exception of October 7. But it is not an invulnerable magic shield that just is perfectly capable of stopping every single ballistic missile from entering the Israeli airspace. It just doesn't work that way. And you are seeing that. Grand Ayatollah Sistani in Iraq has also issued stern warnings that attacking Khamenei would descend the region into chaos, despite the differing perspective of Najaf and Qom have over theology, in my understanding. Yeah, there's Shias all around, too. America thinks about its responses and thinks about all of the events that may unfold in the aftermath of a severe escalation of violence against Iran. Do you think they are incapable of assassinating Khamenei right now? Do you think that Mossad, that has been able to penetrate deep into Iranian society, the same espionage tools that allowed them to literally build a fucking drone facility in the heart of Iran and use those drones against the Iranian air defenses before they did a fucking strike on Iranian soil? That same deep penetration that exists is incapable of knowing where fucking Khamenei is at any given moment and kill him? Why do you think they haven't killed him yet? The reason why they have not killed Khamenei is not because he is an expert at hiding. The reason why they haven't killed Khamenei yet is because they're still entertaining different options, from the least violent option all the way to the most violent option, which would be a nuclear first strike. They're entertaining all options, but the reason why they haven't assassinated him yet and instead have basically effectively dismantled top brass of the IRGC, which obviously is not going to be as effective as you think it is because they have contingency plans. This is a literal fucking state. Okay? The reason why they haven't done so is because I think the Israeli assessment and the American assessment here is that what comes next, the day after, in a decapitation strike against the Ayatollah, could potentially be a much more violent force that is not invested in the same level of restraint that we have seen thus far from Khamenei. Because no matter how the American media covers it, if you actually look at the strike priorities and the weapons used and the intensity of the strikes, Iran has always been infinitely more restrained than Israel. So restrained that maybe it's restrained to a fault. Do you understand? There is no promise that whoever comes into power after Khamenei will be as restrained. But there is the promise that the Iranian people will be galvanized in the aftermath of a decapitation strike that takes out Khamenei. That is a 90 million population, a very proud people that are already very fucking pissed off. So if your goal is to destabilize the country and implement regime change by force, this is perhaps the worst possible way of doing that. Iran has not only been retaliatory and infinitely more restrained than Israel and the US, Iran has not done the escalation. Oh, of course. Dude, you are hallucinating about the Khamenei. He has been fighting with other people's lives for his war for years, and will those countries he's taking advantage of his fucking ideology? What are you? Dude. Just take a deep breath and retype what you're trying to say. I feel like you got so excited to fucking spit out as many takes as you possibly can that you just kind of jumped over your own point a little bit. RGC Commander Mohsen Rezai says Iran has only revealed 30% of its capabilities against Israel. I mean, they do talk a big game, so I would take this with a grain of salt. In an interview with Iranian state media, the senior official made the following points. Iran knew there would be an Israeli attack, but believed it would come after the negotiations, so the timing came as a surprise. In preparation for war, Iran significantly increased its missile production for 3 months. All enriched nuclear material has been transported to secure locations. Iran cannot stop its response to Israel until it assures that it will never attack them again. He also added that Israel intended to plunge Iran into a devastating, chaotic war that would turn the country into a new Syria. Instead, he stated, Israel has now been turned into Syria. Yeah, that hasn't happened. My Iranian friends who hate him would hate even more if the U.S. or Israel takes him out. The anti-regime people want to change the regime themselves and would keep the regime instead of being a puppet again. Yeah. I know this from my own personal experiences and what I know of what took place in Turkey. There is a reason why Turkey is the most anti-American state, despite being a fucking NATO ally and despite being a vassal state, servile to American interests in the region, and plays the wonderful role of servant in the region, which Erdogan does all the time. Look at Syria. Turkish people hate America and they fucking hate Israel. Okay? You look at the polls. It's like 90% disapproval for America, 90% disapproval for Israel. Is crazy. A big part of the reason why they fucking despise America is because of the failed coup that took place that every Turkish person understands was directly implemented by the United States of America. Fethullah Gülen, an American CIA asset that created a parallel state in the country. In the aftermath of that, and I repeat this over and over again, while the split in Turkish society was always 50-50, 51% favoring the Erdogan coalition and 49% favoring the opposition, in the aftermath of that failed coup, Erdogan was able to bring together tremendous popular support. He was seen as the guy who saved Turkey from being, being a puppet of U.S. empire and being controlled by an American puppet, which is ironic because one could say that Erdogan is an American puppet himself. He was able to turn around and do a referendum that gave him tremendous power, and people voted for it. So all of this fantasy, all of this back and forth of like regime change, Reza Pahlavi, he's going to be fucking welcomed as a liberator. It's going to happen any moment now. All of that is fucking bullshit. It's just the media telling you why this must happen. And considering how little repercussions members of the media, the professional media class, face for giving wrong information out every step of the way as they bang on the war drums, and this has happened a million times over, as you know, they know there are no repercussions coming for them, so they could just lie like this over and over again. Okay? A lot of people either don't know or don't remember, but FETÖ supporters in Turkey helped Erdogan get elected in the first place. Erdogan only started to break away from FETÖ and started stealing his base once his power was consolidated. Yes. Erdogan also has never stopped being a fucking loyal servant to American interests either. Let's continue. Skipping the Tucker Carlson point.
We are following breaking news. The
Here's
White
the
House
update.
is now.
Trump is going to wait 2 more weeks for diplomacy. Here's my assessment. Wee woo, speculation alert. We don't know how much Israel has in its arsenal of defense. We don't know. That's obviously confidential. But judging by the reports on both Wall Street Journal and everywhere else, it seems like their stock is being depleted at an alarming rate. Okay? And Israel cannot entertain this belligerent use of force, this escalation, without having sufficient defenses. I suspect that Israel, not the small interceptors, by the way. I'm not talking about the Tamir interceptors. Those are whatever, right? Those are not capable of hitting the big ballistic missiles that are doing the actual damage. Based on all of the information that I've read on Israeli stockpiles and judging by all of the analysis we've seen so far, as far as like the anti-missile defense systems oftentimes failing to intercept the actual big ballistic missiles, with a bunch of successful strikes on Tel Aviv and all around the Israeli nation state, including the direct impact sites that we don't get to see on military sites, like in the Negev desert and things like that. I suspect that the Israeli defense capabilities are not designed to withstand unlimited attacks for an extended period of time from a country that is lobbing ballistic missiles. Okay? Washington Post has reported on the stockpiles as well. Will Israel's interceptors outlast Iran's missiles? The answer may shape the war. Israel is firing interceptors fast as it can produce them. That has raised questions within the Israeli security establishment about whether the country will run low on air defenses before Iran uses up its ballistic arsenal, according to 8 current and former officials. Now, what's interesting about this is just the interceptors. They're talking about when they say interception or when they say Iron Dome, that is colloquially a much broader umbrella of defenses. You have American THAAD anti-air defense systems that were sent to Israel after Operation True Promise 1 or 2. I think it was after 2 that they sent those because those had direct impact sites. You have the THAAD system. You have, which is insanely expensive. The THAAD system is both insanely expensive and America can't consistently resupply, okay? We've seen some of the THAAD systems actually fail as well. You also have Arrow, the Arrow defense systems. Those are for ballistic missiles, okay? You also have the David Sling system, again, for ballistic missiles. And then you have the Iron Dome. What is actually known as the Iron Dome is an Israeli-American project that is there for short-range missiles and drones, right? So all of these systems that they have to be consistently replenished, okay? Because they don't have an endless supply of these missiles. These missiles are, for example, I think the media, NBC tends to use Iron Dome as a stand-in for Israel's multi-layered missile defense, which is very misleading. I'm interpreting the NBC report as entire multi-layered defense system only intercepting 65% of the missiles, including David Sling, Arrow, and THAAD. Iron Dome itself is pretty shit against ballistic missiles. It's kind of a last-ditch effort, as we saw when they deployed like 20 Iron Dome missiles and none of them intercepted the ballistic missile in that video that we saw a night ago. Now, that's the main question. My speculation is Israel will run out sometime next week of all the big boys that are necessary for the actual defense, because the ballistic missiles are the big boys. Those are the ones that they have to fucking intercept. The drones are limited in their impact. You can overwhelm with the drones, and if you don't have any air defenses, then drones can be impactful, but clearly Israel is very good in terms of the Tamir interceptors, which also can run out, for the record. But these systems are unimaginably expensive, and I suspect they have like a 2-week window. And that is precisely the reason why I'm saying that Israel has to either A, if they're not going to allow, if America is not going to interfere, Israel has to go in and blow up all of the launchers. But they have been incapable of doing this. They have not been able to blow up all the launchers. So as long as missiles are still coming in, they can slow down the number of missiles that they need to intercept, but they can't stop it altogether. So if they can't blow up all the launchers and they're still getting hit with missiles, that timeline might extend a little bit, but it's still going to be consequential as it has been for the past couple of days. This is the reason why America has to join. If they want to do a long war of attrition, America has to join so that American bases will become missile sponges. Because every missile that is being deployed in the direction of an American base is a missile that is not being sent to Tel Aviv. Okay? That's what I think is the plan here. And that's why I think they're going to do this perhaps this weekend. This is speculation again. This is complete speculation. I'm telling you right now, there is no way to know that this is what's going to happen. This is, judging by what I have seen thus far, I suspect that their goal ultimately is to bring in the United States of America so that they can at least change some of the strike targets away from Israel, because they won't be able to defend Israel, to American bases in the region, which are ultimately defenseless, by the way. American bases in the region, if they were fucking struck with these kinds of ballistic missiles, would go bye-bye. American bases in the region do not have the same level of anti-aircraft defense systems that Israel has on Israel proper. The American resources in the region are obviously also focusing on, American resources in the region are exhausted as well, and because they're focusing on defending Israel. There are so many bases surrounding Iran that there is no way that they'd be able to successfully defend every single American base. This is part of the reason why they also pulled some of the troops away and the embassies and the family members of embassies away from the region. American bases are protected by the principle that if you strike an American base, you're fucking striking against America. That's what that's the underlying principle that protects these bases more so than anti-aircraft anti-missile defense systems. Okay, they're protected by the fact that there's fucking aircraft carriers in the region, right? But if America decides to strike Iran and enter the conflict, then Iran has to strike against America. Iran has to retaliate against America. Would America ask for help from NATO countries after these hypothetical attacks? No, who's to say that they haven't already? Who's to say that other NATO nations aren't already en route and have been offering surveillance capabilities and refueling capabilities to both Israeli fighter jets and also the Israeli Air Force in general, both in Gaza and in Lebanon and in numerous other places that Israel has chosen to attack? Are you saying you want Iran to attack USA bases? Cap? Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm telling you what I think Iran is going to do. They've already said that they're going to do this. Didn't they strike multiple U.S. bases after Trump assassinated Soleimani, though? Why did that not escalate further? Because the impact was severely limited. That's why. Ironically enough, this is the reason why this is how I think they're going to get Trump to do this. I think people in Trump's ear right now are pointing to how he was so brave and bold for assassinating Qasem Soleimani, which was a severe escalation from the American side, and how limited the Iranian retaliation was in response to the assassination of a high-ranking and very, very famous IRGC leader. I think if I were to be in Trump's ear and I was like this fucking bloodthirsty ultra Zionist, I would tell him, Mr. Trump, this is called peace through strength. This perfectly is within the confines of what you said you wanted to do. You have said time and time again you don't want Iran to have a nuke, and you don't want Iran to be a destabilizing force in the region any longer. This will be perfect for your legacy, and it will be super easy to do. Okay, we have the biggest dicked military on the planet. And look at how the Iranians failed to retaliate in kind when you assassinated Qasem Soleimani. I suspect people in Trump's ear are telling him this. Okay? They're pointing to a time when Trump, in the last administration, did something against Iran that was a severe escalation. And that Iran did not retaliate in response in a way that was so severe that it escalated the conflict. This is why I think I hope this doesn't happen, but my big fear is they hit Fort Au with American weapons as a mechanism to become to turn the American bases in the region into bullet sponges, basically, and missile sponges, so that beautiful Israel does not get targeted. Because beautiful Israel does not have enough anti-air defenses to withstand a war of attrition directly between Iran and Israel. Big, beautiful Israel. So when Trump says 2 more weeks for diplomacy, I don't know if that's the case.
Issued a timeline.
I hope it's true, and I hope it doesn't happen.
For when President Trump will decide whether to take action against Iran. This is Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just moments ago.
Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
Now, in the meantime, Iran claims that it's shooting down Israeli drones over Tehran. And moments ago, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to strike all of Iran's nuclear facilities. Let's go to CNN's Clarissa Ward, who is live for us in Israel. Clarissa, does Israel believe that Trump has 2 weeks' time to make a decision?
Well, we haven't yet had, Brianna, any official reaction here in Israel to this news, this 2-week timeline. But I can tell you, based on conversations I've been having previously, that this is not what Israeli officials want to hear. They had been feeling quietly optimistic. They had given timelines of 24 to 48 hours. I think there's a sense from the Israeli perspective that you have to act when you have the momentum, and that slowing things down and allowing for diplomacy, which is very much the favored option for much of the world, but not here in Israel, that carries a cost with it in terms of potentially losing that momentum. The other question, of course, Brianna, becomes how much firepower does Israel have in terms of keeping up the...
I like that. I like that she said, it's not an option here in Israel. Diplomacy. not a favored option here in Israel.
Same level of strikes against Iran, and can they keep that going at the same pace for another 2 weeks? So this will really be an open question now in terms of how Israeli officials interpret it and also how they officially respond to it, because it's been notable that up until this point they have been very careful about not explicitly advising the U.S. to get involved, about not wanting to be seen as trying to strong-arm President Trump or push him to make one decision or another. The sort of party line, if you like, has been very much to say that they are grateful for all the assistance that the U.S. has given up until now, primarily in a defensive.
She said within 2 weeks, not after 2 weeks. So anything can happen in those 14 days. It could be tomorrow or next day. I think the real reason why it would be closer, it would be sooner rather than later, is because of what I just mentioned. But maybe it's just insane speculation, okay? I don't know. I like I said, we will speculation alert. The reason why I'm just judging by what I've seen thus far and Israel's defense capabilities. I think, Friday night after market close it seems consistent with what Trump has done in the past. What you just wait, hold on. This is actually a very funny thing that I've also thought about that I haven't talked about, but where is it? Someone in the chat said, what are the odds that this is simple petty bitch behavior from Trump and he just wants to punish Israel for the initiation of this conflict? That is the funniest outcome, and I don't think that's the case. But I have thought about this as well. What if Trump actually wants to fucking negotiate with Iran eventually, but he's just allowing Israel to experience a little bit of the punishment because he's pissed off because Israel keeps like making him look bad and he hates looking bad. But I don't think that's the case. It's the craziest. I envision a million different scenarios when conducting this kind of analysis. That's one of them. It's a very stupid one, but there is definitely a pettiness associated with American foreign policy, especially under the banner of Trump. Like there was zealotry associated with American foreign policy under Biden, ideological zealotry. In terms of like ultra Zionist sentiment that I think factored into their considerations, just like and most likely clouded their judgment. But I can totally see that being one of the. I mean, I envision that being one of the possibilities. I don't think that's the case, but I have also thought about this as well, where it's like Trump is just kind of doing this so that Israel gets a little bit of, shut up juice and recognizes their place in this dynamic, by force. And it's almost like a pressure valve that you're releasing because there's so much anger and resentment towards Israel that, a little bit of sowing after so much reaping is not necessarily the worst thing from his estimation, maybe, but I don't think that's the case.
Capacity and that they are, waiting and watching to see what President Trump decides. So, as I said before, this 2-week timeline unlikely to be very popular here in Israel, but as we have seen so many times with President Trump, this could well be some kind of an obfuscation tactic.
I spammed this yesterday. My professor at Yale grad knows who you are and specializes in nuclear deterrence and is a U.S. grand strategy. No glaze, but watching you healthily dominate classroom discussions. Would you have him on? I'm taking a summer IR class at Yale. I mean, maybe.
It's not clear whether this really means that there is now some room for diplomacy to try to play out and to slow down the dramatic.
Yes, Sky News breaking news. Norway Foreign Ministry says explosion occurred in Tel Aviv at residence of Norwegian ambassador in Israel. I find it very strange because Norway is one of the few fucking countries that's like unironically more anti-Israel than the rest of Western Europe. So that's that's real weird shit. Like, that is odd, let's just say.
Escalation, Brianna, that we have seen over the last week.
Yeah, very good point. Clarissa Ward, thank you so much. Let's go now to CNN's Kristen Holmes, who was in that White House press briefing. Kristen, just tell us about what you are observing here. The president likes to talk, as Clarissa said, about 2 weeks so often. It's hard to really put stock in what he's saying here, or what his quote was as delivered by the White House press secretary.
Yeah, that's right, Brianna. But I mean, you have to remember here, we're talking about a very specific thing. In the past, when he's used this 2 weeks, it's been kind of vague, or I can tell you down the road if Putin wants peace in 2 weeks. He is saying here, and this is something we're going to hold him accountable to, I'm making a decision in 2 weeks if we cannot get to the table on some kind of deal here. I mean, that is a very specific time frame. Now, we're actually trying to get more answers on this. Does that mean that he is going to authorize strikes on Iran at the 2 weeks?
Oh, by the way, Tommy Vitor kind of glazing his own fucking initiative here, as he was a NSC staffer for Obabe. But this does deserve rightful praise. During the fight over Iran nuclear deal, opponents clutched their pearls and expressed outrage when you said the choice was diplomacy or war. Well, now there's a war. The JCPOA worked. Diplomacy works. Democrats need to fight for diplomatic solutions to security problems. As I've said before, it is the Obama administration's signature foreign policy accomplishment. So, yeah, you get to gloat a little bit. This is one of the few instances where you get to fucking gloat. Because if you're not going to do this, then they deserve nukes, okay? They deserve to have nukes, not deserve to be nuked, by the way. Make no mistake. Okay? Yeah, January 2016, JCPOA nuclear deal is implemented. This is the number of installed centrifuges in all sites. Actual versus planned. May 2018, Trump withdraws from the deal. And as you noticed, Iran still follows. Iran still follows the provisions of the deal that Trump withdraws from. Notice how they don't do this for an extended period of time. They don't actually mention it here, but Trump implements additional sanctions in spite of Iran following the deal. They were no longer obligated at this point, beyond this point, and they still followed. And then Trump added fucking sanctions. So just remember that. It is alarming that under normal circumstances, mainstream media loves Obabe, Barack Hussein Obabe, and yet they have been noticeably quiet on mentioning this key detail. It's very strange because they fucking hate Trump, right? Like, mainstream media is liberal. Okay? Mainstream media is so liberal, right? They're freaking libtards. They hate Trump. They hate Trump because they ain't Trump. All this shit. So why aren't they bringing this up to be like, hey, there was, I think, an alternative method of dealing with this. And yet it has not been dealt with through diplomacy, even though it was successful in the past. What's that about? All of this could have been avoided if Trump stayed in the JCPOA. If he didn't like parts of the agreement, then renegotiate. Worried that provisions will sunset, negotiate an extension. Art of the deal guy. This problem is 100% Trump's making. There are some people are sending me stuff from Iran. The Israeli Air Force carries out precise operations targeting specific locations in the Loizan area of the Iranian capital, Tehran, where the leaders of the tails, Khamenei, is hiding. So maybe they're doing the decapitation strike now, which would be... I doubt it, but who knows? I don't know. This is the only thing that we've seen. This is the information coming out of Iran is even more limited than Israel. Advisor to the Iranian Foreign Minister, Security Services thwarted a major Israeli plot against Minister Arakshi a few days ago in Tehran. Yeah, one of the byproducts of this has been me getting better and better at saying Khamenei's name as opposed to saying Khamenei. This is Hasan. I told you China and Russia is going to monitor B-2 bomber flights to gather data on how to detect them. That's crazy to fucking use Iran as a... That is insane, okay? That's insane to, what, use the entire nation of Iran, an incredibly valuable ally to especially China, as simply bait to monitor B-2 bomber activity. That's fucking nuts. I can see that for Russia, but I doubtful that you still mispronounce Bangladesh, idiot. Do I? Did I say it wrong? Oh, Bangladesh. Bangladesh. In Turkey we say Bangladesh. That's part of the reason why. Anyway. Real numbers, though, be what? 10%? No clue, to be honest. They definitely intercepted a decent amount from that large barrage 12 hours ago, but they expanded a lot of interceptors on that defense. Regardless, admitting to 65% even is a bad indicator. For what it's worth, there are experts who've claimed less than 5%. The data isn't really there to tell for sure, but I think it's a total piece of shit. I think the media, NBC, tends to use Iron Dome as a stand-in for Israel's multi-layered defense system, but yeah, Iron Dome itself is pretty shit against ballistic missiles. Kind of a last-ditch effort. Bangladesh? Bangladesh falan demiyoruz amına koyayım. Bangladesh diyoruz. Öyle mi? O zaman ben Türkiye'de de yanlış. I was wrong. Turks don't say Bangladesh. I was wrong. Bangladesh is how Turks say it. So they say it right. I was just a wrong Turk. And the entire time I thought that's just how you said it. My apologies. Oh, yeah, by the way, there's a standoff taking place right now. Dodgers and the Department of Homeland Security are at odds over agents' presence at stadium grounds amid tensions in Los Angeles over fucking ICE raids. Chaos unfolding all around the planet. What is Donald Trump doing? I don't know. Escalating towards nuclear annihilation. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic. Love to experience historic events unfolding in real time in broad daylight with genuinely no democratic pressure valve or no way of like combating even a little bit of it, because the very idea of the democratic process existing is blowing up right in front of our eyes. Something that I have talked about routinely, but it still sucks when you are experiencing it. Definitely not great. Dodgers claim they did not allow ICE to use their parking lot, but I've seen conflicting reports. Bangladesh diye Fatih Altaylı da diyor. Eski hali o olabilir. Ben yaşlıyım. 33 yaşında adamım. Ondan belki. All right. Here's Seymour Hersh, legendary journalist, one of the greatest living investigative reporters of basically every generation. Okay, now Turks used to say Bangladesh, and now they say Bangladesh. So I wasn't wrong. Turks used to mispronounce it. And because I'm 33 years old and an old man, anyway, this is completely irrelevant to the main point of contention here. Let's get to Seymour Hersh's reporting on this. As you guys know, Cy Hersh had a fantastic reporting on the Nord Stream pipeline at a time when the media was just like fully invested in the narrative that the pipeline was actually exploded by Russia itself, which was really fucking stupid, and yet they still tried to go along with this narrative. Cy Hersh, on the other hand, had reporting that the CIA was involved in it, if not directly caused this attack. I still lean on the side of CIA involvement rather than Ukrainians doing this on their own, considering the sophistication necessary and the training necessary to be able to conduct a deep sea explosion such as this one. Like the tools necessary and the expertise necessary to be able to do this and the training necessary to be able to do this, I don't think Ukraine is capable of pulling that off on their own. Anyway, he's come out with more reporting. Of course, before that, he exposed the My Lai massacre in Vietnam, the torture at Abu Ghraib, and he is, a very famous reporter for that. And mainstream resources never actually, they never forgave him for that. Okay. As someone who scuba dives a lot, it's fairly easy to strap explosives to a pipe. Please stop. Please. The idea that you are going to be able to successfully blow up a fucking pipeline 75 meters underwater in hostile territory without getting caught or without actually blowing yourself up on accident, like, because you have to be able to successfully implement this, and therefore you have to consistently fucking train for this sort of thing. You are not Tom Cruise, man. It's a thick ass pipe that was designed to withstand like natural disasters. Anyway, chatters be like, nah, not me. I'm different. Nah, dude. I'm fucking Tom Cruise, brother. Fuck you mean. I'm fucking Thomas Jebediah Cruise. Is Mission Impossible. More like Mission Possible for me. Armchair Saboteur is crazy. Yeah. Dude, it's just like when I fucking dove to see the coral reef, you know? Same experience necessary. There are probably a collective total of like 100 people on the planet that are capable of doing a sophisticated act of sabotage like this. And there are chatters in my chat, like literally so much pressure, both literally and figuratively, to be able to conduct this without getting caught. And you guys are like, nah, this is just like when I went to fucking Mexico and I saw some turtles on the beach before, scuba diving a little bit. It's crazy. There's like maybe maximum 100 people that can do this. And I guess all 100 of them are in my chat right now. I can handle thick pipe under pressure. This is a report on what is most likely to happen in Iran as early as this weekend, according to Israeli insiders and American officials I've relied upon for decades. Okay? Sai is deeply fucking embedded in Washington, D.C. His reporting is excellent. He has a tremendous track record. So I have no reason to believe that this is not going to happen. Oh, shit. Is this only is paywalled? Fuck. I thought this article was God damn it. Okay. American officials, it will entail heavy American bombing. I've vetted this reporting with a longtime U.S. official in Washington who told me that it will all be under control if Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei departs. Just how that might happen, short of his assassination, is not known. There's been a great deal of talk about American firepower on targets inside Iran, but little practical thinking, as far as I can tell, about how to remove a revered religious leader with enormous following. I've reported from afar on the nuclear and foreign policy of Israel for decades. My 1991 book, The Samson Option, told the story in the making of the Israeli nuclear bomb and America's willingness to keep the project secret. The most important unanswered question about the current situation will be the response of the world, including that of Vladimir Putin, the Russian president who has been an ally of Iran's leaders. The United States remains Israel's most important ally, although many here and around the world abhor Israel's continuous murderous war in Gaza. The Trump administration is in full support of Israel's current plan to rid Iran of any trace of a nuclear weapons program, while hoping the Ayatollah-led government in Tehran will be overthrown. Okay, we found a way to bypass the paywall. Saad Abedin basically summarizes the Substack post. A major U.S. bombing campaign against Iran is expected to begin as early as this weekend, according to his trusted Israeli and American sources. Approved by the Trump administration, the strikes will focus on key military and nuclear infrastructure, including the fortified Fordow facility, while Iran's most advanced centrifuges are located deep underground. The delay in timing, Hirsch reports, is due to Trump's desire to avoid disrupting U.S. markets when trading opens Monday. The operation goes beyond targeting Iran's nuclear capabilities. It aims to destabilize the country's leadership. U.S. and Israeli planners are counting on the internal unrest to break out, hoping that strikes on military bases, police stations, and administrative centers will incite broader opposition. Hirsch says there are even unconfirmed reports that Ayatollah Khamenei may have left Tehran. While some in Washington favor installing a moderate religious figure to lead the country in a transitional phase, Israeli officials reportedly reject this, pushing instead for full political control through a loyal replacement. These internal disagreements reflect a deeper divide over what post-strike Iran looks like. Intelligence circles are also looking to Iran's ethnic minorities, particularly Azeris with alleged CIA ties, as potential tools to spark wider dissent. Iran has a shit ton of different ethnicities. Azeris, of course, are aligned with, well, not the Iranian Azeris. I wouldn't say that all of them are, but Azerbaijan is aligned with Israel and Turkey. And Israel obviously gave weapons to Azerbaijan in exchange for a pipeline that basically supplies 65% of the entirety of the Israeli energy grid. That pipeline goes through. That pipeline, of course, goes through fucking Khamenei is Azeri. Yeah, but I'm saying that there is discontent amongst different ethnic groups. One of the groups that they could tap could be the Azeri groups. There's also Kurdish factions as well. Is this reporter to be trusted? Yes, this is a summarization of the Substack article from Seymour Hersh. Seymour Hersh's reporting is fairly solid. Now, again, this might not unfold at all. Okay, this is not a given. Make no mistake. This is not a given. The plan, according to Hersh, bears resemblance to the previous Western interventions in Libya and Syria, where external pressure led to long-term instability and suffering. The attack on Iran, he warns, could have similar consequences, potentially fragmenting the country and inflaming the region, all while being driven by Netanyahu's strategic aims and Trump's desire for a major geopolitical win. you have Armenia, I guess, as like a kind of ally to Iran. But Russia has already dropped Armenia, as you guys know. And you have Azerbaijan as an ally to Israel. As far as like regional allegiances goes, and Armenia's capabilities of like defending or aiding Iran are nothing. Armenia dropped Russia first and can't be trusted by Iran at all. Yeah. Israel said they moved their enriched uranium to a secure location. What is this? When Hassan the Hun was asked similar questions, DHS disputed this claim for lying for likes. Now we have another person being grilled about their views on Israel by feds at an airport. Why are U.S. border police so concerned about people's views of another country? This is what Trump's new ideological screening looks like. Journalists being detained and deported at the airport because of what they wrote. Then began the first interview. The questions focused almost entirely on my reporting about the Columbia student protests. From 2022 to 2024, I attended Columbia for an MFA program on a student visa, and when the encampment began in April of last year, I began publishing daily missives to my Substack, a blog that virtually no one, except apparently the U.S. government, seemed to read. To Officer Martinez, the pieces were highly concerning. He asked me what I thought about it all, meaning the conflict on campus, as well as the conflict between Israel and Hamas. He asked my opinion on Israel, of Hamas, of the student protesters. He asked if I was friends with any Jews. He asked for my views on a 1 versus 2 state solution. He asked who was at fault, Israel or Palestine. He asked what Israel should do differently. The Department of Homeland Security, which governs the CBP, claims that any allegations that I've been arrested for political beliefs are false. Exact same line of questioning that is directional because of the information that they have prior to the detainment. Okay. Some of the questions that they asked them are different, but it is directly due to your reporting. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. It's also interesting that the Department of Homeland Security literally responded in the same way. It claims that any allegations that have been arrested for political beliefs are false. Once again, they're lying for likes. This person that they deported, because I'm an American citizen, that person wasn't. So obviously, that person stating that person was deported. If I wasn't an American citizen, I probably would also be deported.
Week mark if no deal is reached. She would not answer that. I asked the question of, we have heard from you.
There's a huge slop tube war over whether you were lying about that. Lamau, they're so fucking dumb. Brother, are they dumb? Or are we all dumb for even participating or even acknowledging that? Like, there is currently like, yeah, those guys want to make money. Huh? Dur şimdi alacağım. Şimdi birazdan gelir. 5-10 dakikaya ama saat 3'te yaparsan yerim. Eyvallah. Okay. You need to start permitting them? No, it's fine. Because you and he weren't arrested, they're using a technicality. You were detained, so they're not lying technically. No, I never said I was arrested. I said I was detained. Which they didn't say wasn't the case anyway. They didn't deny that detention took place. They simply denied that it was done on political dissidence. Like, the basis for the detainment was not because of me being a political dissident of this administration, of this regime. That's the only thing that they denied. They don't deny that detention took place. They say that it did. Notice how that's the one thing that they say no to. That's the one thing that they choose to lie about.
U.S. officials and Israeli officials that they believe Iran never wants to make a deal, that they're going to just string us along. How can you ensure that they are not stringing us along when you are now effectively adding time to the table? Remember, this is now the second deadline they've given Iran. The first one was 60 days. Now they're adding an extra 2 weeks. And there's no real answer to that other than the fact that Carolyn Levitt is saying that the president believes that there is, and I want to say, a substantial chance for negotiation. That's what they use. But we still don't have any idea why exactly they mean that. Now, one of the things she told me is that Iran is incredibly weakened, and that gives them some kind of insight into the potential for a diplomatic deal because Iran has become so weakened. But still, we don't have a lot of answers as to what this means if Iran doesn't come to the table. The other part of this that has been so fascinating is the U.S. Middle Eastern envoy, Steve Witkoff, who we know has been in touch with his Iranian counterparts, has been really leading the talks in this process. He's not attending the talks with European nations on Friday in Switzerland. She did not have an answer for why that was. He has been in touch. We know that the United States has been in touch with Iranians. We still don't know if that's direct or indirect. But why exactly we're not taking part in diplomatic talks between European countries and Iran on Friday, that still also remains to be seen. So we're trying to piece together what it means at the end of a 2-week deadline. And again, as you said, yes, Donald Trump uses this a lot, but this is a very specific thing that he is giving 2 weeks for. And there's still questions as to what if this is what he wants diplomacy, what happens if they don't come to the table? Is he going to extend again? And we simply don't know the answer to that. One thing we do know, though, is that Donald Trump behind the scenes has said that he does not want to enter into a long-term war, into a long-term conflict in the Middle East. So clearly here he is using that going forward and saying he's not doing anything, giving 2 weeks for negotiations.
We have Jeff Zeleny with us, as well as Evelyn Farkas. She's a former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. Thanks both for being with us. Jeff, what did you make of these remarks, and specifically that promise of a decision within 2 weeks?
Look, what this is President Trump not necessarily putting the brakes on, but slowing down the conversation that he and his administration are in a rush toward war. He's been hearing a lot of criticism, as we know. Interestingly, Steve Bannon, one of his longtime advisors, came into the White House this morning. Steve Bannon has been leading the charge to get the administration, the president, to
yeah. This is also funny. I thought Iran was a week away from getting nukes. So was Trump giving Iran the time to get nukes or what? Oh my God. It almost feels like that was a bullshit reason for Israel to just do a fucking first. Yeah, it was almost as though that was a bullshit reason that Israel used to fucking strike Iran, that the American government, with its endless appetite for death, destruction, and destabilization in the region, was happy to abide by. You know, since that is precisely what we said about Iraq as well.
Not launch military strikes. We don't know what role that played, but what this is the president, and you are right, Brenna, I've lost track of the number of times the 2-week mantra.
Israeli strike in Tehran tonight. Area under attack is reportedly blocked by ambulances and IRGC vehicles. Waiting for more details. So this is, that's what they were saying, like that there is a, this is where Khamenei is, and that Israel might have struck him or something. I don't know. But then they also say that he's like not even in Iran. So who knows? Explosions reportedly been heard in 2 NATO embassies so far from Iranian missiles and drones. One yesterday, 200 meters away from Lithuania's embassy in Tel Aviv, and now Norway's embassy. What would happen if one of the Iranian missiles actually end up hitting a NATO embassy? Will that invoke Article 4 or 5? I don't know. Khamenei is in North Korea getting a nuke. Yes. That's what he's doing. He flew to DPRK to get nukes. He's going to come back. He's like, no more fatwa. The Norway embassy, someone, I saw someone earlier saying that it was a grenade or something. I just don't see any reason for anyone in the region to strike the embassy of fucking Norway. It's like the Norwegian embassy is the dumbest one to fucking strike because out of all of the European partners, Norway is literally one of the most anti-Israel ones. Obviously, that doesn't mean much, but it is one of the most critical. It is one of the most critical countries against Israel. So that makes no fucking sense.
Has been used most recently with Vladimir Putin. He will give him 2 weeks. But I think on this matter specifically, clearly the president is trying to buy himself some time here and to see if a diplomacy can work. But what the question is, what does this do for Israel? Because there has been a sense of urgency. There was an urgent need when you heard some of the hawkish voices like Lindsey Graham and others saying now is the time. Other presidents have not had this moment. President Trump clearly does not see this as urgent as some of the hawkish views do, as Israel clearly sees it. So that is the question. Is this going to sort of just go off into the night here, or is this actively something that the president will sort of stay on top of? The bombing is going to continue with or without U.S. involvement here. So now what we will have to see is what Israel does in response to this. But for now, the big picture here is the president buying himself some time.
Exactly. He's buying time, Evelyn. Israel certainly doesn't believe that he has time on this. What do you think?
Well, I think, Brianna, that he does have some time, certainly to make a decision about whether to use military force. But I think that that window probably already closed, because at the end of the day, even if you were to bomb the, deep underground and take out those facilities, the Iranians still would need to come to a negotiating table and agree that they're going to abandon their plans for a nuclear arsenal, and that they would, agree to having verification in place. So you still need diplomacy. And I think at this stage of the game, if we use military might, it makes it harder to get to diplomacy. So I predict that we probably will not use force to take out those facilities, and instead we will use diplomacy. But I think the open question is, as your commentator just said, your correspondent, the Israelis, how long do they plan to fight this fight? Because if the United States doesn't exercise its diplomatic might, and if the Europeans fail, then this war, like the war in the Russia-Ukraine context, will continue. So that is the danger, frankly, that the war will continue and that it could actually spread.
Evelyn, please stay with us. Jeff, a quick question to you. We have less than a minute before we go to break, but to Kristen Holmes' question of Caroline Levitt, how do we know Iran isn't stringing the U.S. along?
We don't. We don't know that at all. I mean, in fact, the president himself has suggested that. He said the time for diplomacy has run its course just a couple days ago. So we do not know that. That is certainly part of the history here. But look, this is something that the president, his whole public life over 10 years has been not engaging in this kind of war. So I'm not sure that we should find this all that surprising. Right. Over the last couple days, there has been sort of a rush, but this is more in keeping in lines of his fairly consistent views.
President Trump.
What? Bunker buster used 10 minutes ago? What are you talking about? Dude's like, I'm in Fordow right now. I'm hearing it. It's a B-2 bomber above my head.
Will do what's best for America. I trust his judgment. He's a tremendous friend, a tremendous world leader, a tremendous friend of Israel and the Jewish people. And we will do what we have to do, and we are doing it. We are committed to destroying the nuclear threat, the threat of a nuclear annihilation against Israel.
Huge explosion in Tehran. I saw it on Medhers. Tehran is not where the Fordow facility is. Oh, I think you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about the explosion in Tehran. We already covered it. I don't know if that was a bunker buster or just a regular strike from Israeli planes.
We're able to do it, and we, of course, will make our own determination. But I have to say that the partnership with the United States, the partnership with President Trump, with whom I speak to almost every day, is incredible. I think his resolve, his determination, and his clarity when he says Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And for that to take place, Iran cannot enrich uranium. It's as simple as that. He gave them the chance to do it through negotiations. They strung him along. You don't string along Donald Trump. He knows the game. And I think that we're both committed to making sure that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and they won't.
So in your heart of hearts, is the United States going to come on board and help you with these strikes?
That's a decision for the president to make, but I can tell you that they're already helping a lot because they're participating in the protection of the skies over Israel and its cities with THAAD missile batteries that are in Israel, with Aegis ships that are on the shore of Israel, with their pilots that are fighting alongside our pilots to knock out drones. I think it's a remarkable cooperation.
I want to say that a dictator like Khamenei, who leads a country like Iran and has engraved on his flag the annihilation of the state of Israel, this terrible goal of destroying Israel, cannot continue to exist.
World powers also working out their positions on the conflict. We're going to cross now live to Beijing, talk to our correspondent Yana Lee, who joins us from there. Yana, what's China's official position, first of all, then? I mean, have we heard anything from President Xi Jinping?
Well, we have now, Stuart, in his first official remarks since the start of this conflict, President Xi...
Guys, any day now. Any day now. Big condemnation. This one is going to be the biggest, okay? Like, what a giant condemnation this one is. This one's going to hurt. This condemnation, oof. Wow. Yeah, weapons grade enriched condemnation. Oh, this is going to be a sternly worded letter. Okay, you feel me? The sternest.
Xi Jinping reportedly told state news agency Xinhua that China opposes acts that infringes on the territorial integrity of other countries and added that all parties should promote de-escalation, whilst also putting forward his willingness to play a constructive role in this. A spokesperson, meanwhile, here at the Foreign Ministry in Beijing also made a thinly veiled critique to the United States, saying, I quote, the country with special influence on Israel in particular needs to maintain.
Sorry, China isn't bloodthirsty demons like the U.S. is. Brother, what are you talking about? China needs to defend Iran. That's it. They need to defend Iran for their own interests. They need to defend Iran for their own sovereignty. Why the fuck is America attacking Iran? They're attacking Iran not for just like, not because like they were like, oh, we just don't like Khamenei. They're attacking Iran because ultimately they want to destabilize Iran, which is a major regional player, so they can have the entire fucking energy production capacity of the world under their control, with some exceptions. But pretty much the entirety of the energy production will be free of any sort of Iranian intervention. I'm not even making an argument that like China needs to enter the conflict for moral reasons. Like, oh yeah, like my expectation is not that the Chinese state is going to do anything moral. Okay, they're not. They are only interested in China, and that's it. China is nowhere near, not even a fraction as ideologically invested as like the USSR was in terms of offering support to allies. Okay? They're not. Iranian oil is like 2% of China's energy. No, you're missing the forest for the fucking trees, and it's not 2%. It's about 10%. It's a lot more important to Iran than it is to China, but 10% is nothing to fucking. It's nothing to discount. But also, you're failing to comprehend what I'm talking about when I say this is a matter of significant national security concern and sovereignty concern for China. Okay? Because if there is no Iranian threat in the region, and let's say America turns around and says, we got to shut off the fucking oil faucet to China, there is no retaliatory measure. There's no immediate retaliatory measure that China can implement by way of its allies like Iran. That's the whole reason why America wants to fucking pack up Iran to begin with, so they can have not one, but two different methods of trying to cripple Chinese manufacturing and to cripple China in general. I've spent the last week explaining this over and over again. Law that all the chatters expecting China to do anything other than protect its own government interests. Remind that both U.S. and China sold weapons to Sri Lanka to help them with their genocide of the Tamils, which are war crimes almost identical in characters of those Israel's doing against the Palestinians. Morals never stop China from taking the same side as the U.S. on the Tamil genocide. This is pure geopolitics. I know, which is why I'm saying from a pure geopolitics perspective, I think China needs to react beyond just simply stern warnings. But what do I know? You know, I'm a nobody. I'm just a dumb guy. Xi Jinping, I'm sure, is making a calculated decision here. See what I'm saying?
A fair and objective position. State media such as the tabloid The Global Times also blaming the U.S. for abandoning the nuclear deal and letting this situation escalate. China's official stance is that Israel's actions constitute a violation of Iran's territorial integrity. And although the Chinese foreign minister did tell his Israeli counterpart that Israel shouldn't have to constantly live in anxiety about a potential war either, this is, by the way, a much stronger tone and position that China has taken compared to when Russia invaded Ukraine. In any case, though, this conflict is creating the kind of instability Chinese leaders want to avoid at all costs.
So you want China to join the war? That's insane. I want China to defend its own fucking own interest in the region. Why is America defending Israel? Why is America letting Israel do whatever the fuck it wants in the region? It's for its own national interests. It's its own foreign policy interests. It's literally the same expectation from the adversary that America is very clearly gearing to fight. China has made a lot of Hasan being a war hawk. What are you talking about? Iran is the one that's been fucking attacked. What do you mean I'm a war hawk? Are you fucking stupid? What the fuck are you saying? I'm saying China has to defend Iran. Okay? Chinese presence is a deterrence enough as it is a massive trade partner of a bunch of the other Gulf region countries as far as oil goes, and also with Israel as well. That's it. It needs to fucking... I'm a peace hawk, not a war hawk. Its presence is a deterrence. What the fuck? It's just like Iranian retaliatory strikes are the only way that Israel ever fucking stands down, judging by 77 fucking years of Israeli history of conquest and blood and soil politics. The only time Israel ever stands down is when the death toll for the Israeli occupying force is too high. They only stand down when there is a militant deterrence in the form of retaliations. I don't want anybody to fucking lob missiles at anybody. The fuck is wrong with you? But Israel doesn't stop. I'm not in the business of vengeance. I'm in the business of justice. The reason why Israel has never stopped its expansionist ambitions and its exterminationist ambitions is because they feel like as long as they're backed by America, as long as they're defended by America, they can do it without experiencing severe repercussions. That's it.
So Beijing might want to position itself once again as a helpful force for peace in the region. You might remember that it did play a role in brokering the Saudi-Iran deal back in 2023, but that one was pretty much laid out before China just...
Like, America and Israel sent in a conditional surrender from Switzerland, who is the mediator between Iran. There is a 1-week deadline for Iran to sign, and this is the only thing that will prevent military strikes. What? When did this come out? Are you fucking brain dead? What is this? Isn't wanting China to defend Iran kind of war hawkish, though? Or is it a way to further peace? What is that? How is that a war? Brother, what is going on here? It's like saying, hey, if you tell Israel to stand down by engaging in discourse here in America and in acts of civil disobedience here in America, you're a fucking war hog. The best option is the most peaceful one, okay? But you have to go down these different routes and exhaust all of the avenues. The best possible way to stop Israel is by getting America to tell Israel to stand down. And the only way to do that is with tremendous public pressure, okay? Tremendous public pressure that causes a lot of private enterprise from also enacting economic pressure on the state of Israel. But if that doesn't happen, then the next step is, let's say in a world where America says you have to stand down and Israel doesn't comply, which would never happen, obviously. But in that circumstance, then America shuts off all aid and all support and implements sanctions on Israel. Let's say Israel says, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stand down after all sanctions. The nuclear sanctions package is implemented on Israel like it was with Russia, which, by the way, Russia obviously has a much larger economy that is geared towards avoiding these sorts of sanctions. And that's precisely the reason why they were able to backtracking an incoming ban. Oh, you're talking about the chatter? Okay, no, it's fine. There can be some reasonable discourse here. Calm down. Okay? If that doesn't work, if the sanctions package doesn't work, then at that point, you have to engage in military intervention. Does that mean I'm a fucking war hawk? I don't want that. Obviously, none of these things would happen because it takes one fucking phone call for Israel to stand down from America, obviously, due to all of the other options that America has. Israel would cease to exist if it wasn't for America. Israel would never be able to be this violent of a country if it wasn't for a constant flow of American weapons and American defense contracts and American munitions that they can use in their offensive campaigns and the anti-air defense systems that America is constantly supplying munitions for. Okay? The same principle applies for Iran. Iran is currently engaging in very restrained acts of retaliation as opposed to Israel's incredibly unrestrained acts of escalation. Okay? It's tit for tat. But that is not seemingly enough for Israel to stop. Obviously, the first option and the best option here is a reasonable compromise through the negotiations process. America's positions, however, are maximalist, and they seem disinterested in even budging a little bit. Like ridiculous provisions like, oh, you can have a nuclear energy grid as long as you're getting nuclear power outside of Iran. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. It's a non-starter. Okay? They don't even want Iran to have any fucking nuclear power whatsoever. That is a ridiculous position. Not that it fucking matters, because very clearly America used the nuclear bargaining, the negotiations as a cloak and daggers operation to allow Israel to first strike Iran. But if the retaliatory attacks don't actually cause Israel to incur significant enough penalties that they stand down, then there has to be something else that is a protective banner over Iran. And that is the presence of China. If that doesn't work, if America and Israel are so gung-ho that they still want to destabilize the country, they still want to do a decapitation strike and continue bombing Iran, then yes, China has to enter the fray in an effort to defend its asset in the region. I think I'm pro-Iran, I think I am not pro-Iran, but more like against the Israeli aggression. Also, you're 100% Israel would die in a second without the U.S. Israel would not die at all if Israel was not such a fucking violent nation. That's the other side of the story. If Israel was just like a normal, if it wasn't a settler colonial enterprise at its inception, and if it wasn't like constantly doing unjustifiable acts of violence against everyone in the fucking region, then it would not be in this position at all. But of course, then it would not be the most reliable ally for American ambition in the region as a destabilizing force when necessary.
Nudged it over the edge, and no one really sees Beijing as a neutral force in this conflict due to its proximity to Tehran. This situation is clearly very different and very volatile.
Yeah, no, you said their instability of great concern to the Chinese. Elaborate on that for us. Why particularly?
Both for economic and geopolitical reasons. China is dependent on
During the Bangladesh Liberation War, the U.S. parked USS Enterprise in the Bay of Bengal as a tacit nuclear threat to India and Bangladesh and support Pakistan. The USSR sent ships and subs to tail the Enterprise. One cannot imagine China parking their aircraft carriers next to America's. That's all they need to do. Yeah. Sosları getireceğim.
Eastern oil. 43% of its oil imports come from the region, and some of that from Iran. Chinese buyers have been profiting off of cheap Iranian low prices thanks to the Islamic Republic's isolation. Then we have the whole strategic part to this. The Iranian regime has been rather useful to Beijing. Together they've been flaunting their anti-Western stance, and notably China has been a prominent voice against Western-led sanctions on countries like Iran and Russia. A power vacuum in Iran or drastic regime change would certainly be a problem for Beijing. With Donald Trump in the White House, there's this added level of uncertainty, and it's not because the U.S. sides with Israel that China would automatically show unwavering support for Iran either. Its stance is much more nuanced than that, in part due to Beijing's efforts not to alienate Gulf states or its relationship with Saudi Arabia. For now, China is, rather sitting back and observing the situation. It might want to implicate itself a little bit more as it progresses. But its main priority today is protecting its own citizens. Some 1,600 have already been taken out of Iran, according to authorities, with evacuations out of Israel towards Egypt set to start on Friday.
Yeah, no, thanks so much, Yana Lee, our correspondent, talking to us live there from Beijing.
Well, we can speak now to Dr. Victor Gao, who is...
For China, there's also another option here, which is, again, the amount of pressure that it could actually put on Israel with sanctions themselves. Not sanctions necessarily, but refusing to trade with Israel. going so far as to deny the rare earth minerals that are necessary for a lot of defense production in the country to America is a long-winded way of actually harming Israel's interests as well. They only did that, though, when America fucking struck at them for trade. They're so horny for trade. It's like anything that disrupts trade is unacceptable. We will punish you.
Is the Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization, who joins us from Beijing. Dr. Gao, always a pleasure talking to you. We've never talked about the state of relations between China and Iran before, so why don't we make that the starting point? How would you describe the state of ties between Beijing and Tehran?
Thank you very much for having me. China highly respects Iran as a sovereign nation with territorial integrity, and the two countries engage with each other on equal terms. And China does not recognize the extraterritoriality of any other country's one-sided and self-imposed sanctions against another country or against China.
China recognizes sanctions as a way to stop trade from happening, and that is unacceptable. Maybe that's why they hate the United States. It's because they keep doing sanctions, which is really fucked up. They're like, how could any country deny trade to another? We're trade maxing.
Therefore, when China deals with Iran, we deal with Iran in all spheres of relations, including energy cooperation. And I don't think this is a problem. And if a third country cries foul, the problem is really with itself, with its attempted extraterritoriality of its unilaterally imposed sanctions. And I think once this Israel-initiated war against Iran started, the Chinese government's position is very clear. Israel is in violation of a self-imposed war against a member of the United Nations, against its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and China really deplores Israel's military attack on nuclear facilities inside Iran and considered it as a very serious offense against.
Like the fucking facility that Israel blew up yesterday is a literal Chinese-Iranian joint collaborative project. That is yet another example of what I'm talking about with respect to China not protecting its own fucking interests. Their ambition for permanent trade and trade maxing will inevitably come back to haunt them. Maybe they could consider, I don't know, beefing up Iranian anti-air defense capabilities as an opportunity for trade. You get energy. China, think about it from the perspective of trade. You get energy, more energy. Ooh. But then you do trade and you give anti-aircraft capabilities to Iran, which is, again, more trade. Think about how much trade opportunities you could create in this situation.
Against world peace and security.
Okay, I mean, just to give you the Israeli line on what you just said, what we're told by Israeli officials repeatedly on this channel is that Iran is very close to being able to build a nuclear weapon. It might already be able to do so. And they're constantly calling for the destruction of Israel. So they say what they're doing is preemptive self-defense. What do you make of that argument?
It is of high hypocrisy for a country like Israel, which violated international convention in possessing nuclear weapon to start with. And now it's accusing another country, Iran, for attempting to acquire nuclear weapons. I don't think there are any higher level of double standard and hypocrisy for Israel to accuse another country of trying to possess nuclear weapons. I think the Middle East will be much better off if Israel arms itself with nuclear weapons and no other country will want to possess nuclear weapons. That will probably create a better level playground for all the countries involved in the Middle East. For Israel to possess nuclear weapons and to constantly threaten other countries with nuclear attack is really a very serious problem. And I think international community really need to join together to put an end to such blatant violation of peace and security, not only in the Middle East, but in the world at large.
We've heard from the president of China, President Xi Jinping.
I'm sorry, but this is Erdogan. Basically, Erdogan. I can't tell if this is Victor Gao or Recep Tayyip Erdogan I'm listening to. Tough talk. Everybody hears those words, it goes based. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the trade must flow to a country that you just openly stated is a fucking nuclear power that is a real and present danger to every other country in the region.
Jinping saying on Tuesday that China is, quote, deeply worried about Israel's military operation against Iran. Where do you think you and the president of China see things heading to? Why the worry? How dangerous could the situation be?
Well, as a general point, China is always worried if a war breaks out. And this time, this war is a complete surprise attack launched by Israel against a sovereign and independent country like Iran. And the fact that this surprise attack took place when the United States and Iran are still engaged in discussions about how to end this nuclear problem is particularly surprising. It's, in my best judgment, is like the Japanese surprise attack on Pearl Harbor in the Second World War. And I think Israel has also committed all the crimes in massively killing the government officials, military officials of Iran. And no country should tolerate any other country like Israel to commit such massive amount of assassinations before a formal declaration of war against Iran, for example. So I think the Chinese president is legitimately worried about the scale of the attack, the potential loss of life, as well as the potential escalation of the situation, because you never know how this situation may evolve eventually, whether it will get out of control, whether it will escalate from conventional war to nuclear war, for example, or whether, ironically, it will force Iran to really develop a nuclear weapon. And what will be the consequence for Israel and Iran to both have nuclear weapons? Do they really want to use nuclear weapons against each other? What will be the consequence for peace and security in the Middle East and in the world at large? Therefore, it is time to call on Prime Minister Netanyahu, stop all the craziness. He probably wants to save his political skin rather than really serving the fundamental interest of the people in Israel to launch such unilateral, self-imposed surprise attack on a big country, a great country like Iran.
Dr. Gao, on Tuesday, China accused the US President Trump of pouring oil on the conflict there between Iran and Israel. Why and how does Beijing see the United States making things worse with regards to this situation?
Well, I think evidence points out to a joint operation by the United States and Israel against the country of Iran. They probably have a division of work. The United States was not very much involved on the surface of the situation, but no one should be surprised if the United States highly coordinates its information gathering, etc., with Israel. And the fact that Israel has kept saying that the United States is involved from the very beginning of the war, etc., illustrates the level of cooperation and collaboration between the United States and Israel against Iran. And the United States still keeps saying that they are not involved, but then they need to come up with a proof that they are not involved. And not being involved is not sufficient. And the United States really need to pull all their levers to force Israel to stop this war against Iran, and also to stop Israel from misusing the United States, creating all the misinformation about that the United States and Israel are working together to, for example, destroy Iran or to create a regime change in Iran, etc. So I think it is time for the United States. My personal concern is that if the United States really gets bogged down in this war against Iran, no one knows what will happen to the United States in the coming years or coming decades.
Well, that could be beneficial for China, couldn't it? Because if the United States spends large sums of money, a considerable amount of time and attention on affairs in the Middle East, that leaves China to do what it wants to do in a more, let's say, unrestrained way.
Allow me to emphasize one point. China always benefits by protecting peace and stability anywhere in the world. And China will feel very much at a loss if peace and stability and prosperity anywhere in the world will be damaged by especially unilaterally imposed war of one country against the other country. Therefore, such benefit, if any, that China will enjoy is not.
He ain't wrong. If there isn't peace, then they can't do trade. It would be devastating for trade maxers. They need the trade max.
Not for China's own benefit, it is for peace and stability and the well-being of mankind. It is time to stop Israel in this war against Iran and to prevent the United States from really joining this war together with Israel, which may escalate the situation and create unprepared consequences for mankind as a whole.
You mentioned regime change in your earlier response, and I want to pick up on that because we heard from President Trump on social media saying, quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but he is safe there. We're not going to take him out, at least not for now." How would China react if the United States did, or if Israel did, kill the supreme leader?
This is exactly the confusion that President Trump is creating deliberately or unintentionally. I don't think assassination of a head of state or head of government or political leaders or military leaders of another country is the right thing to do in the world of today. I think countries need to have the minimum decency and the protocol in dealing with another country. Assassination is the bad thing, and assassination may serve as a boomerang, eventually may come back to hurt yourself and haunt you. Therefore, engaging in assassination, especially against head of state or leader of another religious faith, for example, or against the major political and military leaders of another sovereign country, is the wrong thing to do, especially at a time when Israel has self-imposed this undeclared war in a surprise attack against Iran. This is the worst time for the head of the state of the United States to imply that assassination may be involved in killing the leader of Iran.
You mentioned in your first answer, well, you painted a picture of a very cordial set of relations, cordial ties between Beijing and Tehran. Let me put this scenario to you. If Iran goes the same way as, for example, Syria, and the assassination that you mentioned or otherwise brings about a change of management, shall we say, in Iran, I mean, that would be a loss for China, wouldn't it? Because you'd have lost an ally, a key ally in this region. Because if a pro-Western government replaces the government that's there already, that would be a loss for China, wouldn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think China has always the long perspective and historical perspective to look at any contemporary events like.
I don't get Gao being the pro-China spokesperson. Bro is a lib in the opposition party. Give us a true CPC loyalist, wolf warrior, diplomat. I mean, if you know the intricacies of Chinese politics, then you already know that every Chinese person, even if they're from fucking Taiwan, when it comes down to talking about Chinese foreign policy or China as a nation, becomes the most pro-China person you've ever fucking seen or heard. Regardless. When it comes to talking about like Chinese prosperity, even Chinese people in Taiwan will still recognize how prosperous of a nation China has become. He's certainly not liberal. And what do you mean by opposition? He is in the government coalition. That's not what I said. That's what the chatter said. No, that's blatantly wrong. There are actual libs there. Gao is very much pro-CCP. Have met him in person. He's an extension of the state. His role in his think tank is like a diplomat. Philly D. Thumbo.
What had happened in Syria and what is happening in Iran.
What do you put me on for?
We are not confused by the events on a day-to-day basis. We look at the situation in 10 years, in 100 years, sometimes 500 years, if not even longer. Therefore, in the historical perspective, if you really look at the situation in the long-haul perspective, war is bad. For Israel to impose an undeclared war on Iran is an aggression. And whatever Iran is doing is justified because they are defending their own sovereignty and territorial integrity. They are fighting back against aggressors. And if the United States wants to join Israel to become an aggressor against Iran, well, history will eventually have its own verdict. Therefore, I think all of us need to work on with Israel to stop the war as quickly as possible and come up with peaceful ways to negotiate with Iran. And I personally will completely support the ending of whatever nuclear weapon program, if any, by Iran. And I do hope Israel will also dispossess nuclear weapons and Middle East will become a nuclear-free zone. That will be in the best interest of all the countries in that particular part of the world.
It's so fucking funny for him to just like hit these notes though over and over again. It's America slowly but surely erodes all of China's allies.
China will do its best to promote the real justified result for any such tension or conflict of war, and China will do its best to prevent the war from escalating or from spreading out, impacting on more countries and hurting more people in that part of the world.
Bro, why are you such a war hawk? The future is Chinese. Taiwan is China for sure. They're unwavering in their stance. Their liberals are light years left of what we consider lib-centrist.
The United States and some of its allies view China as being part of what it now calls...
That F must have been literally a stutter. because it didn't even show up on my end. So I assume people were ready to let it rip, to be like, it's over, the stream is done.
CRINC, which is this new acronym, which is being bandied around quite a bit by foreign policy talking heads on television channels all over the world. CRINC meaning China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. I don't know what you think of that acronym, if you've heard it used much before, but let me just ask you this. Were the United States to intervene and join forces with Israel in a very overt way and join that conflict, do you see a day that China or Russia or other actors could perhaps join in support of Iran?
Well, imposing a war on a great country like Iran with 1.66 million square kilometers and with up to more than 90 million people, and a country which has tremendous amount of spiritual leadership among the Shia people throughout the world, is really poking for more disaster if it is not stopped right away. And if other countries want to join the fight on the side of Israel, I will urge them to stop that right away. And if, for example...
Oh, yeah, totally. Oh, thank you for the urging. It seems like they're definitely stopping. England, Germany, France.
Or other countries want to join the fight against Iran, you never want to exclude the possibility that other major countries want to fight together with Iran, because the war imposed on Iran is the unjustified war. It's a war of aggression. It's undeclared war. It's a surprise attack. And any people, any country under such surprise attack, an attack of aggression, has full legal justification to fight back. Therefore, stopping the war right now is the best way. Allowing it to escalate and to get out of control will most likely hurt the fundamental interests of the people in Israel, as well as in Iran and in many other countries in that particular part of the world. And I think China is doing the right thing, urging on Israel to stop the war, urging on Iran not to escalate, for example, try to wrap up the situation so that all parties involved can talk about peace rather than war and war and war. China does not like war of any kind, and China does not want to see any country launching a war of aggression against another country.
And just lastly, that acronym, CRINC.
The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, and it is entirely for you, the viewers. That's right. You can subscribe to the broadcast, and this keeps the broadcast completely ad-free, with the exception of the notable backers of the Piker Broadcasting Service, which is the glorious nation of the People's Republic of China. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by the 100 Years of Chinese Prosperity. Piker Broadcasting Service is also sponsored by the glorious nation of Qatar. Qatar. But once again, your $6 a month subscriptions or your free subscriptions in the form of a Twitch Prime allow me to maintain my editorial independence. Viewers like you.
Viewed as being a group of hostile or adversarial nations by Washington and some of its allies. What do you make of it? What do you make of the acronym?
First of all, whatever acronyms you come up with, it cannot change the fact that China today is the major force defending peace and stability and development in the world. And the fact that China is the largest trading nation with more than 140 countries in the world speaks eloquently about what China really cares about. That is, promoting peace, defending free trade, for example. If anyone wants to confuse China with a force against the peace, then he or she is either...
Like, remember, the most aggressive action that China took was literally to deny key materials that they have a monopoly over that are incredibly important for defense manufacturing purposes. And the only reason why they did that is because of the tariffs. America was like, no more tariff, no more trade for you. Fuck you, China. And they were like, okay, well, that's our trade nuclear option. Yeah. Israel, if Israel accidentally disrupted like a Chinese carrier or something, or Chinese supply lines, then they would have hell to pay. Okay. China doesn't give a fuck. Israel could do ethnic cleansing nonstop. They don't give a shit. But the moment that they actually harm Chinese trade somehow, all hell breaks loose.
For example, vocal commentators in the space like Hasan think actually happened that night. But then next up from that in the news, Iran just bombed a key Israeli hospital with now Israel vowing vengeance, and all of that as Trump has reportedly approved attack plans on Iran. Because Israel's air defense system has been intercepting most of the missiles that Iran's been hurling its way, but of course it's not 100% effective. And so today you saw 3 buildings being hit, including the largest hospital in southern Israel, though according to Iran, that hospital was not their intended target. Instead, they claimed that they were going after military and intelligence headquarters near the hospital, but either way, Israel's health ministry service said that 71 people were left with minor injuries, with it likely only being minor injuries because the missile hit an old surgical inpatient building which had been evacuated in recent days. But still, you had Israeli President Isaac Herzog tweeting this morning calling the attack a war crime and declaring that Iran's supreme leader can no longer be allowed to exist. And that as you had Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying, "We will make the tyrants from Tehran pay the full price," with him adding that while Israel struck targets in Tehran as well as several nuclear sites overnight, Iran instead chose to go after a hospital, quote, "where people can't even get up and run away." Though there, you then also had a lot of people calling those words viciously hypocritical given Israel's unrelenting assault on hospitals in Gaza. With, for example, vocal commentators in the space like Hasan Piker tweeting, "Timeline is lit up with Israel defenders finally speaking up about a hospital being bombed after spending the last 20 months defending the bombing of every hospital in Gaza." Right, and that is reportedly of the 36 hospitals in Gaza, 19 are completely shut down and the other 17 are only partially operational. With also NBC noting that in recent weeks, Israel's bombings on hospitals in Gaza have risen to their highest level so far this year. And while you have Israel consistently maintaining that Hamas is using the hospitals for military purposes, organizations like the UN have said that Israel has not provided enough evidence to actually prove that. But either way, you have NBC saying the wider health system, including ambulances, field hospitals, and clinics, has been attacked more than 700 times since the start of the war, killing at least 900 people and injuring more than 1,000. With the death toll across all of Gaza climbing to 55,000 over the last 19 months, according to its health ministry. But then going back to Israel and Iran fighting each other, that's now entering its 7th day, and everyone's kind of still waiting to see if Trump's going to throw the US directly into the mix. Because this week, he's been saying stuff like, "I may do it, I may not do it, nobody knows what I'm gonna do," which my bad impression of my dad's voice aside, that's a literal quote. But according to the Wall Street Journal, Trump actually told senior aides on Tuesday that he has now approved attack plans on Iran. However, the report says that he's holding off on pulling the trigger to see if Tehran will abandon its nuclear program first, with the BBC adding there that Trump's specifically considering striking an underground uranium enrichment facility at Fordo. But there's also a pretty fierce debate not only about should the US do it, but whether the US could actually destroy the site, with some defense officials worried that a US bomb wouldn't be able to strike deep enough. And then, just to throw even more uncertainty into the mix, today you had Trump posting on Truth Social, "The Wall Street Journal has no idea what my thoughts are concerning Iran." And so we're gonna have to wait to see what happens as we go into the weekend, but I'm not gonna leave you high and dry. I'm gonna be covering the updates on my main TikTok. It's Philip DeFranco. I'll link it in the description.
Did they miss their target when they struck the empty wing? It was the empty wing the target? I don't know. My suspicion is that they used like a cluster style ballistic missile, which is not as precise. And in the process, while they were trying to target like that area, I assume there is like, because there's military shit everywhere in Israel, right? You have anti-air defense systems everywhere. So you have launchers everywhere. Those are military targets. You have, espionage facilities, military bases. Ironically enough, that's literally what Israel says Hamas is doing. But I suspect that given the lack of precision from this type of cluster type munition, I assume they were bombing military positions that ended up also hitting the hospital. Or they could have directly targeted the hospital too, to be fair, because so far, if you noticed, every single retaliatory attack that Iran has engaged in has actually been following through on Israel's acts of aggression first. Israel has already struck an Iranian hospital, as I covered before a couple days prior. The best example I can give you is the oil refinery that they struck, that Iran struck after Israel had hit the oil depot in Tehran. So I could totally see them actually hitting a hospital deliberately as well. I mean, it's a war crime. And they have hit civilian infrastructure already. Considering that Israel already hit their nuclear facilities a couple times at this point, and especially the last night's strikes on a nuclear facility, the one called Arak, that's a collaborative nuclear facility with China and Iran. I suspect that today will be tonight when they strike back, depending on what took place today, because there was some reports of maybe like a decapitation strike that took place against Khamenei. But I suspect that at some point they will strike back at a Israeli nuclear facility. It's all been tit for tat. It's all been tit for tat so far.
Out of their mind or completely falsifying the situation against China. Now, I would urge the United States, don't mess around with China. Don't view China.
Iraq was a heavy water facility that wasn't even finished yet. Also, Russia is warning about another facility where they have their own scientists working. Yeah. Financial Times citing sources after meeting with Rubio, the British Foreign Secretary will convey a message to Iran that a diplomatic solution is possible. Britain's impression after Lamy and prosecutors meeting at the White House is that Washington prefers a diplomatic solution. Oh my God. I mean, hopefully. Oh yeah, a senior Iranian official says Iran moved all enriched uranium, including the 60% Natanz stockpile, to safe sites ahead of Israeli strikes. Israel hit Natanz and Isfahan's nuclear facility, Khondab and Arak. But those sites are already evacuated. All the materials they were looking to destroy have been moved to a safe place, said senior Iranian official Mohsen Rezai. What is this? This is possibly the most Israeli video I've ever seen. This video has been circulating, but I don't know if it actually is. I don't think there's any confirmation on this. Like, the caption might just be a fucking lie, you know what I mean? Settlers are now locking other settlers out of shelters to keep them from getting crowded. BM posted a new video saying it's true. That I trust. BM does reliable reporting from inside of Israel, even though he's no longer inside of Israel. BM is an anti-Zionist Israeli Jew who used to live in Israel, and I don't think he lives in Israel any longer, but his reporting on this stuff is like pretty consistent. Or her reporting. I don't know. I don't know what their gender is. No, I do. I'm pretty sure he's a he. I remember him posting like a photo, never his face, but like a little bit of a photo that showed his like body. Killing Khamenei won't do shit. He's actually a symbolic figurehead of sorts, and IRGC and army have been long in power and will use Khamenei's death to excuse to fully take over. Are you assuming? Oh God, you guys are so lame, dude. What is this, fucking 2016? That's literally like, it could go both ways. 2016 era social justice warrior shit, or 2016 era anti-social justice warrior shit. Both are still annoying. And I can't tell which is which. You know? Reza is the former RGC commander and a senior member of the Expediency Council, a body that advises the supreme leader and resolves disputes between branches of government. He added that Iran had anticipated war with Israel as early as March. Not that that video is true, but the other stories are. Apparently, the people who prevented the Arab nurse from entering the shelter were her own patients who she came to treat. Despite of that, she continued treating them afterwards. Jewish residents of Krayot expelled an Arab nurse from a shelter this morning because she's Arab, and 2 days ago, a similar incident occurred with an Arab family in Jaffa because one of the women was wearing a hijab. That is fucking insane. Jewish residents of the neighborhoods expelled an Arab sister from a shelter this morning because she's Arab, and 2 days ago, a similar incident occurred with an Arab family in Jaffa because one of the women was wearing a hijab. He also posted this. Judeo-Nazi anti-refugee activist Shefi Paz posted this video and wrote, "And at the next rocket alarm, we will have to fight with them again for every square meter in the shelter. And again, there will be residents who will be left outside. Cursed be Huldai, mayor of Tel Aviv, who neglects the neighborhoods. Cursed be the infiltrators who destroy the neighborhoods. And cursed be every heart-bleeding fool who thinks is charming." Photographed in one of the shelters in occupied Shapira neighborhood. He's talking about black people and brown people, which is ironic because half of the Israeli Jews are brown. Some of them are actually black. But that doesn't stop this Israeli Jew from hating the other Israeli Jews for not being sufficiently white passing. Very cool country. Fantastic stuff going on over there, you know? Reminds me of the videos of Ukraine where black people were stopped from evacuating before white people. Oh yeah, there was some crazy shit. I don't understand how they distinguish. Is it literally just skin color? I mean, other things that like signify that you're Muslim or Christian can be a point of identifying whether or not someone is an Arab Jew or an Arab Christian or an Arab Muslim. Because that's the funny thing about this all is that doors open. Doors open. Doors open. Sorry. Kaya's groomer appointment is happening. Kaya, come. Oh, what the fuck?
Should be looking and listening to what it is the president has to say and ultimately do on Iran.
President Trump has incredible instincts, and President Trump kept America and the world safe in his first term as president in implementing a peace through strength foreign policy agenda. And with respect to Iran, nobody should be surprised by the president's position that Iran absolutely cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been unequivocally clear about this for decades, not just as president, not just as a presidential candidate, but also as a private citizen.
Now, Jake, obviously this 2-week deadline, as a reporter pointed out to Caroline Levitt in the briefing, is something we've often heard from President Trump, whether it was on healthcare policy or infrastructure in his first term or the Russia-Ukraine war, as has certainly been a timeline he has used repeatedly this time that he's been in office. At the end of this 2 weeks, though, there is going to be a concrete result here, Jake. Either the United States does strike Iran or they do not. And the question is how the Israelis take that, what that looks like. The Prime Minister said today that he does believe they are fully capable of achieving their goals in Iran with or without the United States.
All right, Caitlin Collins at the White House, thank you so much. And of course, don't miss Caitlin on her show, The Source with Caitlin Collins. It's tonight and every weeknight, 9 p.m. Eastern, only on CNN. Let's go now to CNN's chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward, who joins us live from Tel Aviv, Israel. Clarissa, how is Israel, the Israeli government, how are they reacting to this announcement from the White House that there's going to be 2 weeks of a timeline or even a deadline before President Trump makes a decision?
Well, Jake, so far they are not reacting publicly at all. And frankly, that's not a huge surprise because they have really maintained this line of we're not going to interfere. We're not going to be seen as trying to strong arm President Trump. We're just going to keep reiterating how grateful we are for all the help that we've gotten so far, mainly in a defensive perspective. But privately, I think it's safe to assume that this was not the result they were looking for, that they were feeling quite optimistic, in fact, that President Trump would intervene militarily, and that they believe the timeline for that might be something like 24 to 48 hours. 2 weeks is a very different ballgame. The concern, of course, will be that there's a sort of loss of momentum. That the other concern is how long can the Israelis keep up this pace in terms of their strikes on Iran? Do they now need to make separate contingency plans to do things on their own, as Caitlin suggested there? And so a lot of questions going forward, but I don't think you will hear any explicit criticism or even attempts to persuade President Trump to take a more decisive and a quicker action. They have been very clear, though, the Israelis, that they are not remotely interested in pursuing a diplomatic option, and they are even less interested in trying to be persuaded, for example, to stop the bombs or stop the strikes while those diplomatic negotiations would go on. So it remains to be seen what action the Israelis will take going forward, but almost certainly this is not the news that they were expecting or wanted to hear, Jake.
And Clarissa, earlier today, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu was at a site of an Israeli hospital that took extensive damage from an Iranian missile. What can you tell us about that?
He was one of several officials who went to visit the site. Obviously, the striking of a hospital, significant escalation. The Iranians were saying that it was not the target, that the target was a nearby military intelligence command center, and that the hospital just got a secondary kind of hit from that. The Israelis obviously saying quite clearly there's a direct strike on the 5th floor in the urology department. We heard also the defense minister, Israel Katz, after visiting the site, saying basically Khamenei cannot be allowed to continue. When he was interviewed later by Khan, an Israeli TV network, Prime Minister Netanyahu seemed to not row that back, but at least allow some room for ambiguity, basically saying that no one is immune, but that he believes that actions speak louder than words. He also went on, of course, to say how grateful Israel is to the President of the United States for all the assistance that has been given to Israel thus
for
far.
XUC hate watching.
Clarissa Ward in Tel Aviv, thank you so much. Let's discuss
Kaya's
this
getting groomed,
with
chat.
Lieutenant General Mark Schwartz, former U.S. Security Coordinator for Israel and the Palestinian Authority. Lieutenant General Schwartz, I want to ask you the same question our Kristen Holmes asked the White House today. How can the United States trust that Iran is serious about negotiating and not just stringing everyone along?
What are you saying? Oh my God, this is a liberal outlet, chat. This is a fucking liberal outlet.
Well, I don't think they can trust Iran. Obviously, in the past, the time that's been given for negotiations hasn't played out, but the conditions strategically and tactically are much different than they were.
How can we trust Israel, you fucking donkey? How can we trust Israel for anything? Israel's literally lied the whole time. I don't know. Let me tell you how we can trust Iran. They have acted in only a retaliatory manner that is consistent with the principle of self-defense and maintaining sovereignty. This entire process, the only time that Iran has ever attacked Israel in a tit-for-tat retaliatory strike was after Israel struck and violated Iranian sovereignty, either by striking the embassy compound in Damascus or either by assassinating the Palestinian principal negotiator Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Breaking: Republican South Carolina State Representative father husband Robert John May III has been arrested for distributing over 200 child porn files under the username Joe Biden. Stop. Guys, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's more reporting on the matter. But all I'm going to say is this. All I'm going to say is this. Fork found in the kitchen. Hasan, he went to Tel Aviv University. Wait, what? No. Stop! Stop playing with me! Are you for fucking real? You mean to tell me that a fucking Christian Zionist psychotic far-right figurehead that went to Tel Aviv University is a out and about pedophile? I'm losing it! Double forks found in 2 different kitchens. What the fuck? What is going on? Robert John, R.J. May III, is an American politician. He's a member of the South Carolina House of Representatives from the 88th District, serving from 2020. He's a member of the Republican Party on June 12, 2025. He was the Speaker of the House of Representatives, suspended May after he was indicted on 10 federal counts of possessing and distributing child sexual abuse material. I don't get the fork thing. It's a funny way of saying this happens far too much to conservative politicians. This pedocon. Once again, pedocon is a theory like gravity is a theory, okay? It's just a thing that keeps happening, and I don't know. I guess we just have to act like it's not a thing that's happening all the fucking time. All the fucking time. What the hell, man? What the hell? I got a Master of Arts in Security and Diplomacy from Tel Aviv University. Oh, this guy's got the perfect background. Served as Executive Director of South Carolina Club for Growth. Oh, my Lord. And I cannot believe he was using the username Joe Biden 69.
A federal grand jury in Greenville has indicted a South Carolina lawmaker from the Midlands. Republican State Representative R.J. May was arrested in Lexington County yesterday on 10 counts of distributing child sexual abuse material. According to court documents, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received a cyber tip from the social messaging app Kik, flagging an account linked to
Oh, not
May.
that Kik, the other creepy Kik. Crazy government. We as legislators have an obligation to ensure that our children have no harm done to them. Yeah, except for when he's doing it, you know? They took down his page on the university website. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oops, something went wrong.
If convicted, he could be sentenced to a maximum of 20 years in federal prison. Representative May was a co-founder of the state's House Conservative SC Freedom Caucus. In a statement, the group condemned the Republicans, saying it, quote, stands firmly for the rule of law and the protection of children. Representative R.J. May has been expelled from our caucus, end quote. Both the group and the South Carolina Democratic Party chair, Crystal Spain, are calling for May's immediate resignation from the House. Spain says in part, quote, South Carolinians deserve leaders who uphold justice, not shield predators. They deserve accountability, not silence, end quote. Per state law, the House Speaker is required to suspend any state representative indicted for certain crimes immediately.
Okay, the conservatives' next initiative is to stop that you can't be removed from your position for being outed as a sex offender. I can totally see that being the next step, because the Republicans are like, we can't have a no pedophiles rule. That's like literally half our bench, right? They just cannot. They can't do this thing where they just say, hey, if you're a pedophile, like fuck off, like you should go to jail and not be a part of the party. So instead they'll be like, okay, you're not allowed to actually take someone out of their position of power if they're caught being a pedophile. Incredible. Cool stuff. Cool things happening in the world of American politics as always. What is this? Why doesn't Iran want to be liberated by these wonderful people? If you believe Israelis care about the Iranian people and are trying to liberate them, see the poll results from Israel Democracy Institute. These attitudes help explain why a large number of Iranian civilians are being killed. To what extent should Israel take into account the suffering of the Iranian civilian population when planning military operations there? To a fairly large extent or very large extent, Israeli Arabs, which is Palestinian citizens of Israel, the Christian and Muslim population of Israel, say 57.5% say to a fairly large or very large extent. On the Jewish Israeli side, 73% of Israeli Jews say not at all or to a fairly small extent. Political orientation among Israeli Jews, Israeli left says 51% of Israeli left, where'd they go? Get it? Oh, good. Israeli left. Yeah. The Israeli, in air quotes, Israeli left. Amongst the Israeli Jewish population, 51% say not at all or to a fairly small extent. Surely the markings of a completely fascist society. Yeah. Even among the Jews who consider themselves left-wing, a majority, 57%, support the attacks on Iran, a recent poll shows. But the majority of Israeli Arabs surveyed say Netanyahu saw Netanyahu's motives in a whole different light. Bro, you might as well get married and have a child just to have your humor be at least acceptable. Okay, dude. Yeah, I'm making dad jokes. I know. Is there one for MAGAs? Israel is the most Florida-coded country on the planet. The entire nation is MAGA. And I mean like literally MAGA as far as like feeling like Donald Trump is God. Donald Trump is a more popular politician in Israel, at least last year. Donald Trump was a more popular politician in Israel than fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. There are settlements named after him. Israel is the most MAGA country on the planet, dude. Are you kidding me? Israel is Florida, Texas is Saudi Arabia, Lebanon is Rhode Island, in parentheses, homosexual. Okay, first of all, I made those rules up, and I never said Rhode Island is Lebanon. If we're going to make something Lebanon, I would say California as a state is way gayer and therefore more Lebanon coded. But yes, Israel is Florida and Texas is Saudi Arabia. That is 100% true. So many bad MAGAs. Trump's MAGA, Reagan MAGA, Krav Maga. Okay, now everyone else is making fucking silly ass jokes. Okay. Scoop. As President Trump is contemplating potential U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, law enforcement officials have stepped up surveillance of Iran-backed operatives in the U.S., sources tell CBS News. FBI's Kash Patel has increased efforts to monitor possible domestic sleeper cells linked to Hezbollah since Israel's offensive began earlier this month, sources told me. Oh, buddy. I'm going to fucking jail, okay? Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. They're going to be like, oh, you don't think America should be fucking nuking Iran? Well, have fun in Sikat. In Turkey, we have a saying, Silivri soğuktur, okay? Silivri is the jail that a lot of the political dissidents are sent to unjustifiably by the Erdogan regime. And the statement is, Silivri is cold. You know, the implication is you're gonna go to Silivri. We now in America, we gotta say Sikat is cold, brother. Is waiting for you. Sikat waiting for you. Sikat sıcak abi. Things are unraveling even more than they have been, and the only distraction in the Trump card is the bomb. Sikat is hot, though. El Salvador is hot as fuck. Okay, Sikat is hot this time of year. Can you refund me the subs then? I'm not sure you get the stream from Guantanamo. That's crazy. No. Uh-oh. Vice President Vance may visit LA this week. Source of knowledge of federal law enforcement operations tells NBC News planning underway. Guard units federalized by Trump involved in planning for visit by high-level officials. Who's he going to assassinate this time? Who's he going to stand next to? Who? Gavin Newsom is done. The plague is coming. The plague is coming. Oh, buddy.
And our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, joins me again in the studio. Lise, we were speaking a little earlier, weren't we, about the hopes, the possibilities of a diplomatic solution. Let's just pick up with that and talk about that a little bit more.
Well, everyone is on tenterhooks. Certainly there's a lot of telephone calls going on between many capitals. That includes capital in the region of the Gulf states like Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, who very much want to avoid an escalation in the region. And all-out war in Iran is so close to them geographically, right across the waterway. Western capitals are also really concerned. They've all called for a de-escalation, even as they say Israel has a right to defend itself. There will be this meeting.
What do you mean?
In
What do you mean?
Geneva
What do you mean? What do you mean?
tomorrow.
Israel's a right to defend itself. It's like a death sentence, dude. It's like a fucking death sentence. When someone says Israel has a right to defend itself, they just mean like Israel gets to kill everybody in the region however they want. You know what I mean? Do you think Iran will start targeting U.S. military bases in Baghdad or Qatar? Maybe not Qatar, but Baghdad probably. Depends.
Of the Iranians, the Germans, the British, the French. But bear in mind, it really does come down to one president, and that is President Trump, as we've been reporting. And everyone is waiting to see what he will decide to do. Well, how is it viewed from Tehran? We can cross to the Iranian capital now and join Dr. Saeed Khatibzadeh, who is the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran. Thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
President Trump is reported to have approved a military plan. He hasn't made a decision yet whether to join the war. What are you expecting in Tehran?
Actually, we are under attack. You know that an act of aggression has happened, please. You know, we were in the middle of diplomacy. You remember that we were together in Oslo when we were planning to have the 6th round of nuclear talks in Muscat, and we were actually on the verge of reaching to an agreement. That all of a sudden Israelis decided to start an act of aggression against Iran and move on offense on Iran, and definitely to sabotage and to sabotage the whole process. There are debates inside Iran right now. We don't know exactly because the messages that we are receiving from Americans, backdoor messages, are that we were not involved, we are not involved, and we are not going to be involved. But the messages that are on public, we are receiving through President Trump's tweets and his interviews, though they are very much confusing and contradictory, but they are very much indicating.
America's word on the global stage is lower than dirt. That's it. They just, whenever they say something, just assume that they mean the fucking opposite. Okay, and set up a self-defense measure because it's gonna be imminent.
That Americans have been aware, they have participated. Actually, they have supported this. So
what are the backdoor? You mentioned the backdoor messages. President Trump says that the Iranians are telling him they want to come to the White House, they want to negotiate. What are you hearing from Washington, and what are you saying in return?
it has been clear. All the responsible authorities in Iran has said that we have not sent this message. We have not contacted White House, though we have been contacted through different channels from the other side of the Atlantic. From the first hours of the aggression started by Israelis, they contacted us and they said that, you know, top American have sent these messages through Europeans and through some of the leaders in the region that they have not been involved and they don't want to be involved.
But what else have they told you? Do they say there is a way out? There is a way out of an escalating war? What is your your option?
Look, Liz. What's happening right now is an act of aggression. We are under attack.
Let's look at the way there's been 7 days of each.
Disgusting. Dude, even when you are in the crosshairs under imminent threat, you're still the enemy because you happen to be in the crosshairs of Israel and America. Like delivering a contentious interview of this sort to a guy who could literally be assassinated at any point. Like, this guy could be dead tomorrow, and none of the world leaders would turn around and be like, well, I can't believe Israel did that. Why do I know this? Because Israel has done this already. Okay? They've already started it with a decapitation strike of sorts against the IRGC and other high-level government officials and nuclear scientists, as a matter of fact. And these guys just fucking sit there in their comfortable studios in the Western world and basically go, oh, well, you know, we're just looking for solutions here. It's like, how do you see yourself getting out of this? Come on, Hasan, do you really believe that? Yes. What? What are you talking about? Yes. It is so insane that, like, the entire country is in the crosshairs of the Israeli state, and the BBC questionnaire, the BBC line of questioning is like implying that they're at fault for just simply being a country that Israel is invested in destroying. If you can't see that, if you can't understand this dynamic and how insane this dynamic is, like, I don't know what to tell you. It's fucking insane.
Country attacking each other.
CNN is doing this as well. Every media outlet is doing this. Fox doesn't even fucking cover the Iranian people to yell at them. They just have like the dumbest cop you've ever seen be like, that's right, Iran needs to be exploded like yesterday.
No, we are not attacking each other. We are defending ourselves.
But you are also striking Israel. Today you actually hit a hospital, a civilian hospital, as you were aiming for a military target. Is there a way to end this war?
Look, Liz, try to not be biased when you are the mainstream media in Western, hemisphere are trying to cover it up, what they are doing, the atrocities and this genocidal regime. They started the war on Iran. They attacked us. They attacked our hospitals. Numbers of Iranian civilians, hundreds of Iranian civilians have been up until now killed, and they threatened the head of a state. They killed our top commanders. And we were in the middle of a diplomacy. So why you are trying to use this sort of, jargons that are on the contrary of what's happening right now? We are on self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter, and we are going to continue this self-defense until the aggressor take the lesson that it cannot just, attack another country, another sovereign country, with or without, knowing the European.
They destroyed 360 hospitals, and I've never heard about BBC talking about what the heck is going on. This is the British bullshit corporation. What a relief. Every time he says self-defense, she gets all agitated. Typical Beeb interview. Talk over those who give a different viewpoint. She did not let him speak, and that is disgraceful, right or wrong. He was asked to speak, and she was rude. I'm with Iran from New York. Do not disrespect and then play the victim. Shame on you, lady. Why is she interrupting him? Deputy Foreign Minister, and we know you're after our oil. Iran has the right to defend itself against any aggressor. What is going on, bro? What is going on? This is what I'm saying. Like, YouTube comments are usually the lowest common denominator, and a slop of some of the most reactionary fucking opinions you've ever encountered in the real world. And nowadays, the tide has shifted so aggressively that you got Westerners, like dumb kind of right-wing Westerners who normally have never seen a war that they don't like, okay, turning around and being like, actually, the Islamic Republic of Iran has a right to self-determination and defense, and they should be making a nuke immediately. Like, what? I never in my life thought that I would see the day, like, even with the anti-Israel sentiment overflowing and spilling over, that's one thing. But then to also take the offensive position, the anti-Western imperialist position, whether you even have the tools to recognize you're taking the anti-Western, anti-imperialist position at all, doesn't matter. But like arriving at the correct conclusion that Israel is responsible for all of the pain and bloodshed in this fucking region, and therefore its enemies are probably not our enemies, but probably simply countries that are seeking to exist as sovereign states. It feels like a real vibe shift, okay? It feels like a real dramatic vibe shift. Long-term consequences of the past 20 months, Israel's overplayed their hand, committing atrocities, dragging us into wars, and policing free speech in America, all funded by taxpayers. This all predates 20 months. But by the way, current poll leadership may not have the courage, but we will. Negative views of Israel has risen in the U.S. Yeah, I mean, this is only, and America is still one of the most pro-Israel countries on the planet. I think this switch up isn't simply because Israel's done like tremendous bloodshed or whatever. I think a big part of the switch up also comes from the fact that people are just frustrated with our politics, man. I think the average person really recognizes that no politician gives a fuck. I think the post-Trump destruction of normal American politics is going to be severe, far more severe than we think. Because there are, I suspect, a lot of people who voted for Trump because he was supposed to be a different type of leader and represent even a mallet that will ruin the systems that have never served the American population. And this dynamic between politicians openly genuflecting and behaving like servile little demons to Israel, to Israel's interests, and placing Israel's interests over the interests of American citizens, that is inevitably going to cause anger and resentment even amongst some of the most loyal right-wing bases. Because, like, I didn't really think that the Trump administration, like, posturing as anti-war was going to create severe fissures, severe repercussions, and divide the base at all. Because I think most people just, like, think that they're anti-war, but they're not actually anti-war when push comes to shove. But at this point, it does feel as though there are at least some people who would probably be more on board with war if they were getting something in return. But if all you're seeing is a diminished status in the global stage, and if all you're seeing is yet another failed Iraq war 2.0, and if all you're seeing is, like, on the domestic front, no immediate improvement to your material conditions, you know, rent still as expensive as it ever was, groceries are not more affordable, your living standards are getting worse year over year, and there's a fuck ton of homeless people around, even if you don't recognize that that is born out of the unaffordability crisis in terms of housing. But, like, when you fucking recognize the environment that you live in, you're like, why the fuck would I fight for this? Why would I feel patriotic about this? Now, will there be patriots out there who will delude themselves into thinking America number one, baby, who gives a fuck? Sure. But I do think that every person that sees an American politician that is supposed to represent them, representing Israel harder than they ever have represented their constituents is going to inevitably breed tremendous resentment towards the political structure in its entirety. It feels like that is the main cause of this attitude shift. You can't have a servile public that is ready to go to war at a moment's notice if they don't believe that you are worth fighting for. You know, this is not supposed to be a fucking monarchy. You're not like a serf that is called to arms when the king decides, that when the king demands you have to go and fight. You know, that's not what this is supposed to look like. That's not what this is supposed to be, an evolution from that process, right? So I don't know. Things are more awful in the ashes. Things are more awful in the ashes of the 2001 to 2003 dynamic. And therefore, people are way, way, way less invested in going to war. And this time directly for Israel, after a year and a half of unlimited baby murder paid for with our tax dollars, as the Israeli government demands a pound of flesh in return, as the Israeli government says, you can't even fucking criticize this process. And our politicians play the role of loyal servants and continue trying to stop people from even having bad thoughts about Israel. I watched a streamer during the LA protest that used to be a Tim Pool fan and thought Trump would be a change, and now he regrets it and supports AOC because he sees everyone as a liar politician. He used to be in the Marines. Connor Habib. U.S. and or NATO war with Iran was signaled the complete divorce of Western governments and their citizens. This has already happened on a basic level, but it will be undeniable. There will be no regaining legitimation, only government force versus citizens fighting for total overhaul. Yeah, a big difference between now and right before we invaded Iraq is that almost no one in America wants or thinks we should go to war with Iran, and the people who do are barely even trying to justify it because they don't have to. That is basically where we're at. And I think a big part of this is, unironically, the constant lies that both parties have served people. Obviously, the most significant component here is that America didn't need to have a draft after 9/11, and that wasn't because of the poverty draft that existed. America didn't need to do forced conscription after 9/11 because of 9/11. I'm old enough, and I'm sure many of you are old enough to know this, or many of you are probably that probably saw that frenzied patriotism and joined the fucking military. That's why I always have jokingly said, and this might not be a joke any longer in the near future, but like in the absence of another 9/11 style attack, it's very difficult to recover the draft numbers necessary. It's very difficult to recover the draft numbers necessary for this kind of like war on terror initiative. You know? Meanwhile, you still have people in the chat who are like, hey, this pedophilic Israeli VTuber was right about you. You should be embarrassed, I think. Like, that's crazy. Crazy admission, big dog. Not this. Wherever the other guy is. None of these words are in the Bible. I know. (20 to 25% of the population is always stupid maxing. True. In this segment, speculating what an Iranian nuclear site would look like. Clip from Halal Flow. They briefly show an image of all the world's nuclear states, and they include Israel in it, getting a phone call. Somebody's getting a phone call.
Amid showers of missiles and thundering exchanges, the claims are growing louder. Israel and its allies insist the already sweeping attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities need to be decisive.
If you want this war to de-escalate, get the nukes out of
Motherfuckers got AirPods in, bro. Disrespectful.
Tehran's hands.
It's very simple, not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
For decades.
What about those Eric Prince mercenaries? Chatter, you think Academy is enough? Like, you think Academy has enough manpower to keep up with the war on terror? Like a war on terror style initiative in Iran, not even Iraq, a country that has like natural hardening because it's surrounded by fucking mountains. A country of 90 million people that has mountains surrounding it, and an experienced military as opposed to every other country that America has engaged with and has lost against, by the way. Like, you think the fucking Blackwater mercenaries are going to be able to fill the void? No shot. They don't have enough manpower. The American military's mightiest aspect is not its manpower, even though that is significant. Its mightiest aspect is logistics. Never forget, the American military's best capability is not even its technological superiority over other countries. It is its logistics. And logistics means you need manpower. Logistics mean you need a shit ton of people to carry the boxes, to carry the munitions, being everywhere in real time as quickly as possible. And we're getting worse at logistics by the day. That's also true. Soldiers win battles, logistics wins wars.
Iranian leaders have been building a nuclear program which they say is for research and to generate electricity. Indeed, just days ago, Iranian leadership reiterated they have no intention of building a nuke. But intelligence and military analysts say Iran has long been stockpiling refined uranium, developing more powerful missiles, and mining the
Calling Afghanistan inexperienced is pretty disingenuous. You think the ascetic fucking Taliban forces and the Mujahideen forces, even though they did have a tremendous amount of combat experience, you think that's comparable to the fucking IRGC and the Iranian military? Come on, dude. The Taliban were using our weapons that we gave them that they could use against the Russians. They got training from us versus a competent military of a sovereign state that has been effectively in combat in perpetuity against ISIS and other Salafist militias in the fucking region since America started doing the war on terror. There are a couple militaries that have seen active combat with regular frequency, okay? Counterinsurgency initiatives. Not like counterinsurgency initiatives that are closely resembling what Israel does, because their counterinsurgency is basically just fucking child mutilation and child murder. But like actually fighting against armed militancy. And I would say that Iran is one of those countries. Turkey does a bit of both, does some Israel-style death and destruction against civilian populations, but also actually actively fights against armed militancy as well. And then you have the United States of America.
technical knowledge of allies, including Russia, with hopes of someday becoming the world's 10th nuclear-armed nation.
The Iranians are definitely...
Pakistan, I don't know too much about the Pakistan military, but I think their Air Force is really good, right? That's what I've heard. I've heard that the Pakistani Air Force is like superior.
Much closer than they were 5 or 10 years ago. And it is certainly true.
Yeah, look Look at the countries with nukes. Oop, there it is. Israel. What? That's crazy.
World's 10th nuclear-armed nation.
The Iranians are definitely much closer than they were 5 or 10 years ago, and it is.
Yo, bro, why do you think Westoid normie audiences get mad when their favorite entertainer is Muslim? What do you mean? Who? Barack Obama? The secret son of Islam? Barack Obama, the 12er Shia. Is that who you're talking about? Dude, there is 60% enrichment. There is no debate. They don't have weapons that are nuclear. This discussion is so fucking stupid. Okay. Iran says the IAEA leaked to Israel.
In an attack that shook the world, Israel bombed Iranian nuclear sites that were under inspection by the International Atomic Energy Agency. The initial target, a facility enriching uranium to 60%, still legal under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which Iran remains bound to, while Israel, which is believed to hold several nuclear warheads, refuses inspections and has never signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Tehran has accused the IAEA's Director General of coordinating with Israeli officials, saying that scientists later killed by Israel were first identified through its reports, allegations the IAEA has denied. Now, with the conflict between Israel and Iran escalating and trust in the global system eroding, are we witnessing the failure of non-proliferation and the entrenchment of nuclear double standards? Rafael Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. Let me start by asking you about safety and security at nuclear sites within Iran. Israel claims to have hit some. Iran seems to be pushing back on some of the facts provided by Israel. Given the claims of internal contamination and damage to uranium enrichment centrifuges, how close could we be right now to a major disaster?
Well, I think we have to discriminate and go to the extent possible with the information we have.
He looks classically evil. I mean, I don't know.
And go facility by facility to have an accurate analysis of this type.
I fucking hate my life. I can't believe there are really Muslim Sunnis that say other Muslims are being empathetic to Iran because they are Shia. Bro, I think the Shias have experienced a tremendous wave of support from the rest of the Muslim world, both with first the Ansar Allah initiatives against Israel, and also now with what Iran is doing. If anything, I have heard more from Sunnis that normally would be like, yo, fuck these guys, actually turning around and being like, actually, fuck our governments. But they haven't done shit. Also, the sectarian divide is played up a lot more, I think, in the Western world than in the region in actuality. Depending on which country you're in, obviously there is some sectarian divide, but like nobody gives a shit. Like I've never met someone that's Muslim and I've been like, oh, are they Shia? Like I'm Sunni, technically. You know what I mean? You're just Muslim. I would say that it's like it's literally less of a divide in the eyes of most Muslims than even like the Catholic Christian divide, which from my perspective is not even a divide at all. You're all Christian. I don't understand why the fuck you guys act like it's like totally different, but maybe because you're not religious. That certainly is a part of it. Yes, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about any religion, really. I'm Shia and it's rare people ask. Yeah, I didn't know Zoran was Shia until someone brought it up. Like, it's not even a thing that I would ever think. Especially if you're a Muslim living in the Western world, like, you don't give a fuck. Or, I mean, unless you're in England. Sorry. That's a different breed. I'm not going to get into that. But, like, for most Muslims, they're like, you're just seen as Muslim. It doesn't matter whether you're Sunni or Shia. It's like Nigerians when they first come to the United States versus like a Nigerian person that's lived in the United States for like 5+ years. Very different attitude towards blackness. And that is because your blackness is not perceived by your socioeconomic standing or your family history, but instead the color of your skin and the perception that white supremacists have towards you, or supremacist system has towards you. Same thing goes for Muslims too. Uh-oh. Baby F, baby F, baby F, baby F. Is back. It's back. Israeli strikes kill civilians across Iran. Hundreds have been killed. Among them are a poet and her family. What is this? Why are you sending me this? Oh, I wanted to show you guys this thing instead. Hold on. Babe, wake up. The sleeper cells of feminist regime change have been activated. As much as I do not want to get dragged into Israel's beef with Iran, I don't want to see... I don't want to see you posting Iran has the right to protect itself if you were raising awareness about the Mahsa Amini protest 2 years ago. In the meantime, please pick up a copy of The Handmaid's Tale, which was inspired by the Iranian Revolution in 1979. God, white women, man. White women, agents of regime change. POV, you're a Gen X woman and you're old enough to remember when Ayatollah Khomeini robbed Iran of their freedom. I dedicate this little dancey dance to my Iranian Gen X sisters who remember the taste of freedom as little girls. Chuck those hijabs, ladies, says Gen X Auntie Cat. Already seeing Out of Touch Americans angry at Israel for attacking Iran. Like, do they not realize Iran is like a literal Handmaid's Tale dystopia?
Or is it slow? Maybe it's useless.
Ayatollah. Like iodine. That's amazing. Yeah. Don't you know the greatest way to girl boss liberate women in Iran is by killing all of them? Excuse me, don't you know the best possible way for women's liberation to take place in Iran is by doing a decapitation strike while simultaneously allowing B-2 bombers to drop bunker buster bombs in the Fordow nuclear facility that is deep underground with numerous with numerous and precise and maybe some imprecise strikes. This is the best possible way to liberate the Iranian women, sweetie. Do you see Jenna stands with Iran? Jenna Ortega shows solidarity with the people of LA, Palestine, and Iran. A new Instagram story. The world is crying all over. People in Los Angeles being torn away from their everyday lives in Lord. This is why Times of Israel famously considered Jenna Ortega to be as deeply of an anti-Semitic person as Kanye West. That's a real article the Times of Israel wrote, by the way. They arrived at the conclusion that Jenna Ortega was actually a more insidious, a more dangerous anti-Semite than Kanye West because she was making valid points about Israel's depravity. My thoughts are heavy. My heart, Palestinian cries are still being buried in everyday media. My thoughts are heavy. My heart follows. It is normal to feel confused and hopeless during this time, but I strongly advise you never stop paying attention. How can we care about anything else as human freedom spanning across the sea or being violated with such violence? Listen to another and love, but be angry too. Educate yourself as best as you can. To say this doesn't concern you or that it isn't your problem is a privilege under abuse. Where did she talk about Iran? Oh, innocent civilians in Iran are caught in the middle of warfare. Someone reminds me of someone who said that about you and Fuentes. Always that shit. Yeah. We already covered The Guardian on Iran's Fordo facility. We also covered that the Trump administration came out and said, no, all options are on the table, including a nuke. The Israeli occupying force already did try to kill the Iranian foreign minister, just like you said they would earlier. Mohammed Hossein Ranjbaran, the advisor of the Iranian foreign minister, confirmed that a major Israeli plot to assassinate foreign minister Abbas Araghchi was foiled. Ranjbaran noted that the operation was foiled thanks to measurements carried out by the Iranian intelligence. Yeah, by the way, when someone says they're going to use a tactical nuke, just know that that just means they're going to use a nuke. Like there is no such thing. Okay? A fucking tactical nuke is just a nuke by another name. And as far as I understand, far more powerful than the previous nukes that the United States of America has used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Would Russia be more emboldened to use nukes if USA nukes Iran? Would this make Iran fast track making a nuke? Would China make a move on Taiwan? Oh my God. Taiwan. Come on, dude. Yes, a tactical nuke is still many times more powerful than the previous nukes that were used on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Wouldn't using a nuke be detrimental to the whole world? Yes. Okay, here's The View getting spicy with it. Let's watch.
And it's slow.
But let's just remember.
When talking about Iran, the ladies got spicy with it.
But too, the Iranians literally throw gay people off of buildings. They don't adhere to basic human rights.
Listen, here's the
Bro. You say a correct thing about Israel, people call you an anti-Semite for hours and hours and days, okay? And they demand your deplatforming. You go on The View and you're like, Iranians are doing ISIS-style assassination attempts on homosexuals. And everyone's like, well, that's true, but... No, bitch, it ain't true. What the fuck do you mean? It's like 7 seconds in. Are you kidding me? They say this about every Muslim country, dude. What the fuck? Every Muslim country. In Gaza, they throw the babies off the roof when they find out the baby is gay. Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's crazy. It feels like they're doing it in every Muslim country. It almost feels like you're just fucking racist, dude. Also, what an insane fucking statement, because your solution is what? To kill the gay people with American weapons instead?
Let's not do that, because if we start with that, we have been known in this country to tie gay folks to the car.
Where the Iranian regime is today in 2025 is nothing compared to the United States.
Keep hanging black people. So
it is not even the same. I couldn't step foot during this.
Wait. That's not what you mean to say.
Whoopi actually brings up a very good point, which is, do you think it would be justifiable for the USSR to nuke the United States of America because there was segregation implemented in the United States of America? Do you think it would be valid for the USSR, after nuclear proliferation, to nuke the entire fucking countryside for, you know, hanging black people with lynch mobs?
It is the same.
No, it's not. The year 2025 in the United States is nothing like if I step foot wearing this outfit in Tehran or killed for
I'm sorry.
What, they look like you're running no, I can't have my hair showing. I can't wear a skirt. I can't have my arms out.
I'm telling you, as
I literally.
Yeah, I can't wear my skirt in Tehran. I can't eat Kubi Day. Whoopee, don't you understand? I can't wear bikini to the beach. So obviously, they all need to die. We need to kill them. I can't wear my skirt to beach and eat Kubi Day.
Literally said it was up to the Iranian people.
Yes,
it is up to them.
And that's why I am saying that it is the same.
Also, what she's saying is not even fucking completely correct. But I'm not even going to get into it because people love to latch on to this. Any sort of course correction about like the day-to-day existence in Iran, okay, is immediately met with tremendous response because most people are operating off of this false fucking notion as well. So they just genuinely will go, what do you mean? Are you saying it's a paradise for women? Are you saying it's the most, it's the most pro-women country on the planet? How fucking dare you? How do you say that? I'm saying this as someone who has tried to, perhaps unsuccessfully, combat Islamophobia for the past 10 to 12 years at this point. Yeah. Did you guys know that there's a country in the region where if a woman is raped and in the aftermath of being raped, if she cannot sufficiently prove that she was not asking for it, okay, that she actually still goes to jail and could even be killed in the process. A Muslim country. Do you know which country this is? It's not Iran. It's Saudi Arabia. But Saudi Arabia is our ally. So God forbid. And for the record, I wouldn't be advocating to fucking nuke Saudi Arabia for that reason either, okay? Crazier fight against anti-Semitism has gone better than your fight against Islamophobia. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'm making an impact on the fighting against anti-Semitism either. I feel like there's a overwhelmingly powerful force of anti-Semitism that's growing directly as a consequence of people associating Israel's disgusting affairs in the region with Judaism and Jews in the United States of America. Sometimes that conflation is being made, in a lot of instances, as a matter of fact, is being made by Jews in the media, ironically enough, which is fucking crazy. It's like if I were running around and being like, I love ISIS. ISIS is like actually true Islam. It's in the name. How dare you fucking criticize ISIS's actions? That's Islamophobic.
Murdering someone for their difference is not good, whoever does it. It's not good. So that's why I said you weren't saying what I heard was not what you meant.
I think it's very different to live in the United States in 2025 than it is to live in Iran.
Not if you're black.
Not for everybody.
Not if you're black.
Guys, don't go to Tehran. Do not, no one at this table should go to Tehran.
Let me tell you about.
Oh my God. She's still talking about the Quran. This is just pure Islamophobia. What the fuck are you saying? Is Turkey like that? I mean, is Iran even like that to the extent that she claims it is? It's not, by the way. The answer is no. There are definitely regions where even the Islamic Republic has had to forcibly have to back away. She said, have you been to Tehran? Oh, ironically enough, many parts of Tehran are exactly what I'm talking about, where you can freely fucking not cover your hair. You don't need to cover your hair. So she's literally wrong on that front. I thought she said, have you read the Quran? There have been times of state repression and major chaos unfolded as a direct consequence of that only a couple years prior. Here's what Iranian girls think. Watch to the very end. Says they told us to evacuate our city, but we're not going anywhere. We're living our lives unless we take our bodies out of here. Down with Israel and fuck you, Netanyahu. Mark Israel. I didn't say that. I was just repeating what she said. I was just laughing, but I'm also shaking my head disapprovingly at what she said. Oh no. I did not say that. She's saying that. We just saw an Iranian female streamer without a hijab get bombed a few days ago. They're so extreme in Iran. Wouldn't she be in jail? She said death to Israel. That's what that word means. And then she said, "Fush you. Fush you, Netanyahu." Bro, you're gonna get banned? Holy shit. No, I'm not gonna get banned. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Does Turkish and Farsi share some words? Yeah, I think so, but that's not. I just know that. I just know what that means because I've heard it quite a bit. Yeah, someone should tell this woman that she has to cover her hair or she'll be thrown off of a roof, dude. It's so funny to gay wash the attacks on Iran because the U.S. nowadays still sees regular hate crimes, not even just the trans people, but all queer folk, and every country's rural areas are generally weird conservative. Seeing I myself in Mexico is absurd. Is it safe to visit Iran as an American in 2025? Well, Drew released this 5 days ago, but I'm afraid I don't think it's safe anymore. And it's not because they'll kill you, like the Iranians or whatever. It's Israel will kill you. So no, the answer to that question, the answer to that question is yes, but not anymore.
One of the most dangerous countries to visit as an American. The U.S. government issued this travel warning, citing terrorism and kidnapping as major risks. Iran's government supports militant groups that are openly hostile to the United States. And with no functioning U.S. embassy, Americans who visit Iran are on their own if something...
From what I understand, getting a visa as an American is very hard. If you're not from America, Canada, England... Canada, America, or England, you're fine. You can just like get a visa pretty easily. But if you're from any of those countries, they like give you a person to walk around with.
Goes wrong. So why am I going to Iran as an American? Because I want to spend time with the local people to see what they really think about the States. America. And find out what the security situation is like on the ground today. This is going to be a wild 7-day road trip across the country. But first, I need to tell my parents I'm going.
Hey, Beauty.
Hi, Mom. How are you?
Good.
Guess where I'm going tomorrow?
Where?
Iran.
No, Druby. Why?
Can't go there. Contrary to what my dad says, you can go to Iran as an American. You just need 3 months to prepare for the visa. After a long flight from Prague to Shiraz, a city in southern Iran, we have a little issue with my cameraman's visa.
We wrote down Slovakia, which is originally where he's from, but now he has a Czech passport, so... Mate and I are basically just doing loops right now in the immigration area. We've been waiting for 2 hours. Still no visa for him. All right, you got it? Let me see it.
I'm not getting deported, so that's a good thing.
Once we clear immigration, my local friend Amin is waiting for us at arrivals. He's a tour guide dedicated to showing the real Iran, the vibrant culture and hospitality beyond what makes the headlines.
Very well, Drew. Welcome to Shiraz. Welcome to Iran.
As we hop into the taxi, the sights and smells flood my senses, and the adrenaline rush starts kicking in. We are in one of Iran's biggest and most liberal cities, Shiraz, and Amin has a very special destination in mind for our first stop.
We're here inside the Pink Mosque in Shiraz. It is stunning. You can see pink all around us. These beautiful tiles and mosaics on the windows, they make these incredible reflections. It's one of the most spiritual places I've ever been. It's really, really cool in here. Women are dressed in these beautiful colors. You can see like even the roofs are covered in pink flowers.
Having this special type of stained glass windows is also very influenced by the European art.
Is it different than the other mosques in Iran, or is it kind of the same like this?
Most of the mosques in Iran, they are in dark blue color. What makes this mosque more different is the special pink color they use for the tiles of this mosque. All original from 19th century, and this is mostly European sceneries painted on the tiles.
I was gonna say.
Even on some of the tiles over there, you can see some of the buildings like churches.
After the mosque, we're heading to Iran's most important historical site, and a place that every traveler who comes here has on their bucket list.
We are in Persepolis, an ancient site built in around 518 BC on the order of BC, before Common Era, on the order of the king Darius I, one of the famous kings of Persian Empire. This place was important for the Persian Empire because this is the place used as a ceremonial capital. Persian kings invited lots of delegations from all around the empire. They came here and they celebrated a big festival for New Iranian Year, Nowruz.
I'm amazed by how old this place is, and it's still standing. And as an Iranian, what does this mean to you as your identity, like Persepolis?
Yeah, we are all proud of this place. It is like a national ID for Iranians.
And this is the special part of coming to Iran because this is one of the most ancient civilizations. I mean, the birthplace of what we know today of cities and life happened. I don't know, in the US, it's such a new country. We have amazing nature.
One of the rules in my chat is Ottoman Empire is greater than the Persian Empire, and I'm willing to change that. There's a super old meme between me and one of my Iranian former roommates and colleagues that I just like fucking kept as one of the chat rules in here, but I don't know, man. The Ottoman Empire is the foundation of all civilization. Yeah. It's not even close, Haas. I'm sorry. They are OP. Guys, it's a joke, okay? It's a joke. Anyway. Hasan kaşınma. Oğlum Erdoğan ne yapıyor? Erdoğan ne yapıyor? Kendi parmağının üstüne oturuyor Erdoğan her gün. İsrail, Setenyahu diyor. Ondan sonra bir bok yapmıyor amına koyayım.
And stuff, but we don't have anything that we can say 500 BC.
Generally, Iranians are really proud of the ancient history.
Right.
I can feel it here when local people, Iranians, are here. They are really proud of visiting this amazing historical place. The most important thing about Persepolis is whoever worked here was paid. We have documents about that.
Cool.
We have clay tablets found during the excavation of Persepolis.
Have we spoken about how Israel had 1,000 interceptors remaining for Arrow, Davis, Sling, and Thad? At 60 Iranian missiles a day, that gives you over 2 weeks of security. Hence why Trump is giving 2 weeks, and news outlets say it only has 2 weeks of interceptors left. But Iran has about 1,800 missiles that can't be intercepted by Iron Dome. Check last comment. No, I already talked about it. That's why I said I think Trump is going to do this before the 2 weeks ends. I think it's worse than that. I think the situation is more dire than that. We delivered more today, I'm pretty sure, but it doesn't matter.
place.
They weren't.
Nobody was used as a slave, so it's something makes Persepolis different from other historical sites in the world.
Maybe that's so deeply rooted in the Iranian culture, like take care of people, hospitality.
Hi.
You speak English?
I'm so interested that you are here.
How many American tourists do you think are in Iran right now, if you had to guess?
Maybe just you.
That's a crazy feeling because
Iran is a huge country.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me about Persepolis.
In 2,500 years ago, we had a rich.
Haas, please stop stealing your video ideas and coverage from Palestinian citizen of Israel streamer Ray K. You're such an unbelievable grifter. At least give credit to Palestinian Voices if you're going to steal from them all the time. Anytime he translates from Hebrew news, you're saying the same shit 15 minutes later with the same analysis. What? I have no idea who this person is. Are you okay? What? Wait, what? This person is also literally a fucking subscriber. Was that like a shit post to fucking promote Ray K? Is that what it was, Gay Lennon? He aired Jabate, you're capping. What the fuck? Why don't you just, promote this guy better? Instead of doing this. Yeah, I'm secretly watching Hasanabi Head, who is I guess, Palestinian citizen of Israel, while I'm live. Famously. I'm watching him on the other screen right now to steal his takes, to steal from Palestinian Voices.
Culture. Here you can see in the Persepolis, you can see a mixture of all of the countries that they were under the control of Iran. In that part, you can see half of the world. Different people with different cultures, with different hairstyle, different shoes, different clothes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Being here, you can really feel a presence of how huge and incredible and royal this place was back in the day. It's that feeling that you get when you visit like the Great Wall of China or the Pyramids of Giza or Taj Mahal. It's like these really, really old, important structures that have just been standing for so long. And you wonder all the people that have passed here over the centuries. It gives me the goosebumps, seriously. As a tourist, like this is more enjoyable than the
Cryptic Trey tweet. Probably for all the people calling to be deported, people on X should have to disclose whether they've been paid or receive free travel from a foreign minister of any government. Their positions would make a lot more sense to the general public. Wait, what? No, I don't think he's talking about people that are calling for him to be deported. I think he's talking about like people who are. I think he's talking about people who are like, by his assessment, pro Qatar or whatever, and like anti-Israel. Because like remember, Trey's been outspoken about like Palestinian journalists being slaughtered, but like he's still a Fox News correspondent. He is not pro-Palestine by any means. I love sometimes tuning into Fox News to see what's up throughout the day, and it's always awesome. It's like Democrats were wrong about Trump's economy. It's even worse than they thought it was. Like, wow. Incredible coverage. Incredible coverage. We were doing Whoopi Goldberg, I forgot, who was defending Iran.
About being in this country. This is the greatest country in the world. But yeah, I know that. And we all know that. But every day we are worried. Do we have to be worried about our kids? Are our kids going to get shot because they're running through somebody's neighborhood? They are not big deals. And I don't mean to say they're not big deals to you, because that's not
women,
what I meant.
And they are not doing well there either. They are not doing well in Iran. They are not educated. They cannot property.
They're not educated. What the fuck are you saying? Women are not educated in Iran is a fucking psychotically dumb American perspective. I fucking hate how stupid the average American is. How is this anything but white supremacy, man? Okay, saying that, you know, there are repressive forces in the country is valid. It's not wrong, okay? There are repressive forces in the country for sure. But to say that Iranian women are not educated is literally the most wrong thing you can say. Iranian women are more educated than American women, clearly more educated than you. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it makes me so mad. It makes me so mad how fucking stupid these Orientalist perspectives are. And it makes me extra mad because I know people that watch that in America also fucking think this, where they just sit around, okay, barely literate, can't even speak one fucking language, okay, let alone multiple, and they just go, hell yeah, she's right, she cooked, that's tea. That's right. Iranian women are actually fucking stupid. Oh my God. Oh my God. I've been privately crying a little bit these past few days just thinking about the goal. It seems to just obliterate the Middle East and its cultures and history. It's not fair. It's just so fucking racist at its core. Yeah. I'm going to look this up. Hold on. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Iran literacy rate for 2022 was 89%. Let's look at the American literacy rate. %79%. Is one Google. Iranian women are 60% of Iranian university students and 70% of STEM graduates. Like, this right here, get mocked, America. This right here, by the way, is just racism through and through, for the record. This is exactly the same principle that white supremacists had towards black people. The notion that, like, black people are just, you know, lesser than white people for no real reason other than just like they thought it, okay? They kept black people down and then they were like, all right, yeah, and they're just lesser. They're just lesser. They're inferior. It's the same exact shit. The reason why I'm using black-white dynamics here is because Americans only understand, like, barely, but only understand anti-black racism. Like they're equipped to handle that at least. So I need to use that as a way to fucking dovetail to a larger conversation. It's just like the assumption that Iran is a country where they're throwing gay people off the roofs, where they're just like fucking dominating women and not letting them get educated. All this shit is so unimaginably wrong that it fucking blows my mind that these dumb fucks get to say shame whatsoever, and there's enough dumb fucks out there that also agree. It's crazy. How do you not recognize that this is just a byproduct of like Islamophobic sentiment that was supercharged to justify? She clarified. What is this? Yesterday on the show, I spoke about the treatment of girls and women in Iran and misspoke by conflating the theocratic rule of the Ayatollah in Iran with Taliban's control of Afghanistan. To clarify, girls and women in Afghanistan are currently banned from attending school, while in Iran, women do have access to education and make up a significant portion of university students. When referencing education, I was speaking specifically about access under authoritarian regimes, not the capabilities and achievements of Iranian women. I want to be clear, I was not implying that women in Iran are uneducated or making any pejorative generalizations. That said, that larger point still stands. Oh my God, you still have to double down. Oh my God. I would not want to be a woman living under current regimes in either Iran or Afghanistan. Despite their differences, both governments impose serious restrictions on women's rights and freedoms. You and your government want to impose serious restrictions on your rights. Match that up. Okay? Talk about your government. Okay? Talk about your government while simultaneously your government is dominating those places as well. The reason why there is any sort of fundamentalist attitude in governance in any of these countries is directly tied back to American intervention and American involvement. Oh my fucking Lord. Whether it be the Iranian Revolution or whether it be Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, twice. Not once, but twice as a matter of fact. Fuck. This shit pisses me off so much, dude. It is literally the global version of white supremacist attitudes. Okay, it is the global version. You fucking enslave black people. You refuse to allow black people to integrate into society. You keep black people underserved, and then you fucking act as though there is like an air of superiority about you simply on the basis of the color of your skin as opposed to their skin. It's the same shit. You dominate these fucking regions, and then you destroy them, and then you leave them in a state of disrepair, and then you continue dominating these fucking countries. And when people rise up and resist, the most successful factions of resistance are fundamentalist oftentimes, because those fundamentalist forms of resistance are seen as the most uncorruptible forces, okay? The least tarnished by Western influence forces. They also then turn around and actually implement repression as a byproduct, because they say like the more fundamentalist you are in your expression, the less Americanized you are, the less like liberal you are, okay? Because liberalism and all this stuff is seen as an expression of Western domination in these regions. And then these dumb fucks will turn around and be like, "Oh, they're so stupid. They're so stupid. They're so uneducated. They're so violent." It's vile. The barbarism of the West is so fucking unimaginable. The barbarism of the West is so vile. Just because you're wearing a fucking suit while doing it doesn't make you any less barbaric. It's disgusting.
United States. I'm talking about here.
Nobody wants to diminish the very real problems we have in this country. That is no one's intent.
Good.
But I think it's important we remember there are places much darker than this country and people who deserve rights.
Not everybody feels that way. Not everybody feels that way. Listen, I'm sorry. You know, when you think about the fact that we got the vote.
Whatever, Trot, go globalize the Intifada, America. You are not white Chinese. You have betrayed your lineage with your anti-Kaka. China always great. America stands. You must do a walkabout in Chinese countryside to regain your status. Call me a Trot. Globalize the Intifada is a Trot attitude to have. Permanent international revolution. Globalize the Intifada. I love getting mad at this term simply on like different Marxist orientations. Seems a little too close to comfort for me. I, a Stalinist, despise. I, a Orthodox Marxist-Leninist, despise this this fucking Trot attitude of permanent international revolution. You thought you could sneak that by me. Yeah. Nationalize the Intifada. Localize it, not globalize it. Intifada in one country first. Intifada not in multiple countries. Intifada in one country.
In 1965.
Okay, they don't have free and fair elections in Iran. It's not even the same universe.
They can't go out of their house. Women,
you know what?
Women can't go out of their house in Iran. Incredible. Brilliant analysis. The literacy rate for women in Iran was below 25% before the Iranian Revolution as compared to 85% now. Kürtaj yasak olan bölgelerinizi bombalasak olur mu Hasan? But this Turk says, can we bomb the parts of America where abortion is illegal? It's true. Again, great question. You can't get a fucking abortion in some of these places in the country now. Should we bomb them? Will we liberate the women? Will we liberate the women from their bodies by destroying them with munitions? No, right? That's stupid. I hope everyone understands how fucking stupid that is. Yeah. America, the beacon of caring about women. A pregnant, brain-dead woman in Georgia was kept on life support. Experts say it raises ethical and legal questions. Adriana Smith was 8 weeks pregnant when she was declared brain dead. 31-year-old Georgia nurse and mother was just 8 weeks pregnant when she was declared brain dead in February after suffering a medical condition. However, the family claims the hospital told them legally she had to be kept on life support to allow the fetus to grow due to the state's strict abortion law. Her family alleges they were not allowed to have a say in whether to continue her care, according to local Atlanta station 11 Alive. Last week, Smith's baby was born by emergency cesarean section, weighing under 2 pounds and needing care in the neonatal intensive care unit. Oh, baby was born 3 months premature because the mother was literally rotting. They billed the family for all of it too? Oh my God. Incredible, incredible pro-women country. Incredible. I love this nation. So pro-women. So pro-women. Unimaginably pro-women.
There's no way I can make you understand.
No, let me try something. It's like try to reverse roles with a black person in this country, let's say, because I think that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Just try to understand from their point of view. From that point of view, this country does not do them well. Does not go for them.
I completely acknowledge that, but
And we shouldn't compare atrocities.
If you're talking about Iran, of course, is doing worse things. But relatively speaking, it feels bad.
Okay, but I think you know that Iran is significantly worse.
This is just pure imperial cope, by the way. Iranian women can't post TikTok dances? What? That's a joke, right? You're saying that as a joke, right? Because, one, I don't think that's a metric for women's liberty. And two, they abso-fucking-lutely can. What are you talking about? What is the... What the fuck? I mean, they can't right now because the internet's shut off, but I think that's what it is. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. I heard Iranian women aren't able to eat processed raw foods and consume Valium. Bro, one thing I know about Persians is they can't stop dancing. Iran is footloose. No, I mean, okay. I'm not discounting the forms of repression that especially heated up in Iran a couple years prior. Okay, they did. They did. Since then, after a tremendous amount of struggle, imprisonments, and even deaths in the process, the Iranian government had to loosen a lot of these restrictions in at least certain parts of Tehran as a direct consequence of the bravery of the Iranian women and men that fought against this. Having said that, none of this justifies bombing Iran. And yes, currently as it stands, Iranian women are allowed to dance. They will dance. They will dance again. Oh my God, what is happening today? What the fuck? Another baby F. Another baby F. Not a big one, but a baby one. A baby F. Little baby F. God dang it. Dag nabbit. We're back. Oh my God, I'm going to move to Iran. They also don't have internet right now. Iran is DDoS attacking you because you talked about the dance restrictions. Or I said the women of Iran are allowed to dance. That's why. Here's 4 TikTok dances you can do to help fight the Iranian regime. Is there a delay? Press 3 if there's a delay. Testing the delay. Press 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there's a 7-second delay. There's a 7-second delay. All right, I'm going to fix the ingest. So you're going to see an F in 1, 2, 3. Boom. This is how we figure out whether or not the delay still remains. Subscribe. Subscribe now. For $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Subscribe now. Get your subscriptions ready. Get them going. Get the gifted subs going. See wall-to-wall subscriptions. This is how we figure out if there is actually a delay or not. Okay, we're not getting that many subscriptions. Never mind. I guess the delay still remains. Starting to think this is on purpose? Yeah. Listen, this is the only way for me to figure out whether there's a delay or not. Sorry. Okay, I guess the delay is past. It's subsided. To Westerner imperialist Arab states aren't allowed to undergo their own civil rights struggles and use them as a justification to impose imperialist regional interests. Yes. But even then, their fucking solution is to do what exactly? Is to destabilize the country. You know? It's disgusting. All right. Kneecap update before we get to Zohran Mamdani, which I'm going to get to in a second. Kneecap rapper granted unconditional bail over terror charge.
From West Belfast to Westminster Magistrates Court, you know when Kneecap have arrived in scenes which make the band's mosh pits look tame. The kneecap rapper Makara found himself centre stage, charged with a terrorism offence, accused of displaying a flag in support of Hezbollah, a prescribed terrorist organisation, at a gig last year, something he denies. Usually found giving the middle finger to the British establishment.
Get your bread set, get your bread set. We're on a mad one.
To their fans, kneecap are the rowdy voice of republicanism and rave culture.
Nah.
Today, Makara left the lyrics to his lawyers, only appearing to confirm his name and address before being bailed just in time for Glastonbury. As his bandmate...
They also fucking forcibly cancelled like half of their sold out shows all around Europe, which is insane. Like actually insane. I'm seeing them in the UK because of you. Hell yeah. My boys. Clutching my pearls and crossing the street if I see these thugs walking my way. Dude, listen. They're wonderful people. They're incredible people. You rarely ever meet someone that you've never met before, that you don't really know that much about, and you just fucking click. Your worldview is so perfectly aligned, okay? Amazing. They're fantastic. They're great lads. Love them. You've seen the movie, right? Yeah, I have. I not only saw the movie, I went and I actually live streamed their second concert at Coachella, the concert that caused all of this fucking chaos to take place. Because at their second concert at Coachella, they had a placard behind them that said, fuck Israel. and I think like fuck the USA or something. It was like, no, fuck Israel, stop the genocide, something along those lines. And that was very, very frustrating for them. I went on stage with them. Surprisingly, I got no photos of that, but they said, yeah, fuck Israel, free Palestine. And that started this sequence of events where they were like actively mining to try to figure out any kind of like thing that they had said that was prosecutable. And they found allegedly in a stage performance, allegedly Mohara holding up a Hezbollah flag, a prescribed terror organization. And so yeah, they literally fucking slapped this like ridiculous terrorism charge.
Pointed out.
For anybody going to Glastonbury, you can see us there. But most importantly,
that's Dan, by the way. He's also dope as fuck. Very cool dude. That's their manager. He also manages I think like a Irish. He manages a Irish women's soccer team that played, I think, or maybe a women's soccer team, but he played. They played with a Palestinian team as well. And also on top of that, he used to work for the UN. He is brilliant.
Kneecap say they're the victims of a coordinated smear campaign by the British establishment.
We're not the story here.
After speaking out on Gaza. But today the prosecution said this case wasn't about the rapper's support of Palestine or his criticisms of Israel. But
even if he did support Hezbollah, how the hell do they charge him with terrorism for simple verbal support? Is there really that much restriction on speech in the UK? Yes. Yes. Literally, it is illegal.
Instead centred on allegedly displaying the flag of a terrorist organisation. While the fans waiting outside made their feelings known.
Kneecap have been targeted because they stand up for the Palestinian people, and that's wrong. I stand with Kneecap. This thing about Hezbollah is a lot of nonsense.
He was allegedly wearing and chanting up Hamas, up Hezbollah, obviously a prescribed terrorist organisation. I mean, that is a crime, isn't it? There's no getting around that.
The flag was thrown on the stage for a start. He didn't come out with it.
And we'll give the final word, weirdly, to Paul Weller, a supporter of the band who we spotted outside.
You a big fan?
Yeah.
Fan of their music or their politics?
I'm for the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Weller.
Rapper Makara will next appear in court on August the 20th. Meanwhile, stopping the traffic outside with a more is more approach, Kneecap's mantra.
Amazing. Paul Weller's an absolute Chad. Europe does not have free speech. I mean, Europe does have, obviously Europe has some semblance of free speech. It's just not as, American free speech is less restrictive than European free speech, which is also slated to change in America as well. Yeah, they also demanded an Irish translator. Demanding an Irish interpreter in a British court where everyone knows you speak English is so swag. And also exactly what Mo Farah did in the movie when he gets arrested for selling Molly. The case has been postponed until August 20th to allow time for legal arguments regarding the time frame in which charges were issued. An Irish interpreter is to be sourced for the next hearing.
I'm a free man!
Dude, I love Irish people. They're the fucking best. Ne yapıyorsun? Ne yapıyorsun? Ne? Ha. Eyvah. Eyvah. Peki hadi. Daha yeni yıkandı. Öp kokla. My mom is here. I'm telling her that Conor McGregor exists. Don't fucking sully the good name of Ireland by bringing up that fucking pig. Anyway, we're going to talk obviously about Mamdani.
We're going to begin with
Mamdani closing in Cuomo's lead in New York City mayor's race, says new mayor's poll. However, the poll also shows, like, I think the poll also shows there is a big gap still. It's a little concerning. It makes me a little worried. But it's good to maintain revolutionary optimism in this circumstance. Let's take a look.
with the race for New York City mayor, and Zohran Mamdani is closing the gap with former Governor Andrew Cuomo for the top spot 6 days before the primary. Mamdani is now within 11 points of Cuomo in a new Marist poll, but with
That's the first round. That's the first round without ranked choice.
Voting and no one with the majority of votes, the race becomes a lot more complicated. Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett is live in Lower Manhattan with our lead story tonight. NJ.
Right, Liz, outside a polling place here on Greenwich Street in Lower Manhattan. You know, more than 130,000 people have voted in the election so far citywide. And as you know, Andrew Cuomo has been the front runner from the moment he entered the race. But as you said, his numbers are flat, and Mamdani has cut his lead in half.
The poll predicts that Andrew Cuomo will win, but he'll have to hold off a surging Zohran Mamdani.
We continue to be within 10 points. We continue to be on the verge of a single-digit race.
The 33-year-old socialist assemblyman from Queens is closing the gap. In a poll of likely Democratic primary voters, none of the candidates has the 50% needed to win outright. Andrew Cuomo is first with 38%, followed by Mamdani with 27%, and Comptroller Brad Lander and Council Speaker Adrian Adams, each with 7%. 11% are undecided. The poll predicts that Cuomo beats Mamdani in the 7th round, 55% to 45%. Lee Miringoff conducted the poll for the Marist Institute.
Cuomo is in front,
but it's not a solid locked-in kind of number for him.
Voters were also asked whether the city's next mayor should oppose President Trump. 72% said yes, 26% preferred compromising with the administration. All of the Democratic candidates are vowing to push back. Lander with his arrest.
What New York City needs right now is a mayor, is a leader who will stand up and protect New Yorkers.
Cuomo with his TV ads.
Trump's coming for New York. Who do you think can...
I got hopium for you. Polls were wrong about Eric Adams' win by 9.5%. Turnout is nearly double from last year's with early voting numbers. The polls conducted aren't contacting Muslim voters over 45, who he's been doing hella outreach with. Most important, we need more people to knock on doors for get out the vote. Abso-fucking-lutely. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, baby. If Mamdani doesn't win, I'm not sure the American public can be saved because you can't run a race better than him. I'm going to be honest with you. Even if he wins, I don't know if the American public can be saved, but at least he's a beacon of hope. A really necessary hope. Like, allow me to put my lib cap on for a brief moment and say that even if you're a liberal right now and you're scared of socialism, scared of like the scary brown guy, you can't deny that he is exactly the momentum that the Democratic Party needs. A real fighter who is young, who is charismatic, who is going to actually routinely make a big fuss about Donald Trump. He's going to do right by his constituents. He's not going to be beholden to corporate interests. This is exactly the type of guy you need. It doesn't always have to be a fucking white dude, okay? I know many liberals are so used to voting for the same names that they've seen over and over again, and they think that spells stability, and stability is what we need right now. But Zohran Mamdani is exactly the type of candidate that represents broad, popular ideas that you all want implemented. And while he's young, okay, his lack of experience means that he is less corrupted by the very same forces that cause you to vote for these old fucking douchebags who don't do anything for you and have calcified their support in their real corporate benefactors who only defend their real constituents, not you, not the average voter, but instead the real estate lobby and all these other special interest groups, whether it be DoorDash or numerous other expensive campaign contributors. Okay. It's also obviously insane that there are New Yorkers out there who would rather vote for a fucking cop rapist, okay? Like Mr. Cop Diddler, Mr. Cop Fondler, Andrew fucking Cuomo. Just because you know his last name, just because you recognize his last name doesn't mean that like he is the right guy for this moment. Every single aspect of New York City existence that has devolved in the last 2 decades is directly a consequence of Andrew Cuomo's leadership when he was the governor. Okay? And now, in an effort to continue that reign of corporate interest, people like Michael Bloomberg are pouring in millions of dollars into the race. Michael Bloomberg personally has dumped $8.5 million. Andrew Cuomo gets support from a lot of these fucking pig unions, or at least the union leadership, but the rank and file is not with Andrew Cuomo. Because the rank and file understands that Andrew Cuomo is also anti-union. He has already destroyed New York politics and made New York Republicans significantly more powerful in the state so that he could maintain his grip of power. He is exactly the kind of corrupt pervert that has ruined the lives of regular New Yorkers. He is everything that's wrong with New York politics. He's everything that's wrong with the Democratic Party. His attitude is precisely the reason why you have tremendous resentment right now at this very moment towards the feckless ineptitude that you see from the Democrats. You need a guy like Zohran. You need a guy like Zohran. You need a fighter. And my God, are they doing everything they can now in the last round because he's become a real threat to the established order and the comfortable corruption that they want in business as usual politics, that they're trying to rat fuck them as aggressively as possible. And in the process of doing that, they've opened up an unlimited money faucet, and they're attacking him, claiming he is an anti-Semite once again. I said this yesterday. The concerted effort to spam the airwaves with anti-Semitism smears against Zoran is a desperate attempt to deprive New York City of the young, dynamic fighter that the Democrats desperately need, all because he's anti-genocide like the majority of the party's base. Disgusting. Anti-Semitism smears are not effective in the United States of America, especially, but they are, and I would go so far as to say that it didn't even work with Corbyn. But what it does do is gum up the works. If you have a campaign and you want to show your in the last round here, okay, right before the election, if you want to show your best foot forward, if you want to talk about your policies, if you're constantly battling anti-Semitism allegations, you're constantly on the back foot, and it's a time suck. It's a waste of energy. It's a waste of media space, and it will be the most it'll be the thing that you're remembered by. That is the way in which people use these vicious smears. Okay? The way this started was when Zoran went on the Bulwark show, which is run by rhinos. It wasn't supposed to be like a heated debate or anything like that. But Zoran went on Bulwark with Tim Miller and Cameron Kasky. Friend of the show, Cameron Kasky, invited him. Okay? Tim Miller, on the show, asked him about globalize the Intifada as a slogan. And also from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free as a slogan. He said these are scary anti-Semitic slogans. And ya biraz sesi kısın orada ama. Çok bağırıyor. Bilmiyorum. Okay. Tim Miller is a rhino. He's a never Trump Republican, whatever. So his response to that was the exact same response that I've given to these statements, right? He basically said something along the lines of, Intifada is an Arabic word, and that's what's scary about it. Globalize the Intifada means globalize the revolution, globalize the struggle, globalize the rebellion, right? And it's the Arabic, or globalize the uprising. It's the Arabic word for uprising. That's just what it is. And that is the reason why the Holocaust Museum in the past, when describing the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, when they translated to Arabic on their pages, called it the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada. Now, of course, the Holocaust Museum, which is so, what I'm about to describe to you is so disgusting in general, but the Holocaust Museum doesn't just educate people on the Holocaust. The Holocaust Museum's primary function now, beyond educating people on the Holocaust and the depravity of mankind and the banality of evil and how we got here, outside of that function, the Holocaust Museum also serves a secondary, perhaps more important role right now, which is to defend Israel. So the Holocaust Museum, somewhere along the way, I believe in like 2024, in the month of March 2024, after pressure from Zionist groups, changed the interpretation. The Arabic interpretation on their website used to say Warsaw Ghetto Intifada. They changed it to a different name. Ironically enough, the name that they changed it to is also is now even more radical. It's the name Hamas uses as well. But most people don't know that. Okay, most people are unfamiliar with that, so they changed it to a different Arabic name after they received pressure. Yeah, Mokawama. I'm not saying that correctly, but it means resistance, which is the M in Hamas. Okay, Mukawama. Harakat al-Mukawama al-Islamiyya is the full name of Hamas. Hamas is an acronym for those of you who don't know. Okay, Harakat means movement al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya, which means the Islamic resistance movement. Hamas is an acronym for people that don't know. Okay? So ironically enough, the fucking Holocaust Museum literally changed it to seemingly a more radical interpretation. But the real reason why they did it is because people are just scared of Arabic words. But it's so difficult to have this conversation. It's so fucking difficult to have this conversation with people because they too have this fucking nascent Islamophobia and they don't want to address it and they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to think about it. So they'd rather behave like a racist person who was just called out for their racism. Everyone here that is not white or has some form of marginalization has experienced this before. When you call someone out for a form of bigotry that you have experienced, that person won't go, "Oh, my bad, I'm sorry. Let me check myself." They'll turn around and double down and be like, "You're the asshole for even fucking, bringing this up." You're the real villain for calling me a racist, not me for being racist. You're the villain for calling me a racist. This is how Islamophobia works. It's so prominent. It's such a prominent fixture of modern American politics that, you can go on The View and have a bunch of dumb fucks run around talking about how fucking, in Iran, women are not educated. And after all of those pathetic smears that really went nowhere, a reporter asked Zoran why he doesn't respond more aggressively when someone calls him an anti-Semite.
That there's no room for anti-Semitism in this city, in this country. And I've said that because that is something I personally believe. And ultimately, to your question of why not a more visceral reaction, part of it has been colored by the fact that when I speak, especially when I speak with emotion, I am then characterized by those same rivals as being a monster, as being at the gates, language that describes almost a barbarian looking to dismantle civilization. And part of this is the very sad burden of what it means to be the first Muslim candidate to run for mayor, is to deal with dehumanizing language, to deal with a former governor who doesn't even view Muslims as being a part of this city sufficient that he would visit a mosque in the more than 10 years. And it pains me to be called an anti-Semite. It pains me to be painted as if I am somehow in opposition to the very Jewish New Yorkers that I know and love and that are such a key part of this city. And yet I know that when I share that emotion, I continue to face a language as if I am a beast. And it takes a toll to wake up in the morning and read messages that say things like, I get messages that say the only good Muslim is a dead Muslim. I get threats on my life. On the people that I love. And I try not to talk about it. Because the function of racism, as Toni Morrison said, is distraction.
Yeah. Also, this is an experience shared by every Muslim person, okay? I don't even fucking visibly look Muslim. And even I still fucking experience it. It's just every single person. A lighter version of this is when people automatically assume that I'm biased against Israel because I have anti-Semitic tendencies born out of being Muslim, because this conflict is always described in the most idiotic fucking terms in the United States of America, especially amongst morons, as a religious conflict that has gone on for thousands of years when it has nothing to do with fucking religion at all. It's just, It's just even non-Muslims who are just fucking brown have experienced a version of this. It's just another form of bigotry. Okay? And just like anti-black racism, people get more mad when you even call it out. So I think at this point, 20 plus years after 9/11, most American Muslims, most Muslims of the West don't fucking say anything about it because it's like, what are you going to do? That's it. What are you going to do? That's just how it fucking is. It is what it is. That's just what it is. You just have to navigate this fucking space and eat it. Because if you spend a good deal of time trying to fucking talk about this and trying to get people to reconsider their stands, it's just you create a wall. They just don't want to hear you out, and they would rather be left alone in the comfort of their bigotry, and they won't listen to you on other issues. That's how it is. So it saddens me to see this. It angers me to see this, but it's just how it is. Like consistently assuming that a fucking Muslim person who has done a good deal of activism against anti-Semitism, consistently claiming that a Muslim person who is a fighter against anti-Semitism, as well as all other bigotries alike, consistently peppering them with accusations of anti-Semitism is Islamophobic. Really? Like, it's ridiculous. The idea that you're like trying to find the secret anti-Semitism that exists in the heart of this person is fucking ridiculous. It sucks. But it also works incredibly well in Western society, especially amongst people who themselves are anti-Semitic, but can much easily distract away from their own personal, actual anti-Semitic points of view by just being like, this is an Arab invention. Like, think about it. The highest form of this is the concept in Germany that anti-Semitism was imported into Germany by Arabs. Dog, in recent history, your country did the fucking Holocaust, man. What are you talking about? Arabs actually brought in anti-Semitism to Germany. What a laughable, idiotic, cope-induced statement to make.
Focus has always been on making this a city that's affordable, on making this a city that every New Yorker sees themselves in. And it takes a toll, because this is a city that every single person deserves to be in. It's a city that we all belong to. And the thing that's made me proudest in this campaign is that the strength of our movement is built on our ability to have built something across Jewish and Muslim New Yorkers, across New Yorkers of all faiths and all backgrounds and all boroughs. And anti-Semitism is such a real issue in this city. And it has been hard to see it weaponized by candidates who do not seem to have any sincere interest in tackling it, but rather in using it as a pretext to make political points.
Yeah. And of course, lo and behold, after these fucking ridiculous attacks, and also Brad Lander said some fucked up shit too. He used this as an opportunity to fucking shank Zoran too. Only a couple days after, they cross-endorsed one another. Brad Lander went on a spot on Pod Save America, and basically he was asked about the globalize the Intifada thing, and he responded with like, yeah, he said something along the lines basically of like, I don't think Zoran is an anti-Semite. Of course he's not. But of course, when he uses that term, it's scary for people like myself. Something along those lines. I mean, we can watch the full clip if you want. Brad Lander, to be fair, followed it up by saying he has full faith in Zoran. I know. Jacob Kornblue has the clip that was, of course, clip-chimped. And I know Brad Lander doesn't think Zohran Mamdani is an anti-Semite. I know that.
Telling you.
Here, Brad Lander, who cross-endorsed Mamdani, says Jacob.
You know, when I hear the phrase globalize the Intifada, I say to people, I'm telling you, all I can hear right now is some Jews were killed in DC and there was a flamethrower in Boulder. And maybe you don't mean to be saying it's open season on Jews everywhere in the world, but that's what I hear. And I'd like to hear that from other people as well. At the same time, you know, though I am a strong believer in the vision of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state, I hate what the war the Netanyahu government is conducting in Gaza. I have spoken up many times for a ceasefire, for aid getting in there, for an end to the occupation of the...
Yeah, bizarre caption. Lander has never agreed with Mamdani completely on Israel-Palestine. While he criticized the one phrase, he explicitly defends Mamdani as a candidate for all New York Cityers, defends his endorsement of Mamdani, suggests that Cuomo is the real bigot on the race.
West Bank and Gaza for the human rights of Palestinians. And like, it's not the mayor of New York City's job, thank God, to try to achieve safety and, you know, mutual self-determination between Israelis and Palestinians, but it is the mayor's job to show up and say, we're going to bring...
Anyway, I thought about not even covering this because like it's so stupid, and giving it oxygen just like furthers the fucking dynamic, furthers the back and forth.
Ranked Zohran
Brad Lander on why he ranked Zohran Mamdani
second. You saw him being attacked yesterday. How do you feel about him being sort of labeled as a anti-Semitic and not sensitive to the feelings of Jewish New Yorkers?
Yeah, I mean, I've said this many times throughout the campaign, and I'll say it again. I mean, I am a proud Jewish New Yorker. Raising these beautiful Jewish kids in this city is one of the great joys of my life, and nobody will fight harder to keep this city.
I think Brad is a liberal Zionist. That's what it is. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, he is a Zionist still. And I think he's a perfect demonstration of what I mean when I say, like, for a lot of these guys, it just bricks their brain. Israel is this like final contradiction that they cannot resolve. Do I think Brad is a nice person? Absolutely. I do. I think he is, and I believe he believes he's a nice person. But definitionally, he is a nice person that either is deluded himself into thinking that this ethno-state project is actually one that can be done while maintaining liberal values, which is fucking ridiculous, or he just refuses to recognize it. He just refuses to recognize the supremacist, fascist, exterminationist ideology that is Zionism. Okay? Ultimately, it's just, there's not really anything you can do. There's no way to like resolve it.
Safe for Jewish families and for all families, then I will. I believe there's like a gatekeeping function of City Hall, which is decency and integrity. And Andrew Cuomo does not have decency and integrity and should not be allowed at City Hall. I believe that Zohran Mamdani is a person of decency and integrity, and I am therefore encouraging people to rank him number 2. We do not agree on everything about Israel and Palestine, but I do believe that he will protect Jewish New Yorkers and our rights, and I was proud to rank him second. Sir.
Yeah. Anyway, in the aftermath of all this that unfolded, of course, okay, and for the record, if you want to know about why Trump names allies the Holocaust Museum Board after firing the Biden appointees, not that it matters because the Holocaust Museum actually changed the Intifada to I don't know how to the other Arabic word that is part of the Hamas acronym, Maqawa. Okay. I don't speak Arabic, for those of you who don't know. Yeah. They did that under the Biden administration. Yeah, they changed it to a more radical term, ironically enough. This seems to be in response to Zohran Mamdani saying the museum has used the word intifada when discussing the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising in Arabic. Per Wayback, looks like they used intifada, uprising, on their site till mid-2024 when they switched up to mukawama. Mukawamet. Which is wild. Because, like I said, Hamas is the acronym, and the M in Hamas is for Mukawama. Mukawama. Mukawama. Mukawama. Mukawama. Anyway, Mukawama. Why did Tim Miller even ask that to him, by the way? Did he say that phrase at some point, or did he just want to stir the pot? I think he just wanted to stir the pot. Zohran being peppered with questions about anti-Semitism in Israel despite being ethnically Indian from Uganda, having no connection to any militant Muslim organization as racism, is no different than badgering a Jewish candidate about dual loyalty. Anyway, a hedge fund manager who used to be the CIO of Goldman Sachs and is allied with the number one funder of Andrew Cuomo's super PAC. Elijah Wiesel, son of renowned Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel. I can't see into Zohran Mamdani's soul when he doubles down on saying that globalizing the Intifada is a good thing, blah, blah, blah. Again, not a lot of motion, right? Not a lot of motion for this stuff. No need for a lot of air that will engulf this fire, that will grow this fire, right? It's very stupid. But one thing that did happen, of course, is that predictably, since this became like a big news story, Zohran has been getting showered with death threats. And one of them was credible enough for the NYPD to actually launch a hate crimes investigation into the allegations that a man threatened to blow up mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani's car. Go ahead and start your car, see what happens, the man said in a voicemail left with his office that we obtained. Unsurprising to no one. He also made a beeper threat. The caller also advised Mamdani to check your beeper too, you terrorist fuck. Beep, beep. Can you guys think of another podcast that makes beeper jokes with regular frequency now? This blatant Islamophobia and violent threats against Zohran Mamdani are exacerbated by the racist smear campaigns funded by Cuomo's MAGA donors. This is vile. Zohran campaign responded to the NYPD investigation. A car bomb threat against Zohran Mamdani, among many others, he's referenced against him, family, staff. After multiple death threats and racist messages, Assembly member Mamdani's office is participating in an ongoing investigation by the NYPD's Hate Crimes Task Force. While Zohran does not own a car, the violent and specific language of what appears to be a repeat caller is alarming, and we are taking every precaution. While this is a sad reality, it is not surprising after millions of dollars have been spent on dehumanizing Islamophobic rhetoric designed to stoke division and hate. Violence and racism should have no place in our politics. Zohran remains focused on delivering a safe and affordable New York. Guy with a fucking beeper. Guy with a beeper in his Twitter bio responds with, it's obvious that this is a campaign stunt lie to deflect and distract from Zohran putting his whole foot in his mouth yesterday in his deranged accusations against the Holocaust Museum in defense of his virulent anti-Semitism. Follows you. I mean, is that shocking? Come on now. Mamdani, in a resurfaced 2021 video, urged activists to demand that local candidates support BDS. Speaking up for Israel comes with everything you might want, and we need to show that it's not that way anymore. There are consequences for speaking up in favor of apartheid. Yeah, what's the problem? Maybe people liked it because they liked what he had to say. Spoke to some New Yorkers today who unfortunately like Zoran and his policies, but see them as too good to be true, almost even without any real justification for why, and therefore view Lander as a safer choice with similar policies. What would you say to such voters? If every politician is going to say that they're going to give you 100% and basically at minimum give you 50%, why wouldn't you want someone like Zoran who promises 100% and will give you 50%, rather than Lander, who promises you 75% and will give you 25%. Also, Lander can't win. The safe choices is precisely how we got to the modern Democratic Party. Okay? Super easy answer. Rank Zoran, rank Lander first, Zoran second. No, fuck that. No, don't fucking do this bullshit either. No, rank Zoran first. Okay? What is this like? Oh, just rank Zoran second. Lander's not going to clear anyway. It doesn't matter. I know it's ranked choice, but still, rank him first. It's bullshit. Yeah, Blake also rat fucked Zoran too, which was shocking because I thought he was like one of the more radical candidates. But yeah, that's my take. I've heard some good opinions about the polls. Poll is a week old. Tough poll from Mamdani, ending with a 55-45. The latest Marist poll that came out 2 days ago. Poll is a week old. These races tend to have a lot of late movement, including 2021, and the week since it fielded has been action-packed. 2021 final Marist poll had Adams by +12, and he won barely by 1%. Cuomo and Mamdani are tied 32-32 among the most active voters. In other words, those who voted in the Democratic primaries for 2020 president, 2021 mayor, and 2022 governor. The diehards, the ones that will walk through fire to vote, are split evenly. Relative comparable days in 2021, Brooklyn is punching above its weight in in-person voting, and the Bronx is punching below its weight. That means Cuomo will likely need a surge of primary day turnout in the Bronx for a white candidate in 100-degree weather. The Lander-Mamdani cross endorsement was a boon for Mamdani when it happened, but it may have just become much more valuable after Lander was arrested by ICE yesterday. Maybe Lander picks up some steam and helps Mamdani leapfrog Cuomo on some ballots down the stretch. Mamdani gains among Latino voters are encouraging. We'll see if that can translate into decent turnout in Latino neighborhoods, given there's no major Latino candidate in the race. I'm going to hand it over to my guy, Jake. Jake Rubenstein says, this to me is the most important table in the entire poll. Literally 1/5 of the electorate doesn't express a preference around the top two. This race very much has the potential to go either way. There's also tremendous youth voter turnout, and I highly doubt that the fucking youth are turning out to vote for fucking Andrew Cuomo. As of the fourth day of early voting in 2025 Democratic primary for New York City mayor, the 25 to 34-year-olds have cast the most early ballots. These 4 assembly districts have 90% of Brooklyn's population, but are making up 44% of the early voting total so far in the first 4 days. Anyway. The labor unions in New York are such pussies. No, it's always the fucking leadership. The rank and file are not. It's the leadership. The commie corridor. I don't think anyone really cares about policy at all anymore, but if you just ask them in an opinion poll why they prefer a candidate, they'll just make up some policy-based answer. I would do the same. Zoran is young, energetic, and running against the institutional rot in human form. I think that also plays a big role. That's why I said when I put my liberal hat on for a moment, this is my assessment as well. You can make up policy promises to signal anti-establishment vibes, but this dude isn't winning because there's some wild shift in the electorate since they swung the other way for Trump 9 months ago. Is that a certain part of the population now votes anti-establishment every time. Yeah. But he does happen to be a real anti-establishment choice in the right direction. That's it. Everyone is now teaming up against Zoran. These ads are not brought to you by Palantir. I decided to watch the local nightly news on NBC. Every single commercial break runs anti-Zoran ad from Cuomo Super PAC. The ad usually appears twice a break at least. I've lost count of how many times I've seen it. Alex Karp, the billionaire CEO of creepy defense contractor Palantir, has taken a side in New York. Closely watched mayoral race. Karp, who once bragged that his company kills people, recently gave large sums of money to a super PAC that is supporting the campaign of former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. It's crazy that this is now officially, once again, moneyed interest versus real grassroots. Okay? Door knocking, real grassroots, person-to-person communication versus an endless amount of money in a relatively important race, but still a small one in comparison to, like, you know, a fucking race for governor or whatever, or a race for the general race for president. It sucks. And it's all of the major villains getting together and doing their very best. All of the major villains that are getting together to do their very best to rat fuck this campaign and to try to stop this momentum from taking place. If Democrats if Democrats cannot understand what this is, I don't know what to tell you. I just, like, Democrats need to look at this and go, all the people that we hate, all the people that we despise, all the people that are pro-Trump, all of the forces that dominate our lives are coming together to say, fuck this guy. Even out of pure resentment, you probably need to go and fucking vote for Zoran and rank him first. Zoran racking up the best anti-endorsements. Lawrence H. Summers. Yeah. They're saying the billionaires are going to leave the city. That's another thing that they're saying. Incredible.
One week to go before the New York mayoral primary in New York City, longshot candidate and city comptroller Brad Lander was handcuffed and taken into custody by ICE after locking arms with a defendant on his way out of immigration.
June 25th is election day. What? No. What? 25th? No, 24th. But you can vote already. Early voting is now. Go vote now. Or not 24th. 20. Is it 22nd or 24th? Next Tuesday is the fucking Yeah, next Tuesday, June 24th is election day. But you can vote now. You can vote early now.
Immigration court today. The Department of Homeland Security says he was arrested for assaulting law enforcement and impeding a federal officer. And with early voting underway, Lander trails frontrunner and former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, as well as political newcomer Zohan Mamdani in recent polls.
Zohan Mamdani.
Mamdani, a 33-year-old state rep and Democratic socialist, took a hit this week when the New York Times editorial board called his agenda, quote, uniquely unsuited to the city's challenges, basically endorsing anybody else. But his campaign got a shot in the arm today with the endorsement of Bernie Sanders. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki joins us now from the big board with why this race may not actually be over after Tuesday's primary. Steve, I think it's got something to do with ranked choice voting and complicated ballots. Walk us through it.
Yeah, and some very unusual laws in New York when it comes to elections. But, yeah, you would think overwhelmingly Democratic city, Democratic primary next week. Whoever wins that, you might as well just call that person his honor or her honor, right? Well, not necessarily because, well, you mentioned it with Mamdani. He's one of the two frontrunners in the polling so far. We'll see if that arrest today of Brad Lander does anything with his poll numbers, if anybody else makes some noise. But all of the attention really lately has been on these two, Cuomo, Mamdani. Now, Mamdani, for the reasons you just mentioned, the reasons that kept the New York Times, for instance, from endorsing him in this primary coming up, he's got some real political baggage. Is socialism, far-left views, some inflammatory pronouncements he made. They're being featured.
Come on, man. Come on, Kornacki. How the fuck? That's weird, bro. That's some weird-ass shit right there. That's weird. That's a weird seasoning that you added onto this. You know what I mean? Calm down, brother. Messed up.
Heavily in attack ads right now. If Mamdani were to win the Democratic nomination, there might be some discontent among Democrats. And there certainly might be some vulnerability in a general election, voters who wouldn't necessarily be sold on him, even if they would ordinarily vote Democratic. On the other hand, Andrew Cuomo, who's been the frontrunner here, he resigned in that sexual harassment scandal as governor back in 2021. He has been dogged by questions about his handling of COVID.
It's like, yeah, Zoran Mamdani, he believes that Israel's an apartheid state doing a genocide, which is like, what, 80% of the position of the Democratic Party's base of support? And also wants free buses and a rent freeze, which, again, are incredibly unpopular. These are major weaknesses for Zoran Mamdani. Andrew Cuomo, on the other hand, is a rapist. I wonder if that's a weakness for him, you think? Free buses, rent freeze, and Israel should stop doing a genocide versus cop diddler. Guy who diddled cops. Yeah. Cop rapist who may have killed your grandparents during COVID. Really hard. Really hard choice here. I don't know.
Nursing homes in particular. When he was governor, there was a recent poll that found among Democrats, more than 40% in New York City say they have a negative view of Cuomo. He's got baggage. He's got political liabilities that could plausibly carry over into a general election. And that's where the strange laws in New York come into effect when it comes to these elections. It's basically this. In New York, third parties can nominate candidates who are already major party nominees. So let's play this out. A couple potential scenarios here. So let's say next week, okay, these are the potential general election ballot lines, parties that these candidates could have. Let's say that Andrew Cuomo were to lose the Democratic primary to Zoran Mamdani. So Zoran Mamdani would then be the Democratic candidate. Cuomo couldn't run as the Democratic candidate. In most states, he'd be eliminated. The race would be over. But Cuomo is also going to be the nominee of a party he created called the Fight and Deliver Party. So even if he loses the primary and Mamdani is the Democratic candidate, Cuomo can still run in November as the Fight and Deliver candidate. For that matter, if Cuomo were to win the primary and Mamdani were to lose it, there's a party party called the Working Families Party that's already said Democrats should vote for Mamdani in this primary that may well endorse him if he wants to run as their candidate. So he could.
My favorite one is Eric Adams, who's running on the End Anti-Semitism Party, which is hilarious because Eric Adams last week did a kick stream with a Holocaust denier. And also, what's her face? What's the lady's name? The bald one? I'm forgetting now. My brain is so busted. Sneeko is the Amber Rose. Amber Rose and Sneeko. Yes, you heard that right. Sneeko and Amber Rose.
Take another shot at in the general election. There's going to be a Republican nominee, Curtis Sliwa, the current mayor, Eric Adams. He's not running in the Democratic primary, but he's created his own parties. He's running in the general election. There's an independent, too. So really, if this is close.
I mean, it's over. The New York mayoral primary is the race. The general election is ridiculous. Look at the fucking general. Like, this is New York City we're talking about. That's why the primary is the actual real race. Unless Mamdani gets somehow rat fucked out of winning.
Mamdani turn around and try again in the general election? If they want to, Garrett, they've both got vehicles to do so.
I'm dizzy now, Steve. Thank you so much for that. And I look.
Yeah, Cuomo will definitely run if he's still losing the Dem primary. But do you think Mamdani would run with the Working Families Party? He should. He absolutely should. And I think he will. But I don't even want to entertain that notion. Rat fucked? I mean, yeah. I've never heard this term. It's called shanking. Like he got shanked. ICE agents denied entry into Dodger Stadium. SpaceX Starship exploded again. But there's also some drama. Apparently, oh fuck. Apparently, there's a second content nuke that is, I guess, the hit the timelines, and I make some interesting. I'm in the content nuke apparently, but it's not a content nuke alone. It's also a lawsuit. It turns out Ethan's initial content nuke, by his own estimation, by his own statements, was actually a trick, was a trap. He wanted to basically sue everyone that watches the content nuke. And he's, Mr. Copyright Infringement is trying to litigate the resentment that people feel towards him once again, which I think is very weird. And he is he's launched a lawsuit against Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron. Now, a lot of people watched his content nuke. I don't know why he only fucking sued those people. I mean, I watched his content nuke as well, his context nuke. But here's the fucking, I don't know. This is so stupid. I don't know what to say about it. But here's the Dick Surdanox thing I saw from it.
That I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist. They couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even.
Yeah, except I didn't do any of those things, which I feel like is a major failure of a trap. He begged me to watch it for fucking months. He cried on camera that I just refused to watch it. And then I even told him I'd watch it alongside him if necessary. Your prediction on this one, even as a joke, on the money as usual. I even suspected that he might do some fucking nonsensical bullshit like this. And then I ended up watching it months later to fundraise. And it's a fucking 8-hour reaction for even half of the content nuke. So I guess that kind of failed. So now he's just going after people who he perceives as defenseless, smaller content creators that he can possibly litigate to try to secure a litigation victory after he got a shit pushed in by a billionaire that he defamed, Brian Kavanaugh. And so now he's just like desperate to get a win somewhere. I don't even know if this will work in his favor, but I don't even know if this was like a masterful gambit from the start. Like, I don't even know if this was like a setup, because it doesn't make sense. Because on the one hand, why would you admit that you were doing entrapment? Like, you wanted people to go react to your video. You said you wanted people to go react to your video. You said anyone and everyone can even, make money off of your videos in the past when we had a podcast together. Only to then turn around and be like, actually, I got you. You reacted to my video, and therefore you're done. He claims you're watching it was fair use, unlike those he's suing. But yeah, I don't know. I thought about not responding to this, but it's so silly that he was like, he's openly admitting that he was baiting me into a lawsuit, and then it didn't fucking work. So now he's just like going after other people that reacted to it as well. He wanted everyone to watch it. He wanted more eyeballs to see this video. He wanted as many eyeballs to see this video, so much so that he like tanked his Twitch channel because he was playing it 24/7. And now that more eyeballs actually saw it, he's upset.
Better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety.
You said you suspected this was his plan? Oh my God, I just realized what Ethan's plan was all along. I was suspecting that he was going to probably try to like hit me with a DMCA while I was watching it live, so he could be like, haha, I fucked you over or something. But it turns out he wants me to kill myself. He wants me to endure some of the most bottom of the barrel, washed in fucking 2014 ass commentary and editing, so that if I go through a 4-minute segment of this, I will probably end up killing myself or just simply die. As a matter of fact, I'm not even like kill myself physically, but just die from the pure horror. Maybe both. Hasan, he absolutely did not make the nuke with this in mind. He's just acting now. He thinks he's in a way that a villain would act. Yeah, it's kind of sad either way. It's sad to try and like, it's sad in so many different ways. The reason why it's sad in so many different ways is because, like, then, okay, the content nuke was actually bullshit. Like, you don't actually think I'm a fucking terrorist. You just slandered your Muslim former podcast co-host a fucking terrorist for what? This trap that you could launch against potentially him and all these other content creators who watch it. Like, that was your brilliant plan. Like the terrorism stuff was actually nothing. Cool, man. Thanks. The demands for deplatforming that are baked into the video. Very strange stuff. But I guess the slander doesn't end there, because in the Denims lawsuit, I'm compared to the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini. Al-Husseini meets Adolf Hitler, November 28th, 1941. Al-Husseini with his close friend Heinrich Himmler. In the wake of October 7th, Hasan emerged as the modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini. Like al-Husseini, Hasan became a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader of the Palestinian cause. Like al-Husseini, Hasan used his massive platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hasan and al-Husseini is that al-Husseini worked with the Nazis and advocated for the annihilation of the Jews, while Hasan advocates for the annihilation of all Zionists. Since the vast majority of Jews in the United States say caring about Israel is essential or important, this would necessarily include the vast majority of Jews, even if they support the Palestinian cause and vehemently condemn the actions of the Israeli government. The vast annihilation of Zionists. Zionism is a political ideology. Okay? And I don't think I've ever said we must annihilate. I'm not even going to fucking finish that because he's going to clip this out of context and then fucking use it in his next lawsuit probably. But what a ridiculous lawsuit. Like, he just had to do a little bit of, he just had to add a little bit of defamation in there as well. Just sneak in some defamation for no reason. Like, what the fuck? I agree with the bottom line of this video. When someone reacts to a video without any reaction, shouldn't happen. Maybe I'm insane. No, but that's the reason why he's trying to use this as a form of attack, so that people like you who have this opinion, he knows that he can't litigate this issue on the basis of his support for Israel. Okay. So now he's trying to litigate this issue on the basis of react content, which is more in line with the normal kind of drama that he engages with. And that a lot of onlookers, such as yourself, will go, well, I kind of agree with that. He made this YouTube video. He has every right to fucking sue people for copyright. That's it. The only intelligent part about this is redirecting his animosity to a better playing field. Asmongold's reaction got millions of views and he barely said anything in the reaction. Yeah, I suspect that Asmongold's reaction was, I mean, not as transformative, but certainly complimentary, which is precisely the reason why he doesn't have an issue with that. Interesting stuff. Here is what I was talking about in I think when we had the podcast together, even back then.
I want to say a little show note. Okay, here's to all the industrial entrepreneuring spirits out there. I am opening our IP to the world. This is a message with peace and love.
You can now make your own H3 podcast. That's right, everyone.
I guess you could. What you mean? That's not what I mean. Oh, that's not what I mean. No, gotcha. You can't make a fake H3 podcast. Although you probably could actually, because I don't think anyone would mistake it.
I mean, if it's a parody, you can do whatever you want.
Anyone would mistake it. So our IP is open. I got inspired by Hasan. He has the Hasan Industrial Complex. But I want the Ethan Industrial Complex. I think it's a good idea. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
And it's actually crazy how like many people are seemingly making a decent living.
Yeah, I mean, this is a desperate attempt to grab on to fucking any sort of controversy and drama. I'm sure that me reacting to it is actually playing into exactly what he wanted to do. But the reason why I wanted to talk about this is specifically so that you guys go and show support to Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron. Because obviously he has a fuck ton of money. And he's going to use the fuck ton of money that he has to bully other content creators who don't have a fuck ton of money and try to win some kind of public opinion battle. That is partially the reason why he went after Frogan, Denims, and Caseytron. These are people who get insane lines of attack, and most people don't choose to defend them. Okay? I don't think he actually wanted the smoke, which is precisely the reason why he didn't like try to do this for me or any other content creators who reacted to his context puke, which by the way was his wishes. That was his desire. His desire from the start was for everyone and anyone to watch this so that everyone could know about the dangers of me being a terrorist. He said it in the context nuke on numerous occasions. But like I said, the reason why I'm mentioning this is because we should show support to the content creators he is unjustifiably attacking. And that's it. That's it. That's all I got. Yeah. Malicious lawsuit is the name of the game. It's so funny in this video. He says XQC and Asman he wants to be cool with, and yet XQC had him have that whole debate where he did the worm. Yeah, I mean, Ethan Klein is very similar to Donald Trump in many ways. Donald Trump will let bygones be bygones as long as you offer fealty or as long as he can use you. Ethan sees Asmongold and XQC as allies. Ethan sees a bunch of neo-Nazis as reliable allies because they all fucking despise me. And that's precisely the reason why he's perfectly fine with aligning with them and working with them. Because he operates on the enemy of my enemy is my friend attitude. That's it. Pathetic, immoral, desperate man. A 40-year-old still doing shit like this. I think he's beyond upset that the nuke failed in every way. The main goal of stopping Hasan's infiltration of mainstream media was a massive failure. The goal to deplatform and make smaller creators featured in the video lose viewers backfired tremendously. Every small streamer that was featured has reached unprecedented levels of success after the video. That too. That probably pisses him off. So I think he's trying to he's trying to throw money at the problem and frivolous lawsuits. I don't know what the goal here is. Breaking React content in general. After saving fair use, Ethan Klein will now kill fair use. One man's conquest. One man's conquest to initially create a precedent that saved fair use, that basically unfolded this new era of content creation without fear of frivolous lawsuits. Is now going to turn back into. What is this? Okay, stop showing me this fucking bullshit. Stop. Please, can this be the last coverage? Yes, it will absolutely be the last coverage. The funniest part is all these clip farming accounts are cheering this on, not understanding they're the worst offenders. Yeah, what happened with the Noah Samson lawsuit? Chicken out of that one, didn't want the smoke. Exactly. I personally don't understand how so many spineless fucking drama content creators are like throwing their hat in the ring. Yeah, it's just drama. These people, 3 women are going to have their lives ruined because the entire ecosystem of streamers built their careers around their harassment, and shouters are getting fucking drama boners over it. Exactly. Anyway, that's all I got for today because I am going to go shoot my podcast, the Fear and Podcast. Love you guys. And of course, I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Special guest tomorrow. Maya Higa. someone who was recently featured on CBS. Love you all and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.